Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start a completely new series, that is the Spectrum Revision 3 series through notes. Now in this series, the whole series, we are going to solve more than 1000 questions of Spectrum. Okay, today we are going to start with the first chapter, that is the Advent of the Europeans. So let us start with the first chapter, that is the Advent of the Europeans. Now, before starting the chapter, let me give a brief idea or the summary of the chapter, Advent of the Europeans, and then straight away we will move to the questions. So, the first point is why India and how India was discovered and how did the European companies reach India. So, it was all that started from Europe, that in the 15th century there was a cultural upliftment or the cultural change that happened in Europe that was known as the Renaissance. Now, what was this Renaissance? So this was actually the growth of nationalism. Now this rationalism meant that the human being is a rational being and he or she should use his mind rather than following scriptures blindly. In the European world, the Roman Catholic Church was very much prevalent at that time. So everything that was said by Bible was believed to be true. But after the 15th century Renaissance in Europe, the idea of rationalism gave birth to the scientific temper among the human beings, and slowly they started for exploring the rest of the world. Slowly they started exploring, slowly they built navy, they built ships and started exploring the whole of the world. As we know that the Europe was a luxury market for India, and as the economy of the Europe grew, the demand of luxury goods, it increased manifold. But the earlier route which led to India was occupied by the Arabs and the Turks. So as the economy improved, the Europeans started searching for the new route to India in which they can avoid the Arabs as well as the Turks. So in this way, the Portuguese were the first to discover the sea route to India, and the first Portuguese to come to India was Vasco da Gama. Now Vasco da Gama came to India in the year 1498. Okay, now after 1498, Vasco da Gama came to India in 1502 and he established a trading station at Calicut, Kannur and Cochin. Okay, so you have to remember these names. Vasco da Gama firstly came in 1498 and he came with a Gujarati pilot whose name was Abdul Majid. And later in 1502 he came again and he established the factories at Calicut, Kannur and Cochin. After Vasco da Gama, Almeida was the first governor. Francisco de Almeida was the first governor. He ruled from 1505 to 1509. Now he also initiated the blue water policy. And it was also known as the Carta system, which was a trading permit system, in which the trade permits were allotted to the ships that were moving in the Indian Ocean. Okay, the Portuguese, Almeida and Albert Cook, after it, they wanted to make Portuguese the king of the Indian Ocean. Okay, so this step, the blue water policy, is related to Francisco de Almeida. After that, Alfonso de Albuquerque, whose tenure was 1509 to 1515, he came to India and a number of steps were taken by him. Now, the Alfonso de Albuquerque is known as the real founder of the Portuguese power in India. Also, he captured Goa from the Sultan of Bijapur in 1510. He also persecuted Muslims and he captured Bhatkal from Krishna Dev Rai of Vijayanagar Empire. Okay, this is an important point, that he captured Bhatkal from Krishna Dev Rai of Vijayanagar Empire. Okay, also he abolished sati and he encouraged the Portuguese men to marry the local females. Okay, now next in line was Nino da Cunha. Nino da Cunha ka tenure 1529, seat extended from 38, and he was the first governor who shifted the capital from Cochin to Goa. Earlier, the capital of Portuguese was Cochin, which was later shifted to Goa by Nino da Cunha. Okay, now what happened in his rule is that Diu and Bassein, it came under the Portuguese occupation and was captured from the Gujarat King Bahadur Shah. So under Nino da Cunha, two things happened. That Cochin, the transfer of capital from Cochin to Goa was made, and next one was that the Diu and Bassein was captured from Gujarat King, whose name was Bahadur Shah. Okay. Next is, what were the factors that led to the decline of the Portuguese power? Now, some of the factors were, first of all, the emergence of powerful dynasties in Egypt, Persia. They continuously threatened the Portuguese in India. And second one was the rise of the Marathas, where the Portuguese influence was very much prevalent. Now, next was the rise of the English and Dutch. The English and Dutch were the second one, and the third one who came to India to assert their commercial and to accomplish their commercial motives. So the challenges from English and Dutch was also there. Also, the Portuguese officials were well known for their rampant corruptions. Okay. And ultimately, after the time when Portuguese started to lose hold of India, they started to they started to have control or have a positive ambitions towards Brazil, discovery of Brazil. So these were some of the regions. Now the second to come to India were the Dutch. Now this Dutch East India Company was formed in the year 1602. Okay, some of the Dutch factories which was established in India was Masulipatam. The Dutch established a factory in Masulipatam in 1605. Other than Masulipatam, some of the important factories were at Surat, Pulicat, Kasim Bazar, Karaikal, Nagapatnam, Cochin, Patna, Balasore, etc. These were the Dutch factories. Now, if I talk about the decline, so the Anglo-Dutch War ultimately proved the final nail in the coffin for the Dutch, as the English, they had the final authority over India, and Dutch seized all over their controls to the British, and they concentrated on the Indonesia, where their spices trade was very much effective and it was very much profitable. Okay, so they went to the region of Malay, surrendering all their assets to the Britishers. So this was the decline of the Dutch. Now the Battle of Bidara in the year 1759, which is also known as Battle of Chinsuda, which was fought between the English and the Dutch, it ultimately led to the decline of the Dutch. Now if I talk about the English, if I talk about the formation of the English East India Company, so it was formed in the year 1600 by a charter which was issued by the Queen Elizabeth the First, that gave the English East India Company monopoly to trade in East Indies for a tenure of 15 years. And when the English East India Company was formed, Akbar was the Mughal emperor at that time. Now if I talk about the settlements in India, so the first factory of the English was established in Surat. Now it was established after Jahangir gave the permission to Thomas Best, who represented the Britishers. Okay, after that Thomas Roe was successful to get permission to establish factories at Agra, Ahmedabad and Bharuch. So this was also the significant achievement that came into their hands. First factory was established in Surat, and second English factory was established in Masulipatam. Okay. Now if I talk about the next thing, that if I talk about Bombay, so Bombay was given as a dowry to the English because the Englishmen wed the Portuguese princess Catherine. So Bombay was given as a dowry to them. Okay. Now next important thing is the Farrukhsiyar Farman. Now in the year 1717, the Mughal Emperor Farrukhsiyar Farman, which is also known as the Magna Carta of the East India Company, gives significant privileges to the company in three regions. So those three regions were Bengal, Gujarat and Hyderabad. Okay. Now if I talk about the French, so the foundation of French East India Company happened in the year 1664. Okay. And a minister named Louis XIV laid the foundation of the French East India Company. Now, if I talk about the settlements of the French East India Company, the first factory of the French was established in Surat, and the second factory was established at Masulipatam. Okay, now the Anglo-French rivalry, it is very much profound and it is very much important, as these were also known as Carnatic Wars, which were fought between the English and the French. Now, the first Carnatic War was due to the Austrian War of Succession, and it ended with the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Okay. Second Carnatic War, if I talk about the second Carnatic War, it was an inconclusive war. Okay. The third Carnatic War was the final war, Carnatic War, which was fought between the English and the French, and it ended with the Treaty of Paris that was signed in the year 1763. Now, with this treaty, the French were allowed to use the Indian settlement for commercial purpose only, and the fortification of the settlement was banned. So, ultimately, before this Third Carnatic War, there was a War of Vendée Wash, in which Britishers, which was led by Sir Irish Cote, successfully defeated the French, who was represented by Count de Lally. So he was defeated, and the British proved to be the ultimate masters of India. Now, what were the causes of the French failures? Now, first of all, the inadequate military and financial support to the French East India Company. It was one of the major reasons. Second is France was very readily involved in the problems that were there in Europe. So that was another reason. The France government didn't took well consideration of what was happening to the French East India Company in India. Then next one was the military tactics, the military technology, and the command of the officers. That was very efficient of the English, which was not there with the French. If I talk about the fourth reason, so the English India Company were given significant amount of monopoly to act according to what was needed at that time. But the French, on the other hand, had to get approval from the French government in order to act. So delay in the decision making on the part of French East India Company when their battle was directly with the East India Company, it was one of the another factor that led to the decline of the French East India Company in India. Let's now straight away move to the questions. Who was the first Portuguese viceroy in India? Now, if I talk about the first Portuguese viceroy, his name was Francisco de Almeida. Now, if I talk about the Portuguese, Vasco da Gama was the first person to arrive in India in the year 1498. And when this Vasco da Gama arrived in India during 1498, he was welcomed by the ruler of Calicut, whose name was Zamorin. Okay, now some of the Portuguese ports, if I name some of the famous Portuguese ports are Calicut, Goa, Daman and Diu. These are some of the Portuguese ports. Okay, now if I talk about Francisco de Almeida, he came to India in the year 1505 as the first Portuguese viceroy, and that is what the question was asking. If I talk about the Albuquerque, then he came to India in 1510. He snatched the Goa from the kingdom of Bijapur in the year 1510. So this we will discuss in the subsequent questions ahead. But the answer to this first Portuguese viceroy in India was Francisco de Almeida. Okay. Now, let us move to the next question. In which year Vasco da Gama arrived at Calicut? So, the Vasco da Gama arrived in Calicut in the year 1498. Okay, and he was the sailor who helped him to come to India was Abdul Majid. You should remember this name. Now, the next question. Now, these questions are of statement types questions. So, let us start this question. Now, the first question is, with reference to the Indian history, consider the following statements. The Portuguese established their first factory in India granted to them by the Zamorin of Calcutta. Okay, now in the year 1500, the Portuguese explorer Alvarez Cabral came to Calicut. Okay, and then he was welcomed there by Zamorin of Calicut. Now, it was there that the Cabral Cabral was granted permission to establish a factory, first Portuguese factory. So the first statement here is absolutely correct. Now, if I talk about the second statement, the sanction to establish the first English factory at Surat was given by Emperor Jahangir. Okay, now it was in the year 1613 when James I, who was the King of England at that time, he instructed Thomas Roe to visit the Mughal Emperor Jahangir. Now, when he visited Jahangir, so the Jahangir arranged a commercial treaty that would give the commercial rights, exclusive rights to reside and establish factory at Surat. So in this context was that in Surat, the first factory of the English were made in the year 1612. Okay. So the second statement also given here is correct. Now let us see the third statement. Amongst European power, the Portuguese were the only ones who failed to establish settlement in the Bengal region. Now, if I talk about, यहाँ पे क्या बोला है? Amongst the European, the Portuguese were the only ones who failed to establish settlement in the Bengal region. So this is an extremely incorrect statement. Why is it an incorrect statement? Because there was a place which was called Hooghly, where Hooghly, a factory was also established, and Hooghly was also used as a base of piracy by the Portuguese. So the Portuguese extended. Okay, the Portuguese were the one who established their base at Hooghly. Okay, now the Portuguese had a significant presence in the Bengal region. So the statement third is absolutely incorrect. Other settlements of the other European countries, such as the English East India Company, the Dutch, the French, etc., these also had some settlements or the other in the Bengal region. So the third statement is absolutely incorrect here. So we are asked about the correct statement. So only two statements given to this question is correct. Let us now move to the next question. That is, in 17th century, in which of the following were the factories of the French East India Company located? Now these places are the given. Now if I talk about the French East India Company, so they established their first factory at Surat. This point you need to know. Now if I talk about the French East India Company, the important point to know that the French were the last European companies that came to India. Okay, now if I talk some of the other factories, so slowly after establishing factory at Surat, they established their second factory at Masulipatam. They established their second factory at Masulipatam. So Machilipatnam is absolutely true. Okay, and it is situated in the present state of Andhra Pradesh. Other than that, they also established their factory at Chandarnagar. Also they established their factory at Karaikal and Yanam. Okay, these were some of the French settlements through which the French East India Company carried their trade. So if I talk about the correct options here, all of the given options here are absolutely correct. So C is going to be the right answer. Okay, I hope you are understanding these and you are also getting the grasp of the explanation part as well, and you are able to revise. I'm trying to explain these European companies to you in the best possible manner. Now our next question is, which one of the following is the correct statement? Now, the modern Kochi was a Dutch colony till India's independence. Okay, the statement is incorrect. Why is it incorrect? Because the Kochi was a Dutch colony, but after a certain time it was taken over by the Portuguese. Okay, and during the time of India's independence, this Kochi was a Portuguese colony and not a Kochi and not a Dutch colony. So as this statement is incorrect, we can see that option D is here. What is mentioned in option D is that modern Kochi never became a part of British colony. Just right now I told you that earlier Kochi was a Dutch colony, but around the year 1600s the port of Kochi was taken, or Kochi was taken up by the Portuguese. Okay, so it became, so till India's independence, the Kochi was under Portuguese. That is why statement D is absolutely correct, that the modern Kochi never became a part of a British colony. So D is the correct answer to this question. Let's now move to the next question, that is, consider the following statement. Alfonso de Albuquerque championed the policy as the blue water policy. Now दिस ब्लू वाटर पॉलिसी, इफ़ यू हैव रेड स्पेक्ट्रम तो स्ट्रेट अवे आपको ये क्वेश्चन एलिमिनेट कर देना चाहिए, ये ऑप्शन, बिकॉज द ब्लू वाटर पॉलिसी वॉज नॉट चैम्पियनड बाई अल्फोंसो डे अल्बुकर्क, बट इट वॉज मेड बाई फ्रांसिस्को डे अल्मीडा. It was made by the Francisco de Almeida, and this blue water policy was also known as the Cartas system. Okay, now let us see something that was done by Alfonso de Albuquerque. Now if I talk about Alfonso de Albuquerque, he was a Portuguese governor, okay, and he captured Goa from the Sultan of Bijapur. Now this is a UPSC PYQ also. He captured Goa from the Sultan of Bijapur in the year 1510. Okay. Also he established the Portuguese influence over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. He also establishes control over Strait of Hormuz. Also he was against the evil practices of sati. Okay, so these are some of the points that you have to learn regarding the Alfonso de Albuquerque. Now if I talk about the second point here, that Vasco da Gama established the first Portuguese factory in India. Now this statement is absolutely incorrect, because the first Portuguese factory in India, which was established at Calicut, was established by Pedro Alvarez Cabral. Now it was not Vasco da Gama who established the first Portuguese factory in India. Okay, now Cabral came to India in the year 1500s, but Vasco da Gama came to India in the year 1498. This you need to know. Okay, now next is Francisco de Almeida was the first Portuguese governor in India. Now this statement is absolutely true, that in the year 1505 Francisco de Almeida came to India, and he was appointed as the first Portuguese governor in India, and he has been given credit to establish a Portuguese naval power. Okay, so in this question only one statement here is true. Now I have also gave you the explanation regarding these two statements. So these two statements are absolutely incorrect. Let us now move to the next question, that is, which of the following is correct regarding Alfonso de Albuquerque? Now he introduced a permit system for other ships in the region. Next is he shifted the headquarters of Portuguese government in India from Cochin to Goa. You can just pause this video and you can just try this question. Okay, now if I talk about the correct answer, so the correct answer to this question is A, that he introduced a permit system for other ships in the region. Now he has been strongly credited to develop the permit system. Also he captured Goa from the Sultan of Bijapur in the year 1510, and he also made the region of Goa as a major shipbuilding center. So it was done by Alfonso de Albuquerque. Now if I talk about the other options as well, now the shift of the headquarters of Portuguese government from Cochin to Goa was done by the Portuguese governor named Nino da Cunha. He shifted the headquarters of Portuguese government from Cochin to Goa. Okay, now the next statement which is given, that during his time as governor he was contemporary of Humayun. So 1526 में तो बाबर आया, ठीक है, बाबर came to India after defeating Ibrahim Lodi in the first battle of Panipat. So Alfonso de Albuquerque का tenure 1510 के around है. So this statement is absolutely incorrect. Albuquerque ruled. Albuquerque was the governor, Portuguese governor in India way before existence of Humayun in India. Okay, so C is not correct. Now let us see the next question. He attempted to increase Portuguese influence in the Bay of Bengal by settling many Portuguese. Now he attempted to increase the Portuguese influence but not in Bengal. Okay, it was not in Bengal. ठीक है, this was not a thing that was done by Alfonso de Albuquerque. Also he imposed a blanket ban on sati, evil practice of sati. So correct answer to this question is A only. Let us now see the next question. Now we have to arrange this in the chronological order. So let us see the chronology. Now arrival of Vasco da Gama in India. So I have already told you 1498 में Vasco da Gama came to India. Now first battle of पानीपत अभी बताया मैंने 1526 में. So 2 तो पहले नहीं होगा, 1 हमारा पहले आने वाला है. तो जिस भी ऑप्शन में 2 पहले है we will straight away remove the questions. Okay, they remove the option. So B and D तो हमने ऐसे ही eliminate कर दिया. Now arrival of Captain Hawkins to Surat. So when did Captain Hawkins arrive to Surat? Now he arrived in the year 1609 and at a later stage in the year 1613 के around थॉमस रो ऑल्सो केम. एंड दोनों के दोनों किनके दरबार में आए थे या किनके कोर्ट में आए थे? सो बोथ ऑफ दीज, कैप्टन हॉकिंस एज वेल एज थॉमस रो, केम टू द कोर्ट ऑफ जहांगीर, मुगल एम्परर जहांगीर, जिसमें जहांगीर इन द ईयर 1612 ग्रांटेड the permission to Thomas Roe for establishing factory at Surat, and that is when first factory of Surat, first factory of English East India Company was created in Surat in the year 1612. If I talk about the second factory of the East India Company, that was there in the Masulipatam. Now the first and second factory of the English East India Company and French East India Company, both of them is same. That is first factory दोनों की सूरत में हुई and second factory दोनों की मसूलीपट्टनम में हुई. ठीक है. Now next is establishment of first Dutch factory. So the Dutch established their first factory in Masulipatam. Now this Masulipatam in the year 1605. So if we write down all the years, that is 1498, then there is 1526, then there is 1609, then there is 1605. So 1 here is at the first place, then there is 4, then there is 4, and then there is नहीं 1 के बाद 2 है, then there is 4, then there is 3. Okay, so the correct answer is C. ठीक है, 1 2 4 3 is the correct chronological order. So I hope कि ये क्वेश्चन आपने करेक्टली अटेम्प्ट कर लिया होगा. Let us now then move to the third question, which is with reference to the advent of European powers into India, which one of the following statement is not correct? Okay, we have to mention the incorrect statement here. Now the Portuguese captured Goa from the Marathas. Not correct statement बताना है. And in while explaining the MCQs, I already told you that the Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa from the Sultan of Bijapur in the year 1510, not from the Marathas. So यहाँ तो clearly ही हमें option A correct है हमारा. It is the not correct statement. Okay. Now let us see the other statement as well. The English opened their first factory in South India at Masulipatam. Absolutely true. And they established their first factory at, कहाँ first factory establish की थी? वो की थी सूरत में. ठीक है. Next is in Eastern India. The English East India Company opened its first factory in Odisha in 1633. Absolutely correct. And then is under the leadership of Dupleix, the French occupied Madras in 1746. Now this will also deal in the subsequent questions coming ahead, but ये point आप याद ध्यान में रखना. ठीक है. Now let us move to the next question. which is based on assertion and reason. Now this is the next question. Now इसमें assertion ये mentioned है कि the Dutch could not form an empire in India at the scale of an English and the Portuguese. Yes, this is absolutely true. As we have seen that English established their first factory at Surat and the second one at Masulipatam. The Portuguese too expanded. कोचीन में पहली फैक्ट्री थी, देन नेक्स्ट फैक्ट्री कन्नौर में थी, एंड देन दे एक्सपैंडेड टू द नॉर्दर्न इंडिया एज वेल. Hooghly was used as a base of piracy by them. Okay, so if we talk about the Dutch, so Dutch के regarding Dutch एक तो इंडिया में ऑपरेट कर रहे थे, एंड द सेकेंड वन डच ऑपरेटेड इन द एरिया ऑफ ईस्ट इंडीज विच इज़ ऑल्सो नोन एज द इंडोनेशिया का एरिया. एंड वहाँ पे द ट्रेड दैट द डच डिड वॉज प्रॉफिटेबल एज कंपेयर टू दैट ऑफ इंडिया, बिकॉज इंडिया में देयर वेयर डिफरेंट European powers. Well, let me name it: Portuguese, English, Danes, French. All of these were fighting amongst each other to gain the commercial control over the region. But the Dutch, on the other hand, had somewhat monopoly in the region of Indonesia, and that was the reason why Dutch ultimately gave all their settlements to the English, and then ultimately looked at the Indonesia or the area of East Indies for completion or for their commercial purposes. So this assertion is absolutely true that the Dutch could not form an empire at the scale like the scale of English and Portuguese, and the reason for that is also true that the Dutch were more interested in the commercial interest in the East Indies. So the statement 1, that is assertion, is also correct. The statement 2, that is reason, is also correct, and the reason is the correct explanation of the assertion. So A is the correct answer to this question. Now let us move to the next question. That is, correct the following statement. Consider the following statement. We have to mention about the correct statement here. Now, the Dutch were the first European power to discover a direct sea route to India. Now, I told you that it was the Portuguese. If to be specific in the Portuguese, it was Vasco da Gama who came to India first in the year 1498. So the Dutch, being the first European power to discover a direct sea route, is absolutely incorrect here. Okay, so the first statement is absolutely incorrect. Now if we see the second statement, the Portuguese established a strong trading relationship with the Vijayanagar Empire. Okay, this is true to some extent, because as the Goa was captured by Portuguese from the Sultan of Bijapur, so some of the areas under the Vijayanagar Empire was also given to Portuguese, and they had established strong trading relationship with the Vijayanagar Empire. So this statement seems to be true. Okay, now let us see the third statement. The Dutch were the last European power to establish their presence in India. Now iske liye you need to know the chronology when these companies arrived and when their final nail in the coffin was held. Now if I talk about the first European company to come to India, that were the Portuguese. Now these Portuguese arrived in the year 1498. Okay, now they were also the last one to leave, that is in the year 1961. If I talk about the second company, then the charter to the second company was given to the East India Company in the year 1600 by Queen Elizabeth. Okay, so this was formed in the year 1600. After this, Dutch were the ones who came in the year 1602, and they established their first factory at Masulipatam. Okay, now if I talk about the next factory, then there came the Danes. East India Company was established in the year 1616, and they established their settlement at Tranquebar. Okay, this is in Tamil Nadu, and in latest state Sri Rampur also, which is in West Bengal. Okay, now the French were the company which was last to come in around 1664. Okay, 1664 में the company was formed, and 1668 में the first factory was established at Surat by the French. So the Dutch, being the last European power to establish their presence in India, is absolutely incorrect. It were the French who did establish this. Okay, so we have seen that the second statement was true, first and third statement are true. We have to tell the correct statement, so only one of the given statement here is absolutely correct. So A is the correct answer to this question. Now next is, which of the following is regarded as the major cause of the commercial interest in Asia, of English commercial interest in Asia, and specifically in the 16th century? Now, if I talk about the English interest in Asia, let us see the options. Now, Francis Drake voyage around the world in 1580 and the English victory over the Spanish Armada. Okay, so this is the absolutely correct answer. Okay, they didn't have nothing to do with any of these options. So, what was the main idea behind that? The English East India Company was established in the year 1600. Okay, and it was provided charter by the Queen Elizabeth I, and the Mughal king, contemporary Mughal king during the time of the formation of English East India Company was Akbar II. He was the Mughal emperor at that time. Okay, so a 15 years of trade monopoly was granted, and a battle with the Spanish army, that the Spanish ship Armada and the English ship was Red Dragon, these two fought, and the victory of the English proved that there was the naval supremacy of the English East India Company, and this was one of the reason. The another reason was Francis Drake voyage in around 1580, and then ultimately they engaged in the war with Spanish Armada. So this was the primary reason regarding which the English had their commercial interest in Asia and India. So A is the correct answer to this question. Let us now see the next question. It is, the English were allowed to trade in Bengal through the sanction of Shah Shuja. Next is, the first English factory in Bengal was at Murshidabad. Okay, let us now see these options one by one. Now, if I talk about Shah Shuja, so the Shah Shuja was the Subedar or the governor of Bengal in around the year 1651. Okay, and the Shah Shuja allowed the English to trade in Bengal in return for an annual payment of around 3000 rupees. Okay, then the factory started to come up. So the first factory that the English established was at Hooghly in the year around 1651, and then subsequent factories were set up in Kasim Bazar, then in Patna, then in the areas of Rajmahal. So this was a brief outline. Okay, now after Shah Shuja, Farooq C.R. Farman of the year 1717 are also very important, that we will discuss when the question comes. But yes, English were allowed to trade in Bengal through the sanction of Shah Shuja. It was around 1651. And if I talk about the second option here, as the first English factory in Bengal was in Murshidabad in 1651. So this statement is absolutely incorrect, because the first factory in Bengal was at Hooghly in the year 1651 and not Murshidabad. So this is the correct option. This is the wrong answer. So if I talk about the correct option here, then correct option is only 1. Okay, so 1 is the correct answer to this question. Let us now see the next question. Now, consider the following statement related to Dutch. The Dutch were ousted from the state of Travancore after the Battle of Kolachil. Second, the Battle of Hooghly effectively defeated the Dutch in India. Now, if I talk about the Battle of Kolachil, now this is given in the spectrum. So this was fought in the year 1741 with the state of Travancore, and the name of the king was Martand Varma. Okay, it was fought between the Dutch king, the king of Travancore, Martand Varma, versus the Dutch East India Company. Now, this fight led to the state of Travancore being victorious, and finally it ended the control of Dutch in the area of Kerala. Okay, so the statement is absolutely correct. Now, if I talk about the second statement, the Battle of Hooghly effectively defeated the Dutch in India. So this Battle of Hooghly, or it is known as Battle of Chinsura, or it is known as the Battle of Bedara. Okay, all of this is same, and it was fought in the year 1759, and it was between the English versus the Dutch. Okay, now the main parties to the Battle of Kolachil or the Battle of Chinsura, where it was fought between the East India Company and Mir Jafar was at one side, versus it was against the English East India Company was at one side, and Mir Jafar with the Nawab of Bengal plus Dutch. These three were on the other side. Okay, this ultimately the Dutch were defeated, and they went to the area of East Indies to serve their commercial interests there. Okay, this area of East Indies is a present day Indonesia. So the Dutch were completely defeated in the Battle of Hooghly. So the second statement is also true. So if you talk about the correct answer to this question, so both 1 and 2 statement here given are correct. Let us now see the next question. The French subordinated, consider the following statement. How many of the above are the reasons for the decline in French positions in India? Now, the French subordinated their commercial interests to territorial ambitions. Yes, the statement is absolutely true. Why it is true? Because in spite of having their imperialistic motives, the British East India Company, as if we compare the British East India Company to the French East India Company, so the British never neglected their commercial interest. They always had their commercial interest, and keeping in mind these commercial interests, they also tried to expand on the basis of territory. They wanted territorial expansion also. Okay, so this was a major lacking point if the French are concerned. They subordinated their commercial interests, they didn't concentrated on their finance, and they were more focused to expand their territory. So if they don't have the finances, how come they can expand their territory? So decline of finances led to decline of territory, and ultimately the English proved to be the ultimate masters of India. Okay, so the first statement is absolutely true. Second is lack of effective commanders and administration. Yes, this is absolutely true. Also, effective commanders were there with the British. If I talk about Thomas Roe was on one side, and then Robert Clive was there, Hector Munro, etc. These were efficient commanders. But if we talk about the French commanders, then Dupleix is a major person. Okay, so the second statement here is also true. If we talk about the third statement, presence of more powerful European navies like England and Portugal. Okay, so this is absolutely true. Ultimately, the East India Company proved their capacity by proving themselves in the battle against the Spanish Armada. Also, the Portuguese had an effective control over the area of the Arabian Sea. They had blue water policy also. So naval power, if the French are concerned, was also not up to the mark with the French. Okay, so three reasons that are given here, all of them are responsible for the decline of the French position in India. So all of the given statement here are true. So C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Let us now come to the next question, that is, consider the following statement regarding Francis Xavier. Now, Francis Xavier arrived at Goa, and he arrived at Goa to preach religion amongst the people of India. So when he arrived at Goa, then the Mughal emperor was Sher Shah. He arrived in India during the reign of Sher Shah, and Akbar was not there. Okay, so the first statement is wrong. Second is he helped build the St. Stephen Church in Tamil Nadu. As Francis Xavier was related to preaching of the missionary activities in India, so he also built a St. Stephen Church in Tamil Nadu. Next is his missionary activities were welcomed by the native rulers of the southern India. Now this statement by itself is absolutely wrong, because why would the rulers of the southern India native states would allow such people to preach their religion and carry on with the conversions in the carry on with the conversions in their own state. So the third statement is absolutely incorrect. First statement is incorrect. Second statement is only correct. So only one of the given statement here is correct. Let us now move to the next question. Now this question is particularly regarding Puducherry. With reference to Puducherry, consider the following statements. Now the first statement is the Portuguese were first to occupy Pondicherry. Yes, this statement is absolutely true. The Portuguese were the first European power to acquire or occupy Pondicherry. Now the next statement is the second European power to occupy Pondicherry were the French. Okay, so this statement is incorrect. Although the Pondicherry was a main colony of the French, but the second European power to occupy Pondicherry was Dutch. Okay, so the second statement is wrong. Third statement is the English never occupied Pondicherry. Okay, so this statement is absolutely incorrect. Why it is correct? Incorrect because the English occupied Pondicherry twice. First in the year 1793 during the tenure of Lord Cornwallis. Okay. Then from 1802 to 1816 when the Napoleonic wars were there in the country. Okay, so these were the two times when the English occupied Pondicherry. Other than these two times, English did not occupy Pondicherry. Okay, so this never is also an extreme statement. We can eliminate it straight away. So if we have to answer the correct statement here, so only for the first statement, only one statement here is true. So A is the correct answer to this question. Let us now move to the next question, that is the question number. Consider the following statement about the Dutch East India Company. Now the first statement is the Dutch East India Company were the first European company which was found for trade in India. Okay, so it was not the first company. Why it was not the first company? Because East India Company already got the charter in the year 1600 by Queen Elizabeth I. Okay, it was among one of the countries that was formed for trade, but it was not the first country. Let us now see the second statement. The Dutch East India Company established its headquarters at Srirampur. Yes, this statement is absolutely true. Also, the Dutch had the colonies at Tranquebar. Also, they had its headquarters at Srirampur. Okay. Now, so yes, only the second statement here is true. Let us now move to the next question, that is consider the following statements. Which of the following statement is correct? I guess the statement here is मेरे ख्याल से क्वेश्चन प्रॉपरली फ्रेम नहीं हुआ है. I'm sorry for that. Okay, but if I और चलो इसको skip ही करते हैं फिर. I will add it in the PDF and I will provide this annotated PDF to you. I will add this question. So sorry for that. This question is incomplete. थोड़ा सा editing में शायद mistake हो गई है इस वजह से. So let us start with the next question. Which one of the following best explains the British dominance in the empire building in India? Okay, so superior navy. So yes, obviously the British ship Armada defeated the British ship Red Dragon. The name was Red Dragon. It defeated the Spanish Armada ship, that we know. So British were very powerful in the terms of navy. So they had the superior navy. The A statement in itself is true. So A is the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question. Consider the following question. How many were introduced by Portuguese in India? So introduction of various foreign crops to India. Obviously, if you have read the Spectrum book, you will get to know that various foreign crops such as potato, tomato, maize, papaya, these were some of the crops that were introduced by Portuguese. Okay, the second statement, introduction of printing press in India. Yes, the first printing press was introduced by Portuguese in the year 1550. Okay, and it was set up at Goa. So this statement is absolutely correct. Next statement is introduction of fermentation and culinary techniques. Yes, fermentation of yeast leading to the production of bread in India. Bread was a major staple crop, major staple food in the Portuguese area at that time. So this was also fermentation and culinary techniques were also introduced by the Portuguese as well. So this is also correct. Now introduction of gunpowder. Now this is a thing which was not introduced by the Portuguese. Okay, why it was not Portuguese? Because prior to the Portuguese, it was introduced by the Mughals. Okay, as we know that there was first battle of Panipat in the year 1526 between Babur and Ibrahim Lodhi. The Babur introduced cannons and the use of gunpowder was introduced by Babur and not the Portuguese. So we will eliminate the fourth statement. The fourth statement is incorrect. Rest all of the three statements here are correct. So only three will be the correct answer to this question. Let us now move to the next question. Now, the next question is, with respect to the modern Indian history, which of the following best explains the kata system? So what was the kata system? First of all, I'll like to introduce you that the kata system was introduced by the Portuguese. So what was this kata system? No, it was a type of a trade license or pass that was issued by the Portuguese Empire in Indian Ocean during the 16th century. Okay, so A seems to be here the correct option. Now let us see the other options as well. A doctrine enacted by Warren Hastings. No, none of this doctrine of kata system was introduced by him. Other than that, the Warren Hastings related है ring fence policy. This we will cover in the subsequent chapters ahead. So B is not correct. A military tactic. No, it was a naval policy. It was a trade permit system. Now conversion. This is also incorrect. So A is the correct answer to this question. Okay. Let's now proceed to the next question, which is, we have to arrange it in a chronology. Sir Thomas Roe, the ambassador of King James, arrives at the Jahangir's court. So this was in the year 1615. Okay, then the company established its first factory at Masulipatam. So the first factory in Surat was established in the year 1612, and the factory at Masulipatam, the first factory in the south, was established in the year 1616. Now if we talk about the Farooq Siyar issued a Farman, Magna Carta, this happened in the year 1717. Okay, Dupleix became the Governor General of Pondicherry. So this happened in the year 1741, and the British King Charles II is given Bombay as dowry. So this Bombay was given as the dowry by the Portuguese, as the British prince agreed to marry Catherine. So Bombay was gifted by Charles II. Bombay was gifted as dowry to the British. So this particularly happened in the year 1622. Okay, so if we see the correct chronology here, B seems to be absolutely correct. Okay, so B is the correct answer to this question. I hope you have successfully solved this question. Now let us solve the next question. The first French factory in India was at Surat. This is absolutely correct. Now this was established in the year 1668, I'm sorry, and then another factory at Masulipatam, which was the second factory of the French, was established in the year 1669. So this statement is correct. Now let us see the next question. The Treaty of Ryswick restored Pondicherry to French from the Dutch. So this statement is incorrect. Why it is incorrect? Because the Treaty of Ryswick was signed in the year 1697. Okay. No, this statement is also correct. Yes, this statement is absolutely correct. Now this war was between the French and Dutch, and this war was between the French and Dutch, in which the French was restored Pondicherry through the Treaty of Ryswick. So both the given options here are correct. Let us now see the next question. The French army captured the English fort of St. David and Vizianagaram during the First Carnatic War. Okay, and the next statement is, the 7-year war in the Europe was the background for the Third Carnatic War. So there were a set of three Carnatic Wars, the first Carnatic War, the second one, and the third one. Okay, the first war ended with Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Okay, the second war had no conclusion, and the third war ended with the Treaty of Paris. Now, if I talk about the French army captured the English fort of Saint David and Vizianagaram during the first Carnatic War. Okay, so this is absolutely incorrect, because this capture of English fort of Saint David and Vizianagaram was done during the third Carnatic War and not the first. So this statement is absolutely incorrect. Now also you need to know that the third Carnatic War ended with the Battle of Wandiwash, which is a very significant battle in the year 1760, in which the Count de Lally, that represented the French army, he stand defeated. Okay, so the first statement is incorrect. The second statement is absolutely correct. So B is the correct option. Let us now see the next question, which is, which of the following best explains the Battle of Wandiwash was a pivotal moment for India? Obviously, the Carnatic War were series of war fought between the French and the English, and that is the reason in which ultimately the French got defeated and the English emerged as victorious. And this war told us that which European power is going to rule for the rest period. Okay, so which is the correct option? So it was the first time that they acquired no effective end of French power in India and victory of English, and yes, that is why this was important. So B is most probably the correct answer. Let us now see the next question. Now, the Portuguese were the last colonial empire to leave India after independence. Yes, the Portuguese were also the first one to come in the year 1498, and these were also the last empire that exited India in 1961. Now, if I talk about the second statement, the British purchased the Andaman and Nicobar Island from the Dutch. So this is absolutely incorrect. Okay, they were not purchased from the Dutch but from the Danes. So ये हमारा second statement भी incorrect है. Let us see the third statement. The Fort St. George at Madras was established before the Fort William at Calcutta. Now, yes, this is absolutely true. Fort William at Calcutta was established by Wellesley during the 1600, and its main purpose was for the training of the civil servant officers. Okay, this Fort St. George at Madras was a fortress that belonged to the English, and it is situated in the present city of Chennai right now. Okay, and this was conducted mainly for the trading activities. So Fort William was made way later before the Fort of Madras, that is St. George at Madras. So the third statement is also correct. So if we talk about the correct options, only two of the given options here are correct. The second one was wrong, so we will eliminate this. Okay, now let us start with the next question. Now these are some of the extra questions that I have picked. These are fact-based questions but are very important. So just you can go through these questions, you can try these questions, and then we are done with this chapter. Okay, so let's start then. Now the question is, when did Vasco da Gama come to India? So I've already told you he came to India in the year 1498. Okay, now the next question, who was the real founder of the Portuguese power in the India? So this is an important question. The real founder of the Portuguese power in India is known as Alfonso de Albuquerque. Why? Because he is credited for annexation of Goa in the year 1510 by the Sultan of Bijapur. Also, he encouraged the Portuguese men to marry the Indian women. Also, he was against the evil practices of sati. Okay, so the real founder of the Portuguese power in India is known as Alfonso de Albuquerque. Now, next is, at which of the following places in India did the Portuguese build their first fortress? So the first fortress of the Portuguese was built in Cochin. Okay, and it was built by Alfonso de Albuquerque. Okay, in the year 1503. Now if I talk about the other Portuguese fortress that were built by Almeida, Francisco de Almeida, in the city of Kannur and Anjadiv. Okay, so Cochin is the correct answer to this question. Now next is, who were the first Europeans to come to India for trade? So the Portuguese were the first one to come in the year 1498. Then after Portuguese came Dutch. Then after the Dutch came English, and then after the English came Danes, and after the Danes, French were the last were to come. Okay. Next is, who were the first European to set up the trade centers in India? Now the first one to set up the trade centers were Portuguese. Now they had monopoly over Indian Ocean region. Okay, and they were the first to establish the maritime trade centers in India. Next question is, among the following in Bengal, factories in Bengal, the one established by Portuguese was? So the Portuguese established their factory as Hooghly. Also Hooghly was known as a base of piracy. It was used as a base of piracy by the Portuguese. Now let's see the next question. The next question is, Hooghly was used as a base of piracy by Portuguese. So it was used by Portuguese. Now next is, which one of the following is connected with the blue water policy? Now Francisco de Almeida is associated with the blue water policy. Also this was known as the Carta system. Okay. Now the aim of the blue water policy was to make Portuguese the master of Indian Ocean. Okay, so A is the correct answer. Now the next is, who among the following was the founder of Calcutta? So the founder of Calcutta was Job Charnock. Next question देखते हैं, who among the following Europeans were the last to come to the pre-independence India as trader? So it were the French who were the last to come. Next is, with reference to the entry of European powers to India, which one of the following statement is not correct? So we have to mention the not correct statement here. Now the Portuguese captured Goa in the year 1499. Yes, this statement is not correct. Why? Because the Goa was captured by Portuguese in the year 1510. Now let us see the other correct options as well. The English opened their first factory in South India at Masulipatam. Absolutely correct. The first factory of English was at Surat in the year 1612. Next is, in Eastern India, the English company opened its first factory in Odisha in 1633. Absolutely correct. Next is, under the leadership of Dupleix, the French occupied Madras in 1746. So this statement is also absolutely correct. Now also Dupleix was known that he was the first ruler to take an advantage of the quarrel between various rulers, and the policy of divide and rule was first propounded by Dupleix. Okay, so at the later times, this divide and rule policy was used by the British during the British India times, and a rift was tried to be created between the Indian society. Let's move now to the next question. Now the first to start a joint stock company to trade with India was, so it were the Dutch. Now this was the first joint stock company. It was established in the year in the 17th century, in the year 1602. Okay. Now next question. In which of the following places the Dutch established their trading center? So the Dutch established their trading center in all of these areas. That is Nagapatnam, Chinsura, Machilipatnam, Surat, Bharuch, Agra, Cochin, Ahmedabad, Patna. All of these is the correct answer. Now next is, which one of the following is the correct statement? The modern Kochi was a Dutch colony till India's independence. Absolutely correct. No, it is not correct. It was not a Dutch colony but a Portuguese colony. Next statement is, the Dutch defeated the Portuguese and built Fort Williams in modern Kochi. Okay, this statement is absolutely correct, that the Dutch defeated the Portuguese and built Fort Williams at modern Kochi, and it was the year 1663 in which it was done. Okay, and then in the later state, Kochi was included as a British colonial region. B is the correct answer. Next is the secret of success of the East India Company was. So it was the absence of nationalism in India. The company army received Western training and they had modern arms. Indian soldiers had lack of fidelity. Consequently, you played them bilkul. Sare ke sare reasons are absolutely correct. D is the correct answer. Next is, which of the following British company got the first charter permitting them to trade in India? So it was the Revolt Company, which got the charter to trade within India by the land routes. In the 1600, the East India Company was made by merging the United Company of Merchants of England trading to the East Indies, and this was known as the East India Company. So A is the correct answer. Next is, which one of the following was the Emperor of India when the British East India Company was formed? So the British East India Company was formed during the 1600, and Akbar was the Mughal Emperor of India at that time. Next is, during the time of which Mughal Emperor did the English East India Company establish the first factory in India? So it was Sir Thomas Roe that came to India in the year 1610 के अराउंड में, and 1612 में the first factory was established as Surat by the permission that was given by Shah Jahan. Okay, B is the correct answer. Next is, where in India did the British set up their first factory in 1612? So it was at Surat. Second factory was established at Masuli Patnam. Let's now move to the next question. During British rule, which region of India was famous for the production of opium? So the region of which region was famous for the production of opium? Okay, so the opium was largely produced in the state of Bihar. Okay, A is the correct answer. Let us now see the next question, that is, which of the British officers defeated Portuguese at the Savali? Okay, so what was the name of the Portuguese officer? So it was Thomas Best that defeated. Okay, next is, which one of the following European trading company was the first to establish factory at Surat? It is the English East India Company that established the factory in the year 1613, while the Dutch established factory at Surat in the year 1616, and the French established their first factory at Surat in the year 1668. Okay, so I hope the years are not important, but you have to know that all of these established their factory at Surat. Next is, in the year 1613, where was the English East India Company give permission to set up factory? So it was given in Surat. Let's now move to the next question. Bombay was taken over by the English East India Company so it was taken from the Portuguese. The Portuguese king Charles II married his daughter Catherine with the King of England, and it was then when this Portuguese gave the Bombay as dowry to the English in the year 1668 के around. ठीक है, D is the correct answer. Next is, which one of the following was the immediate cause of the Carnatic War? What was the immediate cause of the Carnatic War? So it was the capture of French ship by the British. Okay, now the Carnatic War we can divide. There was the first Carnatic War, and it was caused due to the result of the Austrian War of Succession. Then there was the second Carnatic War. Now this ended with the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, and there was the third Carnatic War that ended with the Treaty of Paris. Next is, the Carnatic War was fought between the English and the French. Now, who among the following was the first European to initiate the policy of taking part in the quarrels of Indian princes with a view to acquire territories? So it was Dupleix that did this. Next is, in India, among the following locations the French established their first factory at, so it was established at Surat. Next is, the French East India Company was constituted during the reign of, so it was constituted during the reign of Louis the 14th. Okay, let's now move to the next question. Who among the following is associated with the founder of French company in India? Okay, so it is Colbert that is associated with the formation of French East India Company in the year 1664. Let us now move to the next question. Which of the following factories of Bengal was established by the Dutch? Okay, so this was factory of Chinsura. Okay, B is the correct answer to this question. Next is, the French failed to establish the power in Deccan because what was the reason? Because the English had a strong army. They had a strong army as well as they were strong naval power. Okay, let's now move to the next question. Identify the region from where the European gets best soda and opium. So the region where they got best soda and opium was the region of Bihar. Next is, consider the following question. Which of the following was introduced by English? Now, assessment of land revenue based on the nature of soil and the quality of crops. Now, this was not a feature. Why? Because during the Delhi Sultanate time, Sher Shah Suri did this, and then during the Mughal times, Akbar did this. Akbar measured the assessment of land revenue on the basis of nature of the soil. If I talk about the mobile cannon in warfare, so it was introduced during the Mughal era. Okay, particularly if I talk about, it was introduced by Babur. And the cultivation of tobacco and chilies, this was introduced by the Portuguese. I've already explained a question regarding this, so none of these is the correct answer. Okay, let's now move to the next question, which is, we have to match the voyagers. Now, if I talk about Vasco da Gama, he was from Portugal. Christopher Columbus was from Spain. Captain Cook was from the Great Britain, and Tasman was from the Holland. So 2-1 is the correct chronological order. Yes, 2-1. We'll have to see. 2-1 is in option B. So B will be the right answer to this question. Next is, with reference to Pondicherry, consider the following statement. The first European power to occupy Pondicherry were the Portuguese. The second European power to occupy Pondicherry were the French. The English never occupied Pondicherry. So the 3 statement is absolutely incorrect because the English occupied Pondicherry. So we will eliminate 3. Only 1 is the correct answer to this question. Let's now see the next question, that is on the Treaty of First Carnatic War, Third Carnatic War, Second Carnatic War, and First Mysore War. Now this First Mysore War, the British had lost, so D का तो 2 आंसर होगा यहाँ पे, D का 2 हमारे 3 ऑप्शन में है. Now the First Carnatic War ended by the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. A का 4 होगा, A का 4, B का 2. Correct answer would be C. Now next is, we have to chronologically arrange the advent of the European powers. So the first were Portuguese in 1498, then were the Dutch, then English, and then French. So French would be the last and Portuguese will be the first. 3, 4 only given in option B. So B is going to be the right answer. Next is, we have to match. Now Pondicherry was related to French, Goa was related to Portuguese, Tranquebar is related to Dutch, and Sadras is related to Danes. Okay, so option A is correct. Yes, A is correct. Okay, so with this we have completed the chapter of Advent of Europeans. If you like this chapter, do give this a video a like. You can comment down your suggestions below. So thank you for watching this video. Keep studying. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start the second chapter of our chapter-wise spectrum revision series through MCQs. Now all of the MCQs that have been prepared in this chapter are taken from the chapter 2nd, that is India on the eve of British conquest. Okay, now if I talk about the first chapter, the video is already uploaded on the channel. The link to that video will be available in the description of this video. Okay. Now before starting the chapter, let me give you a brief idea about the second chapter, that is the India on the eve of British conquest. So the most important point was, why did the Mughal Empire decline? But before that, let me tell you what was the condition of India when there was the British conquest. First of all, let us see the external factors, the external condition of India at that time. First of all, Nadir Shah attacked India. Nadir Shah attacked India in 1739 during the reign of Muhammad Shah Rangila, and the next external invasion was done during the time of Ahmad Shah Abdali. Now this Ahmad Shah Abdali, from the year 1748 to the year 1767, he attacked multiple times. Okay. Now on the other hand, if I talk about the internal outlook of the India, so internally there were the weak set of the Mughal rulers. Now these two, external and internal, both were one of the important factors of the decline of the Mughal Empire. Now if I talk about the weak successor, first of all, some of the weak successor and the important work which was done by them was, first of all, I would like to tell you about the Jahandar Shah. So during the tenure of Jahandar Shah, he abolished the jizya system, and secondly, he introduced a technique of revenue collection, revenue farming, which was known as the Izara system. Okay. The next set of weak ruler constituted of Muhammad Shah Rangila. Now I've already told you Nadir Shah attacked during the reign of Muhammad Shah Rangila, and he killed the Sayyid brothers. Muhammad Shah Rangila killed the Sayyid brothers with the help of Nizamul Mulk, and it was during the tenure of Muhammad Shah Rangila when the independent state rose. These independent states I'll tell you later in this video. Next weak successor was Alamgir II. Now during the reign of Alamgir II, the battle of Palasi in the year 1757 was fought. Next weak successor was Shah Alam II. Now during the reign of Shah Alam II, battle of Buxar, and then third battle of Panipat in the year 1761 was fought. Now in this battle of Panipat, Ahmad Shah Abdali successfully defeated the Marathas. Okay, the Marathas were defeated in the third battle of Panipat. Next set of weak rulers constituted of Akbar II. Now Akbar II, Mughal coins that were issued from a longer period of time were completely stopped, and secondly, he gave the title of Raja to Ram Mohan Roy. Okay. Now these were some of the weak successors, so they did not sustain for a longer period of time. Next important factor was the Aurangzeb's religious and Deccan policy. Now the religious policy of Aurangzeb antagonized the Rajputs, it antagonized the Sikh, the Jats and the Marathas, and the Deccan policy kept the emperor away from the capital for a longer period of duration. So Aurangzeb's Deccan expedition proved to be a big failure for him. Okay. So this was also a factor that led to the decline of Mughal Empire. Next was the deterioration of army, as the financial crunch heightened at that time. Slowly this led to the deterioration of army. Then there was vast empire. It was very difficult for the weak rulers that I've already told you about. It was very difficult for the weak rulers to control this vast empire. Next, external invasions I've already told you about. Muhammad Shah, during the tenure of Muhammad Shah, Nadir Shah attacked India, and then Ahmad Shah Abdali also attacked India. Then there was economic decline. Why? Because there was endless wars, there was stagnation in the agriculture, and there was decline in the trade. The trade also declined, which led to the economic decline of the empire. Okay. Next was the Jagirdari crisis. Regional aspirations also rose. For example, independent states like Bengal, Hyderabad and Awadh, these rose into prominence, and some of the successor states were the successor states. Independent states also rose, and then obviously there was an advent of the Europeans that we have studied. Portuguese came first, then came the Dutch, then Danes, then English, and then at last French came. Okay. Now let us now see about the regional states. Now the regional states were of three types: Successor states were those states that were earlier the part of Mughal Empire, but at a later stage they got separated. Now Hyderabad in the year 1724 was founded by Nizam ul Mulk. It was founded by Nizam ul Mulk, and other name of Nizam ul Mulk was Kilij Khan. Then came the state of Bengal, which was established in the year 1717 by Murshid Quli Khan. And then the state of Awadh came into prominence in the year 1772, which was founded by Sadat Khan. And other name of Sadat Khan was Burhanul Mulk. Okay. Now, if I talk about the chronology about the Bengal rulers, first of all, the founder I have told you about Murshid Quli Khan. After Murshid Quli Khan came Shuja Uddin, then came Sarfaraz Khan, and then was Alivardi Khan. Okay. This is an important chronology of the leaders that you need to know. Now, some of the independent states also came into prominence. Mysore was founded by Hyder Ali, and later the son of Hyder Ali, who was Tipu Sultan, carried on the work that was done by the Hyder Ali. Okay. Next was the state of Kerala, that was founded by Martand Varma, and then also Rajput states were formed. So which were the Rajput states? So the Raja Savai Singh of Amber, he also founded an independent states. Now, if I talk about some of the new states, so Marathas were there. The Sikh Empire was founded under Ajit Singh. Then also Jats were there. Now Jat state was founded by Churaman and Badan Singh, and later state, the Jat state reached its efficiency at zenith under the leader Surajmal. Okay, and then Afghans were also there. Rohilla Khan, the state of Rohilla Khan was founded by Ali Muhammad Khan. So this was all. Now, if I talk about the socio-economic condition, what was the condition of agriculture? So the agriculture was mainly stagnant, and technologically it was backward, and the peasants were under a great load of the revenues. Okay, the peasant paid revenues to the state, they paid revenues to the zamindars, they paid revenue to the jagirdars and revenue farmers. Although major crops that were produced were rice, wheat, sugar, pepper, spices, etc. These were the crops that were produced. Now, if I talk about the trade and industries, the trade at that time flourished, but during the later stages of the Mughal Empire, after the death of Aurangzeb in 1707, the trade also declined, but at the earlier stage, the trade flourished. So the cotton, textile, raw silk, silk fabric, indigo, saltpeter, opium, rice, wheats, these were the matters that were exported. And some of the imported products were gold, musk, woolen cloth, copper, iron, lead, porcelain. All of this was imported. Now, if I talk about the education, the elementary education was imparted through pathshalas. The Hindus studied at pathshalas, and the Muslims studied at madrasas. Okay. Next was there was absence of science and technology, and geography was a general feature at that time. If I talk about the society, यहाँ पे point लिखना मैं भूल गया. If I talk about the society, so apart from the four varnas that were there, the Hindus were divided in many subcastes such as kayast, etc. Muslims were also divided by the concentration of caste, race, etc. So the societal division was prevalent at that time also. If I talk about the art and culture, Asafuddaulah is credited to construct Lucknow, which is known as Bada Imbabara. Raja Savai Jai Singh built the Pink City of Jaipur, and 5 astronomical observatories in different parts of India. So where were these observatories? तो दिल्ली में observatory थी, उज्जैन में observatory थी, बनारस में observatory थी, मथुरा में थी, and one more city was there, Delhi, Jaipur, Mathura, Delhi, Jaipur. Yes, Jaipur, obviously. So these were the five observatories that were established by Savai Jai Singh. Okay. Now the Tamil poetry at that time was adorned by the sitar poetry. Also, the growth of Urdu language was there in the northern pockets, and some of the famous Urdu poets were Mir, Sauda, Nazir. These were some of the famous Urdu poets. Okay, and regional language also developed in a large scale. So now let us straight away move to the MCQs and solve the MCQs of this chapter. Yes, let us start with the first question now. This question is: arrange the following events related to the challenges faced by the Mughal Empire in the chronological order. Now, if we see the correct chronology here, so the first option is Nadir Shah invasion of India and looting of Delhi. So the invasion of Nadir Shah is very famous. So first of all, I would like to tell you that if you want to answer this question, you can just pause the video, just try the question, and then listen the explanation part. Okay. So let us start. Now the Nadir Shah invasion of India and the looting of Delhi. Now the invasion of Nadir Shah is really famous in the context that the invasion was made in 1739. Now in this year he defeated Muhammad Shah, who is also known as Muhammad Shah Rangila. Okay, because of the various reasons that were there. Okay, and despite invasion he won obviously, and Muhammad Shah was defeated. Nadir Shah is also known to loot Delhi. He looted Delhi, that is mentioned here. And the next point is he also took away the peacock throne and Kohinoor diamond from India. Okay, so this invasion of Nadir Shah happened in the year 1739. Okay, now let us see the another option. Ahmad Shah Abdali defeated the Marathas in the third battle of Panipat. Now the third battle of Panipat happened on January 14th, 1761, in which Ahmad Shah Abdali defeated the Marathas. Okay, now why did Ahmad Shah Abdali defeated Marathas, and why was there the third battle of Panipat? It was because after the Nadir Shah, the next successor was made at Ahmad Shah Abdali. So the Ahmad Shah Abdali was the next successor. Okay, but Abdali never took control of India, and he appointed a caretaker Afghan to look into the matters. Now next, this caretaker was Najib-ud-Dawla, and ultimately the Maratha chief Raghunath Rao, he was expelled. Raghunath Rao expelled the Najib-ud-Dawla from Delhi and he captured Punjab. So this was the reason, as Ahmad Shah Abdali appointed Najib-ud-Dawla as the caretaker Afghan for the region of Delhi to look over the things that were being done by the Mughals. So this agitated him, and ultimately Ahmad Shah Abdali came to India, and the third battle of Panipat was fought in the year 1761. Okay, now as I told you, Nadir Shah ka invasion happened in the year 1739. Next thing I already told that ki Nadir Shah ka immediate successor tha Ahmad Shah Abdali. So Ahmad Shah Abdali was recognized as the successor of Nadir Shah. This happened in the year 1747. Now ultimately after this, in the year 1758, the Raghunath Rao expelled Najib-ud-Dawla from Delhi and he captured Punjab, and ultimately in the year 1761 was the year when the third battle of Panipat was fought. Okay, so I have explained you the story, I have explained you the chronology. I hope you will be able to relate the things now. Now what should be the correct order? The correct order should be first, then fourth, first, then fourth, दो options में है, then came the third, and then second. So A is the correct answer to this question. I hope you have understand all the underlying concepts in this question. Correct answer हमारा यहाँ पे A हो जाएगा. ठीक है. Let us now move to the next question. This question is based on the assertion and reason. What is the assertion? The Farooq CR 1717 Farman gave the British East India Company important privileges that strengthened their trade position in India. Now these farmans, the Farooq CR Farman, these farman was a type of Magna Carta for the English to expand their influence among influence in the India. Okay, now if I talk about the Farooq CR, so Farooq CR was a famous ruler. Why he was famous? Because he killed Jahandar Shah. Farooq CR killed Jahandar Shah with the help of Sayyid brothers. Now you need to know about the two brothers that were also known as the kingmaker during the medieval era. These two were known as kingmaker. What was the name of the Sayyid brothers? The first brother was known as Abdullah Khan, and the second one was known as Hussein Ali. These were the two Sayyid brothers who were known as kingmakers. So these Sayyid brothers, combining with Farooq Siyar, they defeated Jahandar Shah, and ultimately Farooq Siyar came to the throne. Now in the year 1717, the Farooq Siyar also issued Farman, an important privilege that given important trade positions in India to the British East India Company. Then let us see the reason. These farmans allowed the company duty-free trade in Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, creating a trade imbalance detrimental to the Mughal economy. So this is absolutely true, as we know that in the medieval era and in the later medieval era times, these farmans that were given, some of the type of trade duties, dastaks, which were the trade passes, these were issued to the East India Company. So these were massively used by the British East India Company to gain a leverage against the Mughal Empire. So these farmans ultimately led to the detrimental impact on the Mughal economy. These were not at all beneficial for Mughal economy, as they slowly degraded the finances of the Mughal. Okay, so both the reasons here, the assertion also is correct and reason also is correct. A is the correct answer to this question. Other than this, Farooq Siyar से कुछ important terms भी हैं. For example, Farooq Siyar is known for its religious tolerance. Also, he abolished jizya, and he also abolished pilgrimage tax. Okay, he also abolished pilgrimage tax. So these are some important things that you need to know. Let us now move to the next question. Now this question is question number 3. Which of the following were the consequences of the Sayyid brothers' dominance during the Mughal decline? Now I already told you the name of the Sayyid brothers. The names were Abdullah Khan and Hussein Ali. Okay. Now next is the frequent deposition of emperors weakened the central authority of the Mughal Empire. So yes, as after the death of Aurangzeb, after the year 1707, a series of incompetent rulers were there and weak emperors were there that ultimately weakened the central authority of the Mughal Empire. Also, the emperor control over the nobility it got decreased, and ultimately they started conspiring. So this conspiracy was shown up first by the Sayyid brothers, as they were known as the kingmakers. So it was not a hereditary system anymore. It was pretty sort of a conspiracy kind of things, in which these Sayyid brothers had a very good hold. Okay, they were the kingmakers. So the first statement is absolutely true. Let us now see the second statement. The Sayyid brother introduced the Izara system to improve the financial management. Although the Izara system was there to improve the financial management, it was related to the revenue farming techniques, but it was never introduced by Sayyid brothers. Okay, this Izara system was introduced by Jahandar Shah. Okay, so this is an important point that you need to know, that the Jahandar Shah introduced the Izara system. So we will eliminate this second statement straight away. Okay, straight away we will come to the answer, that is 1, 3 and 4 are correct. Let us see the other options as well. With their support, Peshwa Balaji Vishwanath expanded Maratha influence in the Mughal territories. Obviously this is the correct statement. Next is the Sayyid brothers' control facilitated the rise of regional powers like Hyderabad and Bengal. Although yes, this statement is absolutely true. Why it is true? Because after the decline of the Mughal Empire, there was rise in the regional states. So these regional states were of some type, few types. First was the successor state. So what were these successor states? That these were earlier a part of Mughal Empire, but it later they broke away. Some of the examples was Awadh. So this Awadh was established by Burhanul Mulk his other name was Sadat Khan. Then this Bengal was also a successor state. It was established by Murshid Quli Khan. And then the state of Hyderabad. Now the state of Hyderabad was made by Nizamul Mulk. Other name was Kilij Khan. Now this conspiracy led to the fragmentation of the states. So some of these were successor states. That was Awadh was also earlier a part of Mughal Empire. Bengal was also part of Mughal Empire, and Hyderabad was also a part of Mughal Empire. Awadh was founded by Burhanul Mulk. So the Sayyid brothers played a significant role in the rise of the regional powers. Okay, so rest 2 is incorrect, rest all of the options are correct. So 1, 3 and 4 is correct answer to this question. Let us now move to the next question. The next question is about identify the group from the following description which led to the Mughal Empire decline in 18th century. Now this class played a critical role in local administration and revenue collection. Over the time, they developed regional loyalties and supported the rise of the independent kingdom. Their increasing power during the Aurangzeb region undermined the central Mughal authority. So the name of this class, the group was Zamindars. So who were the Zamindars? So Zamindars were the hereditary landowners. These were the hereditary landowners who collected revenue. They collected revenue from the peasants and helped in maintaining the local administration. Now, despite of collecting of revenues, they were also responsible for maintaining the soldiers. They maintained soldiers to assist in the law enforcement. Okay, so both of these work were done by these zamindars. Okay, so this you need to know. Now there was another class that zamindars हमने देख लिया, and you need to know about the jagirdars also. Now who were these jagirdars? Now these jagirdars were assigned the role of revenue collection. Okay, now in exchange of some of the service that they gave. Now they were also responsible for collecting revenues, and they also maintained the law and order in their area. Now these zamindars were the hereditary owners of the land, but the jagirdars, if I talk about the jagirdars, these jagirdars were not the hereditary landowners. Okay, now whoever did good performance, they were given the jagirdari, the powers under the jagirdari system. The position was not hereditary, which was there in the zamindari system. Okay, so this is the basic thing. Rest जैसे जैसे question आएंगे, we will discuss all of these. So correct answer to this question is zamindars. Okay, let us now move to the next question, that is question number 5. Now this question says that the issuance of farmans by the Mughal emperor played a critical role in shaping the trade dynamics of the 18th century. Consider the following statement regarding the farmans and their impact on the Mughal Empire. Now the farman issued by Farooq Siyar in the year 1717 granted the British East India Company duty-free trade rights in Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. So the statement is absolutely true. Okay, the farman that was issued by Farooq Siyar gave the company duty-free trade rights in Bihar, Bengal and Odisha. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट क्या है हमारा? द फरमान स्ट्रेंथेंड द मुगल एम्पायर फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी बाय इंकरेजिंग यूरोपियन ट्रेड अंडर फेवरेबल टर्म्स. Now I already told you when I explained you about the farmans which were issued during the time of Farooq Siyar, that it did not strengthen the financial stability of empire. Okay, it ultimately led to the instability. It led to the weakening of the financial system. In no condition they helped the Mughal Empire finances, because these permissions that were gave by the Mughal emperor were misused to a large extent. Okay, so the second statement is incorrect. Let us see here second statement को eliminate करके. So we are left with 1, 3 and 4. Let us see the 3 and 4 options as well. The firmans granted to the British India directly contributed to the decline of Mughal Empire by allowing the East India Company to accumulate wealth and power. Yes, it is a self-explaining statement. बिल्कुल correct है. The firmans restricted the influence of European trade companies by limiting their right to specific regions and commodity. Now, this is what I was telling you about. कि they didn't use their rights or the privileges that were given to the European companies to a limiting extent. They expanded, they used it in the larger areas with fewer restriction, and they undermined both the Mughal control and the local merchant control of India. दोनों के रोल, दोनों के प्रति जो उनकी जिम्मेदारी थी, they didn't care about these responsibilities, so they misuse these privileges. So the fourth one, this statement is also correct. The firmans didn't restrict it, so this statement is also wrong. Correct answer हो जाएगा हमारा 1 and 3. A is the correct answer. Okay, let us now see the next question, that is question number 6. Now, which of the following statement correctly describe the causes and effect of the Jagirdari crisis during the Mughal decline? Now, the acute shortage of Jagirs. Now, I've already told you about the Jagirdari system, that this was a type of revenue collection system. Now, the Jagirdars were also supposed to maintain an army. Maintain an army matlab they maintain soldiers. For what purpose? For what purpose? For maintaining law and order. But this Jagirdari system or the Jagirdari rights were hereditary or not? No, these were not hereditary. These were based on the performance of the Jagirdars. Okay. But on the other hand, if we talk about the Zamindari system, so these were the ancient landlords, these were the former landlords that were assigned the responsibility of revenue collection. They also maintained an army, and the Zamindars were hereditary in nature. Okay, let us now see the statement regarding the Jagirdars. The acute shortage of Jagirdars forced nobles to extract inflated revenues. Yes, as the Jagirdars act as a link between the Mughal Empire and the peasants, so their shortage led to the nobility. So these nobility were the premium class of people that were in the court of the Mughal Empire. So ultimately they realized that there are no Jagirdars, so they just jumped in the market and they extracted inflated revenues from the peasants. Okay, and this inflated revenue made them change their mind and to betray their empire. So that is why it was the nobility. Sayyid brothers का हमने केस देखा. It was the nobility that led at the later stage the appointment of the Mughal Empire, and the emperors were important. Emperors were appointed, just like the Sayyid brothers are known as the kingmakers. Okay, so this statement is absolutely correct. The second statement is the crisis led to the frequent clashes among the nobility, reducing the central authority of the emperor. Self-explaining statement, absolutely correct. Now, third statement is Aurangzeb resolved the Jagirdari crisis by reallocating Jagirdars based on military performance, ensuring long-term stability. Although the Aurangzeb aimed and he attempted to manage the crisis of Jagirdari, but it was beyond his limits to control it, because this has spread just like an epidemic and it was not under the control of Aurangzeb. Okay, this crisis ultimately was one of the reasons for the decline of Mughal Empire. So he did not resolve. Okay, the third statement is incorrect. We will try to eliminate. Third statement we have eliminated. We know 1 and 2 is correct. Let us see the fourth option. The growing influence of the European traders along the coast further exaggerated the Jagirdari crisis by diverting resources away from the Mughal administration. So this statement is also self-explaining. So fourth one is also absolutely correct. Okay, so 1, 2 and 4 is correct. So I have not explained the fourth statement because I have given you a brief outline. Okay, so these statements are self-explaining. Now आपको हाईलाइट, आपको नोट क्या करना है कि यहाँ पे औरंगजेब रिजॉल्व द जागीरदारी क्राइसिस. अभी ये आपको पता होना चाहिए कि औरंगजेब ट्राइड टू रिजॉल्व बट दिस क्राइसिस वॉज नॉट रिजॉल्व. ओके, एंड इट वॉज वन ऑफ द रीजन्स why the decline of the empire was there. Okay. So 1, 2 and 4 statement here is correct. So D is the right answer to this question. Let us now see the next question, that is question number 7. Now arrange the following event in the correct chronological order. Now Ranjit Singh captured Lahore. Now Ranjit Singh belonged, सबसे पहले he belonged to the Sikh empire, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. Now there was a concept of misl, ये भी आपको पता होना चाहिए. And Ranjit Singh belonged to the 12th misl, that was known as, there were total 12 misl, okay, not 12th, there were total 12th misl, and Ranjit Singh belonged to the Sukar Chakiya misl. The empire of the Ranjit Singh, it also included Srinagar and Lahore तो था ही उसमें. So these are some of the important points. Also at a later stage, Ranjit Singh signed a tripartite agreement with whom? Tripartite agreement with British East India Company, then was the Afghans plus Ranjit Singh. So 3 of these signed a tripartite agreement. ठीक है, and this agreement was regarding Afghanistan. So these are the important points that you need to know about Ranjit Singh. Now Ranjit Singh captured Lahore in the year 1799. Okay. Now if I talk about Hyder Ali has established his rule in Mysore. So Hyder Ali, as we known as the area of Mysore, so it was founded by the Hyder Ali only. ठीक है. Now he rose to power in around 1760s के आसपास, तो 1760s इसको मानते हैं. Next is Surajmal extended Jat territory from Ganga to Chambal. Now the Jat state was a new state that was formed. Now Surajmal, Churan Singh, Badan Singh, these were all some of the prominent Jat leaders, and they had influence over area of south of Yamuna, प्रेजेंट डे आगरा, मथुरा एटसेट्रा. ये जो एरिया था, चंबल का एरिया, ग्वालियर का एरिया, दीज वॉज द एरियाज ऑफ द जाट लीडर. ओके, जाट एम्पायर. सो द जाट एम्पायर reached its zenith during the Surajmal area, during the tenure of Surajmal. Now this Surajmal, it was in the year late 1765 when he extended these territory, and the Marathas uprooted Mughal authority in Marwa and Gujarat. So they also controlled the areas in around 1760s के. So this is a type of difficult question, but मैंने इसको इस तरीके से, ये क्वेश्चन ऐसा लिया गया है ताकि आपको पता होना चाहिए किनका इम्पैक्ट कहाँ पे था. ठीक है. आफ्टर हैदर अली आपको पता होना चाहिए इट वॉज टीपू सुल्तान, इंपॉर्टेंट रूलर ऑफ मैसूर डायनेस्टी. ठीक है. तो करेक्ट हमारा क्या हो जाएगा क्रोनोलॉजी? सबसे पहले हैदर अली ने इस्टेब्लिश किया था मैसूर में रूल, देन मराठाज अपरूटेड दी मुगल अथॉरिटी. रंजीत सिंह ने सबसे लेट 1799 में ही कैप्चर्ड लाहौर, एंड देन थर्ड इसमें क्या था, सूरजमल एक्सटेंडेड जाट टेरिटरीज. तो सेवेंथ का करेक्ट आंसर हमारा क्या हो जाएगा? सेवेंथ का करेक्ट आंसर हमारा बी हो जाएगा. ठीक है. जस्ट फॉर द डिफरेंस ये क्वेश्चन लिया मैंने. यू जस्ट नीड टू नो कि हाँ कौन सी चीज़ें किस चीज़ से रिलेटेड है. नेक्स्ट इज द मराठाज emerged as the most formidable challenge to the British East India Company in the struggle for supremacy in India. So absolutely correct है. Marathas, these emerged. Now after the third battle of Panipat, they suffered a massive defeat in the year 1761 by Ahmad Shah Abdali. Now जब भी इनकी डिफीट हुई, so there were various challenges ahead of them. For example, वेस्ट का जो एरिया था, वेस्टर्न इंडिया का जो एरिया था, दीज वेर वेरी मच डिस्टर्ब. ओके. नाउ रीजन क्या है? आफ्टर थर्ड बैटल ऑफ पानीपत द मराठास क्विकली रिकवर्ड एंड री इस्टेब्लिश देयर डोमिनेंस ओवर मालवा एंड गुजरात. यस, ऑब्वियसली रीजन भी सही है, असर्शन भी सही है. सो बोथ ऑफ दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. सो बोथ असर्शन एंड रीजन आर ट्रू एंड आर इज द करेक्ट एक्सप्लेनेशन ऑफ ए. ए हमारा करेक्ट आंसर होगा टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 8. Let us now see the question number 9. Question number 9 क्या हमारा? Which of the following factors correctly describe the emergence of successor state during the decline of Mughal Empire and their impact on the एम्पायर। अभी कोई भी स्टेट अगर कोई भी एम्पायर अगर डिक्लाइन करेगा, सो देयर मस्ट हैव बीन पॉलिटिकल रीजन, सोशल रीजंस, इकोनॉमिकल रीजन। सो जितने भी हमें जेनरिक स्टेटमेंट देखने को मिलेंगे वो सारे के सारे समवट रिलेटेड होंगे। लेट अस नाउ सी द सक्सेसर स्टेट्स लाइक अवध एंड बंगाल कंटिन्यू टू रिकॉग्नाइज मुगल एम्परर सोवरेनिटी बट ऑपरेटेड इंडिपेंडेंटली, फ्रेगमेंटिंग सेंट्रल कंट्रोल। यस, दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। नाउ व्हेन द मुगल एम्पायर गॉट वीकेंड, इन्होंने ये जितने भी स्टेट्स थे अवध, बंगाल, हैदराबाद, इन्होंने ये डिसाइड किया था कि ये रिकॉग्नाइज करेंगे मुगल एम्पायर की सॉवरेनिटी को, कि दैट वी आर अंडर यू ओनली, मतलब मुगल एम्पायर ओनली, बट उनके फाइनेंसेस, उनको इंटरनल उनकी जो भी रिसोर्सेज थे, पॉलिसीज थी, एंड internal regulation of their empire was to be done by them only। मुगल एम्पायर का इसमें कोई रोल नहीं होने वाला था। तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट है। सेकंड स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं। सक्सेसर स्टेट कंट्रीब्यूटेड टू द मुगल ट्रेजरी बाय पेइंग एन एनुअल ट्रिब्यूट स्टेबलाइजिंग इट्स फाइनेंसेस। नाउ ट्रिब्यूट्स तो बिल्कुल देते थे, एनुअल ट्रिब्यूट्स सक्सेसर स्टेट्स जो थे अवध का, बंगाल का, दे पेड द एनुअल ट्रिब्यूट्स टू द मुगल ट्रेजरी, बट ये स्टेबलाइज नहीं कर पाए थे फाइनेंसेस इन द लॉन्ग टर्म। ओके, क्योंकि अगर स्टेबलाइज होता तो मुगल एम्पायर वुडेंट हैव एंडेड, ठीक है ना, क्योंकि मच मोर देन फाइनेंसेस पॉलिटिकल रीजंस भी थे। द क्राइसिस ऑफ जागीरदारी which we have discussed in the above question, the crisis of जागीरदारी was also there, and then ultimately political influence, the farmans that were provided by the Mughal emperor to the British East India Company, the European companies से जो challenge मिल रहा था, that was also a reason, and incompetent rulers of the Mughal empire, these was also among one of the reasons। so stabilize finance नहीं हो पाए थे। second statement हमारा incorrect है। let us see the third statement। the independent functioning of successor states weakened Mughal military strength by diverting resources and manpower from the center। absolutely generic statement है। the successor state maintained the Mughal administrative framework, preventing total administrative collapse in their region, as the internal regulation of these states was done by the successor states only। मुगल का central control नहीं था, तो they were able to prevent themselves from collapsing। ठीक है, तो हमारा सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट यहाँ इनकरेक्ट है, बाकी सारे के सारे स्टेटमेंट हमारे यहाँ पे करेक्ट है। करेक्ट आंसर हमारा बी हो जाएगा। ठीक है, लेट अस नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। Now, with reference to the Indian history, consider the following events. The Battle of Khanwa was among the earliest battles in India where the gunpowder was used to a great extent. Now, yes, Battle of Khanwa, सबसे पहले you need to know that Battle of Khanwa was fought in 1527. Now, who fought the Battle of Khanwa? Babur versus Rana Sanga, in which Rana Sanga was defeated by Babur, and Babur in India is known to introduce the use of gunpowder bhi, and the use of cannon was also introduced by Babur only। so the statement is absolutely correct। second is, in the Battle of Bayana, the Mughal army led by Babur defeated the Rajput alliance force under the command of Rana of Mewar। so the Battle of Bayana was led by the Rajput army, Rajputs and Afghans के अगेंस्ट हुआ था। ठीक है, राजपूत अगेंस्ट मुगल्स हुआ था। राजपूत आर्मी वॉज लेड बाय राणा सांगा। ठीक है, एंड बाबर sent a Mughal contingent and ultimately defeated Rana Sanga। ठीक है, सो द सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट हमारा इनकरेक्ट है। ठीक है, ये भी बैटल 1527 में हुआ था, 1527 के लेटर हाफ में हुआ था। सो द स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट। राना ऑफ मेवाड़ नहीं, राणा सांगा है। ठीक है, so second statement is incorrect। let us see the third statement। in the battle of Jodhpur in 1707, Durgadas Rathod and Ajit Singh seized Jodhpur and evicted the Mughals out of Marwar। now this is absolutely correct। 1707 में बैटल ऑफ जोधपुर हुआ था एंड इट वॉज डन औरंगजेब के टेन्योर पे हुआ था। बस आपको इतना याद रखना है, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं। ठीक है, फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं, द सीज ऑफ चित्तौड़गढ़ फोर्ट बाय अकबर वाज मोटिवेटेड बाय द पॉलिटिकल इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ चित्तौड़ एज अ स्टेबल रूट टू मालवा एंड गुजरात एंड फॉर फर्दर इनरोड्स टू डेक्कन। तो एब्सोल्युटली सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनिंग स्टेटमेंट है ये, कुछ भी इसमें अलग नहीं है, कुछ भी इसमें यूनिक नहीं है। फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट भी हमारा करेक्ट है। जस्ट आपको रेफरेंस होना चाहिए किसके टाइम पे कौन सा बैटल हुआ, जस्ट कि कौन कहाँ पे एक्सपैंड किया, ठीक है, पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस, जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ नोइंग सो दैट यू कैन सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चंस, ठीक है। सो हमारा ये स्टेटमेंट भी एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है। करेक्ट आंसर हमारा क्या हो जाएगा, करेक्ट आंसर हो जाएगा हमारा सी। सेकंड स्टेटमेंट हमने एलिमिनेट कर दिया, 1, 3 एंड 4 इज करेक्ट। लेट अस नाउ मूव टू दी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग statement regarding the Izara land revenue system. Now we have to mention the incorrect, yes, incorrect statement हमें mention करना है यहाँ पे। So देखते हैं, the Izara was a revenue collection system introduced by British during their rule in India. No भाई, ये मैंने पहले ही बताया था, the Izara system was introduced by जहांगीर शाह, ठीक है, not the British. So the first statement is incorrect. Second is Izara was based on leasing of lands and collection of revenue in the form of rent. Absolutely correct. Now the Izara system was widely popular in the northern and the western region of India. No, it was not. It was not that much popular in northern and western India because it was very inconsistent. लैंड को जो लीज किया जाता था, इट वॉज वेरी इनकन्सिस्टेंट, सो इट वॉज नॉट वेरी पॉपुलर, इसीलिए ज़्यादा चल नहीं पाया। नेक्स्ट इज द इजारा सिस्टम रिजल्टेड इन इंक्रीज रेवेन्यू कलेक्शन फॉर ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट एंड रिड्यूस द बर्डन ऑन द कल्टिवेटर्स। अभी मुझे ये बताओ, मिडेवल टू मॉडर्न टाइम्स में इतने टैक्सेस हमने देखे हैं, एक भी टैक्स का मुझे नाम बताओ जिसने कि बर्डन कल्टिवेटर्स से कम किया हो, कोई भी नहीं है, ठीक है, क्योंकि द पर्पस ऑफ रेवेन्यू, the purpose of imposing tax on revenue was to maximize the profits, maximize the taxes for, maximize the revenue of the empire. उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं था कल्टिवेटर से, ठीक है। It was in fact a method to exploit. It was a method which led to the economic distress among the rural populations. So the fourth statement भी हमारा incorrect है, थर्ड स्टेटमेंट भी इनकरेक्ट था, फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट भी इनकरेक्ट था। हमें बताना है इस क्वेश्चन में विच ऑफ दीज स्टेटमेंट्स आर इनकरेक्ट। तो 1, 3 एंड 4 इनकरेक्ट है, सेकंड स्टेटमेंट वाज करेक्ट। विच वाज द सेकंड स्टेटमेंट, कि इट वाज बेस्ड ऑन लीजिंग ऑफ लैंड्स एंड कलेक्शन ऑफ रेवेन्यू इन फॉर्म ऑफ रेंट, ठीक है। लेट अस नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। नाउ नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन क्या है हमारा, कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट अबाउट द 18th century India. What we have to say, we have to mark the correct options here. Now the first statement is, the life of Indian peasants deteriorated more under British rule than in the 18th century despite agricultural stagnation during this period. Now this statement is absolutely correct, ठीक है, क्योंकि जब मुगल्स थे, ठीक है, उनका रोल क्या था, दे वेयर हेयर इन इंडिया, उनका रोल 400 अराउंड 300 ईयर्स का हो चुका था, एंड दे हैड टू मैक्सिमाइज द वेलफेयर ऑफ द पीपल टू सम एक्सटेंट ऑल्सो, एंड उनको रूल करने आए थे वो, दे वेयर नॉट हेयर फॉर एनी कमर्शियल पर्पसेस। बट इफ आई टॉक अबाउट ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया, दे केम टू इंडिया एज अ ट्रेडिंग कंपनी एंड देयर मेन एम वॉज टू मैक्सिमाइज द प्रॉफिट्स सो दैट दैट कंपनी एग्जिस्ट कर पाए। सो इट वॉज द रीज़न, लेने तो वो स्पाइसेस आए थे इंडिया से, ओपियम लेने आए थे, सिल्क लेने आए थे, बट दे एंडेड अप extracting more and more raw cotton, then commercial crops, इतना ज़्यादा बर्डन लगा दिया। इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट जो था ब्रिटिश रूल का, दे इंट्रोड्यूस द परमानेंट सेटलमेंट, दे इंट्रोड्यूस द रियोतवारी सिस्टम, दे इंट्रोड्यूस द महलवारी सिस्टम ड्यूरिंग द लेटर टाइम्स। सो बहुत ज़्यादा कंडीशन ख़राब हो गई, एंड विच द एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्ट्स दैट वे प्रोड्यूस्ड इन इंडिया ड्यूरिंग द वॉर्स दैट वे एक्सपोर्टेड फ्रॉम इंडिया, ब्रिटिश रूल उसको एक्सपोर्ट कर देता था। तो अल्टीमेटली इट लेड टू द स्टेग्नेशन। हमारे मिडेवल एरा में द कंडीशन ऑफ द पीजेंट्री, द कंडीशन ऑफ द इंडियन पीजेंट्स वाज बेटर देन दैट ऑफ द ब्रिटिश रूल, ठीक है। तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल करेक्ट है। Next is the shipbuilding industry in Bengal declined significantly in the 18th century due to lack of skilled labor and materials. Now 18th century में नहीं हुआ था ये, डिक्लाइन तो हुआ था, बट इट डिक्लाइंड व्हेन द यूरोपियंस केम. ठीक है, इट डिक्लाइंड व्हेन द यूरोपियंस केम ड्यूरिंग द ब्रिटिश एरा के डोमिनेंस के टाइम पे, 1900s के टाइम पे हुआ था ये. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग. लेट अस सी द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट. India was a net exporter of goods in the 18th century with its balance of trade often maintained through the inflow of gold and silver. Yes, India had a trade balance. इंडिया को सोने की चिड़िया बोला जाता था. ठीक है, ऐसे ही नहीं बोला जाता था. Statement is self-explanatory. Absolutely correct. Next is the education system in 18th century India lacked focus on physical sciences and technology but included elementary education for all castes including women. ठीक है, अभी बात तो सही है, बट अगर आपने ये लास्ट लाइन नहीं पढ़ी तो आप इसको गलत कर दोगे. द स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. वाई दिस इज इनकरेक्ट? बिकॉज एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन वॉज वाइड स्प्रेड बट फॉर नॉट फॉर ऑल कास्टेज बट फॉर बॉयज. एंड कहाँ पे होती थी ये? पाठशालाज हिंदूज पढ़ते थे, मदरसाज मुस्लिम्स पढ़ते थे. एंड दिस एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन का स्प्रेड, इट रेयरली इंक्लूडेड वुमेन and it rarely included children from lower caste. It did not. ठीक है, it also included physical science technology but वो सबके लिए नहीं था. तो फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट भी हमारा इनकरेक्ट है. ठीक है, हमारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा? 1 and 3 स्टेटमेंट हमारा करेक्ट है. अगर हम फोर्थ को एलिमिनेट भी कर देते हैं तो वी विल डायरेक्टली कम टू आवर आंसर, दैट इज 1 and 3. आई होप दिस इज अंडरस्टूड. लेट अस नाउ सी द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. क्वेश्चन नंबर: which of the following statement about the 18th century's India trade and industry are correct? Now, India was a net importer of good, balancing its trade deficit with foreign loans. अब बताओ ये क्वेश्चन सही है क्या? यहाँ से ही तो ऐसे ही क्वेश्चन तो मैंने ऊपर आपको बताया था. इंडिया वॉज नॉट अ नेट इम्पोर्टर बट अ नेट एक्सपोर्टर, एंड इन मेजोरिटी द प्रोडक्ट्स दैट इंडिया इम्पोर्टेड वॉज गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर. बाकी सब तो इंडिया हमारा एक्सपोर्ट करता था. ठीक है, सो द स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. हमें बताना क्या है? वी हैव टू सी द करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. तो 1 तो डायरेक्टली एलिमिनेट हो गया. 2, 3 एंड 3, 4 ऑप्शन है. लेट अस सी. द शिप बिल्डिंग इंडस्ट्री इन बंगाल, महाराष्ट्र, आंध्रा फ्लरिश्ड एंड इंडियन शिप्स वर परचेज्ड बाय द यूरोपियन कंपनीज. yes, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. द शिप बिल्डिंग इंडस्ट्री वॉज एट बून एंड इट डिक्लाइंड. अगर डिक्लाइन भी हुई थी तो वो ब्रिटिश डोमिनेंस के टाइम पे हुई थी, नॉट व्हेन दीज यूरोपियन कंपनीज, व्हेन द फ्रेंच, व्हेन द पोर्तुगीज, व्हेन द डच, व्हेन द डेन्स केम. The industry flourished at that time. Second statement is correct. Now, Indian textile, especially fine muslin, were globally renowned and were exported to Europe, Turkey and China. Absolutely correct. ठीक है. Fourth option, the Zamorin of Calicut relied on European expertise to maintain his naval fleet. No. The ruler of Zamorin का नाम आपने सुना होगा. Who is Zamorin? The Zamorin was the ruler at a time when Vasco da Gama came to India. अगर आपने फर्स्ट चैप्टर नहीं देखा है तो यू शुड नो. 1498 में. एंड ही हैड नेवल फ्लीट ऑफ हिज ओन. ही डिडंट रिलाइड ऑन द यूरोपियन एक्सपर्ट्स. ठीक है, क्योंकि कैलिकट वॉज ऑन द वेस्टर्न शोर ऑफ आवर इंडिया. ठीक है, तो जमोरिन हैड इट्स नेवल आर्मी ऑफ इट्स ओन. पोर्तुगीज में भी 1498 में वास्को डी गामा केम टू इन इंडिया. ठीक है, तब तक क्यों जमोरिन कोई बैठा थोड़ी रहेगा वहाँ पे यूरोपियन एक्सपर्टाइज की वेट करते हो. ठीक है, ही हैड हिज नेवी ऑफ इट्स ओन. ठीक है, फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट इज ऑल्सो इनकरेक्ट. तो 4 हमने एलिमिनेट कर दिया, 1 हमने एलिमिनेट कर दिया. करेक्ट आंसर हमारा 2 and 3 है. ठीक है, लेट अस नाउ सी द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Which of the following factors contributed to India's economic stagnation in 18th century? Now, इतना हमने अभी पढ़ा है. जेनेरिक तरीके से जेनेरिक स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं. एक्सप्लॉयटेटिव रेवेन्यू सिस्टम इम्पोज बाय द जमींदार एंड जागीरदार. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. कोलैप्स था जागीरदारी सिस्टम का. देन नोबिलिटी केम इन एंड नोबिलिटी स्टार्टेड टू एक्सट्रैक्ट मोर एंड मोर टैक्सेस. तो ऑब्वियसली दिस वाज द रीजन. सेकेंड वन इज द डिक्लाइन इन ग्लोबल डिमांड फॉर इंडियन टेक्सटाइल. अभी इंडियन टेक्सटाइल की डिमांड तो कभी कम हुई ही नहीं. एंड दिस इज द रीजन वाई अभी हमने पढ़ा भी कि इंडिया वॉज अ नेट एक्सपोर्टर ऑफ द गुड्स. तो अगर एक्सपोर्टर है, अगर कोई सामान आप एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, इसका मतलब है कि उसकी डिमांड भी है। तो डिक्लाइन कैसे हो गई डिमांड? ठीक है, द डिक्लाइन ऑल्सो हैपेंड इन द डिमांड आफ्टर द ब्रिटिश डोमिनेंस, आफ्टर द इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन, the manufactured goods from the British started to penetrate India and the fine made British goods were imposed. They were the no duty was there that was prevailed on this British bit, Manchester goods जिनको बोलते थे. No duty was imposed on them and they were induced in the Indian market and straight away the Indian textile market collapsed. ठीक है, जैसे आज की डेट में the governments used to apply these anti-dumping duties and all various type of tariffs are applied, just like example अभी इंडिया एंड यूएसए के रिस्पेक्ट में देखें, सो देयर इज अ ट्रेड टसल दैट यूएसए इज प्रेशरिंग इंडिया, यूएसए इज ट्राइंग टू एक्सपोज इंडिया, सबके सामने एक्सपोज करने की कोशिश कर रहा है यूएसए की इतने ज़्यादा हाई टैरिफ्स हैं इंडिया में, तो क्यों ना हो, हम डेवलपिंग कंट्री हैं, हमारी कंट्री एक डेवलपिंग कंट्री है एंड वी नीड टू सिक्योर आवर मार्केट्स। अगर हमने अपनी मार्केट को एक्सपोज कर दिया, ठीक है, RCEP वॉज एन एग्रीमेंट विच वॉज इन न्यूज़ इन द ईयर 2021, वहाँ पे इंडिया ने साइन नहीं किया ड्यू टू इट्स एप्रीहेंशंस रिगार्डिंग द डेयरी सेक्टर। वाई? क्योंकि न्यूजीलैंड ऑस्ट्रेलिया का बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोमिनेंट है डेयरी कल्चर, ठीक है, अगर वो अपने प्रोडक्ट इंड्यूस कर देंगे इंडियन मार्केट में तो इतनी बड़ी जो इंडियन डेयरी मार्केट है वो तो ख़त्म हो जाएगी। एंड दिस इज़ द रीज़न उस टाइम पे ब्रिटिश इंडिया ने क्या किया, जब भी इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन हुई, सो दे मैसिवली स्टार्टेड टू मशीन्स वेयर मेड एंड दे मैसिवली स्टार्टेड टू मेक द मैन्युफैक्चर्ड गुड्स, द प्रोडक्ट्स, the raw material was exported from India, material was exported from China, and final goods were made, and these final goods were introduced at minimal cost, the cost that was similar or even lower to the Indian markets. So then during the British times this global demand for the Indian textile collapsed, ठीक है। सो पहले तो नहीं था, 18th सेंचुरी में तो नहीं था। सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट हमारा इनकरेक्ट है, तो सेकेंड वन वी विल एलिमिनेट स्ट्रेट अवे, 1 3 4 तो यहीं से आंसर आ गया। बट लेट अस सी द अदर ऑप्शंस एज वेल। लैक ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट इन एग्रीकल्चर, ऑब्वियसली दिस, तो ये तो वो रीज़न था ही। नेक्स्ट इज over reliance on ancient knowledge in education, neglecting physical sciences and technology. Yes, this was too provided for the boys only. The boys or the boys from the lower classes were exempted, women were also not taught very well, so these were तो obviously the reasons, ठीक है। तो हमारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा, बी हो जाएगा यहाँ पे, ठीक है। लेट अस नाउ सी द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। Now India in 18th century was a global leader in textile production and shipbuilding, तो obviously मैंने अभी आपको बताया, बिल्कुल करेक्ट है, ठीक है। The shipbuilding industry was very prominent in Bengal, it was very prominent in Maharashtra, it was very prominent in Andhra region. This textile industry was very prominent in Bengal, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, ठीक है। And Europeans also purchased these ships, so ये तो सही है बिल्कुल। Next is the decline of Mughal Empire and the rise of regional power led to the stagnation of Indian industries. ठीक है, दो बार बार बता चुका हूँ, मुगल एम्पायर के टाइम पे डिक्लाइन नहीं हुआ था, इट वाज ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ ब्रिटिश डोमिनेंस, जब दे डायरेक्टली इंटर्ड द मार्केट इन विच द लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर वाज वेरी प्रोमिनेंट, वहाँ पे ये ब्रिटिश फोर्सेस एंटर की एंड इन्होंने अपनी मार्केट सेट करने के लिए इंडियन मार्केट्स को, इंडियन प्रोडक्शन को डिस्ट्रॉय किया। So, decline of Mughal Empire and rise of regional powers was never a reason. So, हमारा यहाँ पे reason absolutely false है, but assertion true है, ठीक है। So with this हमारा ये थोड़ा सा conceptual chapter था, ज़्यादा कुछ learn करने को नहीं था इसमें, but I have tried to sum up, I have tried to explain you the social, economic aspects of this chapter. So अगर अच्छी लगी हो तो do like this video, comment भी करना comment section में, ठीक है, एंड बताना वीडियो कैसी लगी। टिल देन कीप स्टडिंग, थैंक यू। हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम टू द चैनल। सो टुडे वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट आवर चैप्टर 3 इन द सीरीज ऑफ स्पेक्ट्रम रिवीजन थ्रू MCQ सीरीज। नाउ जस्ट लाइक द पॉलिटी सीरीज जिसमें कि हमने एम लक्ष्मीकांत को बहुत ही होलिस्टिकली कवर किया है, इस सीरीज में हम स्पेक्ट्रम बुक को MCQs के थ्रू कवर कर रहे हैं। एंड टुडेज चैप्टर इज गोइंग टू बी द एक्सपेंशन एंड कंसोलिडेशन ऑफ ब्रिटिश पावर इन इंडिया। नाउ So before starting the chapter, let me give you a brief idea about the chapter. Let me give you some of the facts and important explanation regarding the chapter, and then straight away we will move to the MCQs of this chapter. Now, what were the causes of British success? So we know that after the Carnatic War ended, it was decided that the British are going to be the ultimate masters of India. So, what were the causes of British success? So, first of all, it was the military superiority in every sense. The military of the British was very superior, may it be in terms of the high-end arms, may it be in the terms of the navy that the British army had. So, this was one of the major factors for its success. Second one was the discipline and hierarchy was very much well defined of the British East India forces. Then was the strong financial base. As we know that the British East India Company came to India as a commercial company, and later on it expanded its authority over the political aspects as well, and it started to control areas. Now we are going to study that in a bit later. Then was the strong leadership that was there with the British. Now, then slowly when the British became the masters of India, they started the British conquest of Bengal. Now this topic is important. Now before starting and telling about the Battle of Plassey and Battle of Buxar, let me give you what was the position of Bengal when the British came. First of all, Bengal accounted for more than 60% of what India earned. Okay, the Bengal was a major center and an export destination for saltpeter, rice, indigo, pepper, silk, and handicrafts. These items were exported from Bengal. Okay, now 60% of the British import from Asia was particularly from Bengal. Now when British East India Company came to Bengal, it established factory at Balasore, it established factory at Hooghly, Qasim Bazar, Patna, and Dhaka. So in the year 1619, it was Job Charnock who founded Calcutta. Okay, now it was the year 1756 when Siraj-ud-Daulah came to power. So some of the challenges were there in front of Siraj-ud-Daulah. What were these challenges? So his rival cousin was there, who was the Nawab of Purnia, whose name was Shaukat Jung, and his hostile aunt Ghasiti Begum, and rebellious commander Mir Jafar was there. So these were the challenge in front of Siraj-ud-Daulah. Now, slowly Siraj-ud-Daulah defeated Shaukat Jung. He dismissed Mir Jafar from his court, and then came the condition of the Battle of Plassey. Now the Battle of Plassey was fought on 23rd June 1757. Now what were the factors that led to the battle? Firstly, there were the trade privileges that were given to the company, so that the trade privileges were misused by the company. Second thing, that the Calcutta, which was founded by the Britishers, its fortification was done without permission. And third was the Black Hole tragedy, in which it was believed that Siraj-ud-Daulah captured the Britishers. Siraj-ud-Daulah captured the Britishers, and then he confined them, and due to lack of oxygen, the Britishers died. So the Black Hole tragedy was also related to this only. So what was the Battle of Plassey? What was the battle? So it was fought between Siraj-ud-Daulah versus the East India Company. So the East India Company was led by Robert Clive. Okay. Now, what was the significance? What happened after Battle of Plassey was Mir Jafar became the Nawab of Bengal. Then second thing that happened, that the zamindari of 20 parganas of Bengal came in the hands of British. And third was the sovereignty of English was over Kolkata was established. Now, next was the Battle of Buxar. It was fought in the year October 22, 1764. Now, this battle was fought by the combined armies of Mir Qasim. Mir Qasim was the Nawab of Bengal, and he was held by Shuja-ud-Daulah. Now, Shuja-ud-Daulah was Nawab of Awadh, and third one was Shah Alam II. Shah Alam II was the Mughal emperor at that time, and these three combined to fought against British East India Company, who was led by Hector Munro. Okay, so this after the Battle of Buxar, Treaty of Allahabad was signed. Treaty of Allahabad was signed in the year 1765. Now, two treaties were signed by Clive. The first treaty was signed by with the Nawab Sujauddaulah of Awadh. Now, the first treaty of Allahabad that was signed with the Nawab Sujauddaulah of Awadh, it led to surrendering of Allahabad and Kara to Shah Alam II, and 50 lakh as war indemnity was to be paid. Next, the important thing is Awadh. The Britishers planned to keep Awadh as a buffer state, and the idea was not to annex the Awadh. Okay, at a later stage, Awadh was captured on the pretext of misgovernance. Okay, but when this Treaty of Allahabad was signed, this Awadh was not included, not annexed. It was kept as buffer state to keep the English working in the Bengal and Bihar to be safe from the Marathas as well as the Afghans. Now, if I talk about the second treaty of Allahabad, so it was signed with the Shah Alam II, who was the Mughal emperor at that time. The treaty made the Mughal emperor reside at Allahabad. Next was the Diwani rights of Bengal, Bihar, Odisha was given to English. Okay, from this came the institution of dual government. Now, it started in the year 1765 till the year 1772. This system of dual government was started by Robert Clive and it was ended by Warren Hastings. Okay, now what was this system of dual government? So it was a two-way control through which the British was going to control the Diwani as well as the Nizamat functions. Now, the Diwani functions, that were the right to collect the revenue directly, they got from the Mughal emperor, and the Nizamat right were to be exercised indirectly. Nizamat right constituted the police and the judiciary system of the state. Now, this Nizamat right, the British derived from the nominating the deputy Subedar. Okay. Now, then came the conquest of Mysore. ठीक है, अब Mysore, conquest of Mysore के पहले the battle of 1765 was there. That was the battle of Talikota. Now, this battle of Talikota divided the Vijayanagar empire into various small fragments. Then in the year 1612, Vodayar emerged in the Mysore. So these Vodayars, under these Vodayars were the Hindu chieftains. Under this, there was an army general whose name was Hyder Ali, and this Hyder Ali later came to lead the Mysore. Okay. Now, Hyder Ali became the ruler in 1761. Some of the steps taken by Hyder Ali, where he established the arms factory at Dindigul. Next was he trained the army and he borrowed the cannons from French, and he had close relations with the French. So some of the concerns that led to East India Company conquer Mysore, where was the Mysore's close proximity with the French people. Then was the Tipu Sultan had excessive control over the Malabar trade. That was also a context in which the British tried to occupy this Mysore. Now, the first Mysore war, it was fought in the year 1767 to 1769. Now, why it happened? Because first of all, the Britishers were confident after the Bengal conquest. Now, this war was fought between Nizam of Hyderabad, Marathas and East India Company were in one side versus Hyder Ali was on the other side. So what Hyder Ali did was that he paid the Marathas, and then ultimately the Treaty of Madras was signed, which ended this first Anglo-Mysore war, and it was a humiliating treaty for the English. The Governor General at the time of first Anglo-Mysore was Wedlist. Okay, let's now come to the second Anglo-Mysore war. It happened in the year 1780 to 84. It ended with the Treaty of Mangalore. Now, the Governor General during the time of second Anglo-Mysore was Warren Hastings. Now this third Anglo-Mysore war ended with the Treaty of Srirangapatnam. The Governor General during the time of third Anglo-Mysore was Lord Cornwallis. Now if I talk about the fourth Anglo-Mysore war, this was the war in which Tipu Sultan died, and ultimately the East India Company captured Mysore, and this Mysore was then later restored to the Vodaya dynasty. Okay, and the Governor General during the fourth Anglo-Mysore was Lord Wellesley. Okay. Now then the war started for the Anglo-Maratha struggle. Now the rise of Marathas after the humiliating defeat in the third battle of Panipat. Now the Baji Rao I started a confederacy of prominent Maratha chiefs to manage power. So these confederacy, if I talk about, were the Gaikwads of Baroda. They included the Bhonsles of Nagpur, then the Holkar of Indore were there, then Sindhiyas of Gwalior, and then Peshwas of Pune. Now the Bajirao I, it started the confederacy of these 5 confederacies. Now if I talk about the first Anglo-Maratha war, the Governor General at that time was Warren Hastings. Now after the first Anglo-Maratha war, Treaty of Surat was signed in the year 1775. So what happened in this Treaty of Surat was signed between the Raghunath Rao and the Britishers. Now this Treaty of Surat ceded Salsette and Bassein to English. This is what happened in the Treaty of Surat. Next treaty that was signed in the first Anglo-Maratha war was Treaty of Purandar. Now in this Treaty of Purandar, the treaty promised Raghunath Rao some pension. Okay. Then was the Treaty of Salbai, ultimate treaty of the first Maratha war. Okay. Then was the second Anglo-Maratha war. It was fought during the tenure of Lord Wellesley. Now this during second Anglo-Maratha war, Treaty of Bassein was signed. This Treaty of Bassein was signed between Peshwa Baji Rao II and the English. Okay. Now if I talk about the third Anglo-Maratha war, it was fought during the tenure of Lord Hastings. So this ended by the Lord Hastings. Now if I talk about the expansion through the administrative policy, so some of the administrative policy that was there was the policy of ring fence. This policy was propagated by Warren Hastings. Now what was the aim? So the aim of the ring fence policy was to counter the powerful armies of Marathas, Mysore and Hyderabad. Next was its aim was to create a buffer zone to defend the company's frontiers. Okay. Now, for example, the policy of ring fence, prime example is Awadh was used as a buffer state to defend Bengal. Now, if I talk about the subsidiary alliance, the policy of subsidiary alliance was led by Lord Wellesley. Next important fact, what was the provisions that were made in the subsidiary alliance? सबसे पहले तो permanent stationing of British forces was to be done on the maintenance of the state that was adopting the subsidiary alliance. Next was no negotiation were to be made without consulting the British India. Third provision was no Europeans were to be appointed in the service. British resident was to be appointed in the court, and then the company was to protect the state and not to interfere in the internal matters. Okay, but this was hardly followed. British actively they just interfered in the internal matters of the state. Okay, now this was the conditions. Now what happened was, in the last stage the states were unable to pay the company, hence their territory was captured. So this was an ultimate aim. Now what happened was, what were the different states that was annexed under the subsidiary alliance? सबसे पहला तो Hyderabad state, then came Mysore, Tanjore, Awadh, Peshwas, Bhonsle, etc. Also you need to know that the Holkars were last to accept this subsidiary alliance. Now doctrine of lapse was there, which was propagated by Lord Dalhousie. It was a policy in which the company used to seize the territories if the natural mayor here was not there of the ruler. And by this Satara state was captured in 1848. Jhansi and Nagpur was captured in the year 1854, and Sambalpur was also captured. So it was a very cruel policy that Dalhousie annexed around 8 states in 8 years. So it was also a policy of expansion. Now, if I talk about the relationship with neighboring countries, now with Nepal, if I talk about, so Treaty of Sagoli was signed in the year 1816, and it was during the tenure of Lord Hastings. Now, Nepal accepted a British resident under this Treaty of Sagoli. Next, Nepal ceded the areas of Garhwal, Kumaon, and abandoned their claim on the Terai region. Also, the Nepal withdrew from the area of Sikkim. So this was all that was made. If I talk about Burma, then Treaty of Yandabo was related to Burma. If I talk about Afghan, the forward policy of acclaimed is very popular with regard to the Afghans. Then came the tripartite treaty in 1838, in which the treaty was made between Britishers, between the Sikh and the Afghans. Okay. So if I talk about some more policy, there was John Lawrence who introduced the policy of masterly inactivity, and this policy of masterly inactivity was relating to the Afghans. And then the policy which was introduced by Lord Lytton was the policy of proud reserve. So other than this, all of the questions that are there, or all of the provisions that are made, or the facts are to be covered in the MCQs. So let's straight away move to the MCQs of this chapter. From this chapter, from the Spectrum book, I have gathered around 50 questions from this chapter, which we are going to complete in this class. अगर आप ये क्लास completely देख लेते हो with the explanation part as well, so you will be able to handle most of the questions. Now let us start with the question first. थोड़ा सा लंबा क्वेश्चन लग रहा होगा ये, बट बहुत ही लॉजिकल क्वेश्चन है, इसको आप ध्यान से पढ़ना. यू विल बी एबल टू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन. नाउ लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. द मिड 18th century marked a pivotal transition period in the Indian history with competing powers reshaping the political landscape. यहाँ तक आई होप समझ आ गया होगा. Imagine a historian writing a thesis on this era. They propose the following arguments. हमें यहाँ पे ये बताना है कि which of the arguments are historically valid. मतलब क्वेश्चन का हिस्टोरियन वाला पार्ट छोड़ो, सिंपल सी बात ये है कि इनमें से कौन सी चीज़ें हुई हैं एंड दीज आर्ग्यूमेंट्स आर वैलिड. कौन सी आर्ग्यूमेंट्स यहाँ पे वैलिड है. तो इफ़ यू वांट टू ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन ऑन योर ओन, यू कैन जस्ट पॉज द वीडियो एंड ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन. आई होप कि आपने ये क्वेश्चन ट्राई कर लिया होगा. नाउ लेट अस स्ट्रेट अवे मूव टू द एक्सप्लेनेशन पार्ट ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन. Now, the Anglo-French rivalry was the most critical factor in enabling British dominance in India, as it eliminated the European competitors. Now, as you know as the Anglo-French rivalry, there were series of war. There were series of Carnatic wars from the year 1740 to 1763, in which the battle which was fought in the year 1760, that was the Battle of Wandiwash, in which there was English or the British East India Company that emerged to be victorious. French were defeated. So this is an established fact. Now, yes, the fact is absolutely stands true that in the Anglo-French rivalry, the most critical factor in enabling British dominance in India, as it's eliminated their European competitors, French were completely ousted out of the India. So this factor is absolutely correct. Let us now see the second option, the third battle of Panipat. अगर मैं थर्ड बैटल ऑफ पानीपत बोल रहा हूँ तो आपको स्ट्रेट अवे स्ट्राइक कर देना चाहिए इन द ईयर 1761, एंड इट वॉज फॉट between whom? The third battle of Panipat was fought between the Marathas and the Afghan ruler whose name was Ahmad Shah Abdali. ठीक है. Now, third battle of Panipat marked the definitive decline of Marathas. Absolutely true, because Abdali defeated the Marathas. Then this created a political vacuum that British readily filled. क्या मराठास जो डिफीट हुए थे उसके बाद इमीडिएटली ब्रिटिश ने वैक्यूम फिल किया था उस एरिया में? नो, दे डिड नॉट. The Marathas were that efficient that they were able to quickly gather the areas of Western India and some of the areas of the Western India, some of the area of the northern areas. So अगर ये easily मराठा eliminate हो गए होते तो आप अगर ध्यान करोगे, why was this Anglo-Maratha war fought? The Marathas were one of the most stringent factors that resisted the British entrance into the south area. ओके, इनटू द एरिया ऑफ महाराष्ट्र एंड कर्नाटक के एरिया में कंट्रोल करके रखा था मराठास ने. दे वर फेमस फॉर देयर गुरिल्ला वारफेयर. सो अ सीरीज ऑफ 3 एंग्लो मराठा वॉर वेयर फॉट. ठीक है, एंड इमीडिएटली ब्रिटिश ने ये रेडिली फील्ड नहीं किया था. सो दिस फैक्ट इज एब्सोल्युटली रॉन्ग. तो अब आते हैं आंसर पे. वी विल एलिमिनेट द सेकेंड फैक्ट. नाउ वी नो दैट द फर्स्ट फैक्टर इज ट्रू. यहाँ पे 3 भी सही है. लेट अस सी द फोर्थ फैक्टर ये सही है या नहीं सही है. ठीक है, 3 भी देख लेते हैं फिर. The Battle of Plassey, it was fought in the year 1757, in which the British defeated Mir Zafar. ठीक है. Now, Battle of Plassey allowed the British to establish an economic base in Bengal, which later became a launch pad for territorial expansion. बिल्कुल सही statement है. The fragmented political landscape following the Mughal decline delayed the British dominance as regional powers like Sikh and Mysore offered significant resistance. Yes, Sikh kingdom was led by Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Mysore was earlier led by Hyder Ali and later by Tipu Sultan. Now these both also resisted for a longer time, but in the fourth Anglo-Mysore war, ultimately by the fall of Srirangapatnam, Tipu Sultan died and ultimately the area of Mysore was restored to the Vodaya dynasty. So this fact also appears to be true. तो हमारा फोर्थ फैक्ट भी सही है. तो करेक्ट आंसर हमारा क्या हो जाएगा? 1, 3 एंड 4. थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन इलेबोरेटिव था, बट नेक्स्ट कुछ जो क्वेश्चंस हैं दैट आई हैव प्रिपेयर्ड वो बहुत अच्छे क्वेश्चंस हैं. सारे के सारे इसमें से शॉर्ट क्वेश्चंस भी हैं, लॉन्ग क्वेश्चंस भी हैं. तो दिस इज गोइंग टू हेल्प यू इमेंसली. नाउ, which of the following treaties concluded the third Anglo-Mysore war? ठीक है, थर्ड एंग्लो-मैसूर वॉर कौन से ट्रीटी से कंक्लूड हुआ था? concluded before the third Anglo-Mysore war. Now this treaty of Srirangapatnam, सबसे पहले तो ये जानो कि थर्ड एंग्लो-मैसूर वॉर इट वॉज फॉट फ्रॉम द ईयर 1790 to 92. ठीक है, एंड इट वॉज फॉट बिटवीन दी Mysore kingdom was led by Tipu Sultan versus it was fought against the British. Okay, now if I talk about the first option, so this treaty of Srirangapatnam, it was signed in the year 1792. ठीक है, so this is absolutely incorrect. थर्ड एंग्लो-मैसूर वॉर, ये ट्रीटी ऑफ श्रीरंगापट्टनम तो इसी टाइम पे साइन हुई थी, तो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. नाउ इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द ट्रीटी ऑफ बेसेन, इट वाज साइंड इन द ईयर 1802 एंड ये भी इसके एम्बिट से बाहर है. ठीक है, and now if I talk about the treaty of Bassein, it was related to the second Maratha war. ठीक है, now the treaty of Bassein was signed between the Balaji Peshwa, Baji Rao II, it was signed, and between the British this treaty was signed. Okay, now if I talk about the treaty of Salbai, this is an absolutely correct option because this treaty was signed in the year 1782 after the first Anglo-Maratha war. ठीक है, this treaty of Salbai was signed in the year 1782 by the representatives of Maratha and the British East India Company, and this treaty was signed between Warren Hastings, जो लीड कर रहे थे ब्रिटिशर्स को, एंड महर्जी शिंदे who represented the Marathas. So Treaty of Salbai was signed in the year 1782. Now the correct process to remember to just know the facts is through the MCQs. Now I am giving you the explanation of each of the options because of a reason. आपको यहाँ से 4 treaty में रिवाइज करा दूंगा. that you will know that Treaty of Srirangapatnam was signed in the year 1792. it was not before the third Mysore war. Bassein I told you was signed in 1802. तो एक आपके माइंड में एक ब्रॉड पर्सपेक्टिव सेट हो जाएगा. ठीक है, now if I talk about the Treaty of Lahore, it was signed in the year 1846 after the फर्स्ट एंग्लो सिख वॉर एंडेड। ठीक है, सो ये भी आप ध्यान रखेंगे। लेट अस नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, दैट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 3। नाउ दिस क्वेश्चन इज अबाउट which of the following statements regarding the causes of British success in India are correct? Now, the British firearms outmatched Indian weaponry in the speed and range. Yes, absolutely correct. The British firearms were technologically superior and this gave them an edge. Also, the navy of the British was very advanced. ठीक है, तो first option is absolutely correct. Now, if I talk about the second option, Indian rulers prioritized personal and regional ambitions over united resistance against the British. Now, this is a most debatable fact that there were many regional kingdoms. ठीक है, हैदराबाद था, अवध था, there were Sikh, there were Jats, there were Marathas. But when they saw that various European companies are also trying to expand politically, the major indecision or major decision which was not taken by them to collectively come against a common enemy, that was the Britishers at that time. They did not come, but on the other hand they fought amongst each other, the benefit of which was taken by the Britishers. ठीक है, तो सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट भी एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है। लेट अस सी द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट। ब्रिटिश रिलाइड ऑन द हेरिडिटरी अपॉइंटमेंट फॉर ऑफिसर्स इंश्योरिंग स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप कंटिन्यूटी। अभी ब्रिटिशर्स हेरिडिटरी अपॉइंटमेंट कहाँ से करेंगे? ठीक है, द अपॉइंटमेंट दैट वाज मेड, द अपॉइंटमेंट बाय द ब्रिटिशर्स वाज मेड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ स्किल एंड मेरिट एंड इट वाज नॉट बेस्ड ऑन द हेरिडिटरी टाइज। ठीक है, हेरिडिटरी अपॉइंटमेंट्स were represented by the zamindari system in which the zamindars were hereditary owners of the land. यहीं पे मैं आपको रिवाइज करा देता हूँ। जमींदार were the hereditary owners of the land. On the other hand, if I talk about the jagirdars, they were not the hereditary owners, but both of them were designated the responsibility of revenue collection. Other than revenue collection, they were also responsible for maintaining the law and order situation in their specific area. Also, a point here to be noted is that they had an army of their own. ठीक है ना, so jagirdari system was not hereditary at all. This you need to know. ठीक है, third option is incorrect. Third will eliminate straight away. Let us see the fourth and the final option. It is financial resources from global trade and naval superiority enable the British to sustain a prolonged campaign in India. Yes, absolutely correct. So 1, 2 and 4 is the correct answer to this question. Let us now move to the next question. If you want to try this question, you can just pause the video and try this question and you can listen the explanation part. Now, the Treaty of Allahabad made the Nawab of Awadh a buffer state under the British control. Now we have to mention the correct statement. Now if I talk about the first statement, so the first statement seems to be correct, that the Treaty of Allahabad made the Nawab of Awadh the buffer state under the British control. Now, first of all, you need to know about the Treaty of Allahabad. Before the Treaty of Allahabad, a major battle was fought on the banks of Buxar. That was the Battle of Buxar. Now, this battle was fought in the year 1764. Against British army was on one side and the other three were the Indian emperor of that time, Mughal emperor Alamgir II, Shah Alam, and the Siraj-ud-Dawla. ठीक है, Shuja-ud-Dawla. Now let us see that the Treaty of Allahabad was signed in the year 1765. ठीक है, now this Treaty of Allahabad के कुछ provisions थे that I will tell you when the subsequent question comes. Now the Britishers were in no mood to acquire or capture or take the political responsibility of the region of Awadh. ठीक है, द मराठाज वेयर दी एवर एक्सटेंडिंग पावर, साउथ से वो नॉर्थ तक पहुंच गए थे. देयर एम्बिट स्ट्रेस्ड फ्रॉम साउथ टू द दिल्ली. ठीक है, दैट इज़ वाई दे वांटेड टू कीप अवध एज अ बफर स्टेट, ताकि ब्रिटिशर्स का बिहार, बंगाल एंड उड़ीसा में इन्फ्लुएंस बना रहे, एंड अगर मराठाज आते भी हैं तो वो अवध को बफर स्टेट मानते थे. द स्टेटमेंट इज एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट, Mir Qasim abolished all the duties on trade, which led to the conflicts with the British over the preferential treatment. Okay, now this was the Dastak system. ठीक है, Dastak system was a system in which Mir Qasim provided, the earlier rulers provided they abolished various duties on trade. ठीक है, Mir Qasim जब आया to the power, he abolished all the duties, and this led to the dispute between all of these rulers, and then ultimately this resulted in the Battle of Buxar in the year 1764. Now when I am teaching you this chapter, I expect you कि आपने स्पेक्ट्रम एटलीस्ट 1 से 2 बार पढ़ा होगा, दैट कि आपका रिवीजन में आपको हेल्प हो जाए. दिस वीडियो इज सोनली फॉर रिवीजन पर्पस, इट इज़ नॉट फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग और रीडिंग हिस्ट्री फ्रॉम पॉइंट 0. ठीक है, अगर आपने रिवीजन किया है, दिस वीडियो इज गोइंग टू हेल्प यू मेनी फोल्ड्स. लेट अस नाउ सी द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट. The dual government in Bengal gave the British complete control over the revenue and administration without any nominal Indian authority. Now, the dual government in Bengal was very much known feature. ठीक है, it was introduced by Robert Clive. रॉबर्ट क्लाइव ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया था, बट लेटर अराउंड 1771 या 1772 में दिस सिस्टम वाज अबॉलिश्ड बाय वॉरेन हेस्टिंग्स. नाउ व्हाट वाज दिस सिस्टम ऑफ डुअल गवर्नमेंट? दैट the British got the Diwani rights directly from the emperor. ठीक है, the Diwani rights were completely under the Britishers, but the Nizamat rights were indirectly taken by them. It meant that the responsibility of administration was not directly taken by the Britishers. ठीक है, now the Britishers control over Nizamat, the things related to Nizamat or administration was through the appointment of the Nawab. ठीक है, and Sheetab Rai was the first Nawab that the British appointed for the purpose of Nizamat. ठीक है, तो रेवेन्यू एंड मिलिट्री के ऊपर तो डायरेक्ट कंट्रोल था ब्रिटिश, तो पहला कंट्रोल तो डायरेक्ट हो गया, एंड सेकेंड कंट्रोल वॉज इनडायरेक्ट थ्रू द अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ द नवाब थ्रू निजामत राइट्स. ठीक है, तो सेकेंड वॉज द इनडायरेक्ट कंट्रोल, बट कंट्रोल तो दोनों ही साइड से था, तो दैट इज वाई दिस वॉज नोन एज द ड्यूअल गवर्नमेंट. ठीक है, क्योंकि निजामत का राइट या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का जो इनडायरेक्ट राइट था, ठीक है, ब्रिटिशर्स के पास, उन्होंने इसीलिए लिया था ताकि वो फॉर्मल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ना ले पाएँ गवर्नेंस की, उनके ऊपर कोई भी इशू ना आए कि देखिए ब्रिटिशर्स के अंदर, ब्रिटिशर्स ने जब से अपने कंट्रोल में लिया तो सिचुएशन डिग्रेड हो गई. ठीक है, तो दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली इनकरेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. व्हाई? बिकॉज द कंप्लीट कंट्रोल ओवर रेवेन्यू था, बट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पे कंप्लीट कंट्रोल नहीं था. द रीज़न आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू. नाउ लेट अस सी the next statement, that a battle of Buxar was significant because it marked the defeat of both Nawab of Bengal and the Mughal emperor by British. Now, battle of Buxar, I have already told you, was fought in the year 1764. ठीक है, by the combined forces of Nawab of Bengal, that was Mir Qasim. अब रीज़न क्यों था मीर कासिम इन्वॉल्व क्यों हुआ, दिस इज गिवन हेयर. देन नवाब ऑफ अवध, दैट वॉज सुजाउद्दौला, एंड देन मुगल एम्परर, दैट वॉज शाह आलम II. ठीक है, these three parties were defeated by Hector Munro that led the British, and after the defeat in the battle of Buxar, ultimately the Treaty of Allahabad in the year 1765 was signed. तो ये सारा का सारा लेआउट मैंने आपको बता दिया. आई होप कि आपको समझ आ गया होगा. सो द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट, 1, 2 and 4 statement is correct, so B is the right answer. Let us now move to the next question. This is question number 5. ठीक है, now this question is particularly about the Anglo-Mysore War. Now we have to mention here which of the following statement is correctly matched. Now if we talk about the first Anglo-Mysore War, then in this Hyder Ali was not defeated, but Hyder Ali defeated the Britishers. Okay, so this statement is absolutely incorrectly matched. Also, you need to know that the first Anglo-Mysore war ended with the Treaty of Madras. ठीक है, so the first statement is incorrect. Now let us see the second statement. Second Anglo-Mysore war, Hyder Ali defeated the Britishers. ठीक है, no, Hyder Ali did have advantage in the earlier stage of the battle, but this battle ended with a stalemate. It means that none of the sides, neither the Mysore, neither the Hyder Ali won, nor the Britishers won. And this second Anglo-Mysore war ended with the Treaty of Mangalore. ठीक है. The first Anglo-Mysore war ended with the Treaty of Madras. The second Anglo-Mysore war ended with the Treaty of Mangalore. If we talk about the third Anglo-Mysore war, in this Tipu Sultan won the battle? No, he did not won the battle, but he was defeated and he was compelled to cede his territory to British. So the statement is wrong, which says that the Tipu did not ceded his territory to the British. So this one is wrong. He did ceded his territory to the British. So the third statement is also wrong. Now let us see the fourth statement, that is the fourth Anglo-Mysore war. Tipu was defeated and was killed in the battle, thick of the battle. Yes, this is absolutely correct. Tipu Sultan died in the year 1799 in the battle of Srirangapatnam. Okay. So D is the correct answer. The question is asking about the correct match. So D is the correctly matched option here. Let us now see the next question, that is question number 6. Now the question number 6 says that which of the following, consider the following statements. Now in the third battle of Panipat, Ahmad Shah Abdali defeated Ibrahim Lodi. We have to mention the correct statement in this question. So is this statement correct? No, absolutely this statement is not correct. Why it is not correct? Because in the third battle of Panipat, which was fought in 1761, Ahmad Shah Abdali defeated Marathas. He defeated Marathas and not Ibrahim Lodi. Ibrahim Lodi was defeated by Babur in the first battle of Panipat in the year 1526. Okay? So the first statement is absolutely incorrect. Okay? Now Tipu Sultan was killed in the third Anglo-Mysore war. Just now we have dealt the question that Tipu Sultan was killed during the battle of Srirangapatnam. Okay? And it was not the third Anglo-Mysore war. Okay? In this war, Tipu Sultan was defeated and he was compelled to cede the territory, some of the territory, to the Britishers. Tipu Sultan was killed in the fourth Anglo-Mysore war. So the second statement is also incorrect. Now if we talk about the third statement, this third statement tells us about, it asks us about Mir Jafar entered in conspiracy with English for the defeat of Nawab Siraj-ud-Dawla in the Battle of Plassey. Yes, the statement is absolutely correct. The Battle of Plassey was fought in the year 1757, in which the British forces were led by Robert Clive and Siraj-ud-Dawla was defeated in this battle. ठीक है, तो ये बिल्कुल correct statement है हमारा. Now if I talk about some of the additional points, so Siraj-ud-Dawla से conspiracy is related, that is black hole conspiracy, in which it is believed that Siraj-ud-Dawla just captured many of the Britishers in a 6x6 or 8x8 room. I don't know the exact number, exact fact. तो छोटे से रूम में a lot of Britishers were captured and they died there, okay, due to lack of oxygen, due to suffocation. So black hole tragedy is also related to Siraj-ud-Dawla. ठीक है. So if we talk about the correct options here, so only the third option is correct. So 6 का B is the right answer. ठीक है. Let us now move to the next question, that is arrange the following events in the consequence of their occurrence. ठीक है. Now let us see. Mir Qasim shifts the capital of Bengal to Munger. Now if we talk about the first option here, now let us see. Yes, if we talk about the Mir Qasim shifted his capital from Bengal to Munger. Now this happened in the year 1762. After becoming the Nawab of Bengal, Mir Qasim in 1760 he shifted his capital from Bengal में भी कहाँ, तो Murshidabad. He shifted his capital from Murshidabad to Munger to distance himself from the British influence that was there in Calcutta, and also to strengthen his administration. ठीक है, Mir Qasim is also credited to develop his military on modern lines. So the point that you need to know is Mir Qasim shifted his capital from Murshidabad to Munger. ठीक है, this happened in the year 1762. Now next is Battle of Plassey. So the Battle of Plassey happened in the year 1757. अभी हमने देखा था. Now, Treaty of Allahabad, I have already told you in the previous question that the Treaty of Allahabad was signed in the year 1765 after the Battle of Buxar. So, Battle of Buxar was fought in the year 1764. ठीक है, so we have got here कि 1757 सबसे पहले क्या हुआ, तो Battle of Plassey हुआ. तो 2 is the first to occur. Then was 1762 में when the Mir Qasim shifted his capital from Murshidabad to Munger. तो 2 के बाद हमारा 1 is correct option. Then came the Battle of Buxar in the year 1764. ठीक है, and then there was Treaty of Allahabad in 1765. ठीक है, so the correct option will be B is the correct answer. Okay, let's now move to the next question, which is which of the following key figures are correctly matched with the respective policies during the Bengal administration. Now Murshid Quli Khan was the founder of the independent state of Bengal. So other successor state, if I talk about the successor state that were carved out of the Mughal Empire, तो one was Bengal, other one was Awadh. ये तो मैंने बता दिया पहले के क्वेश्चंस के उसमें एक्सप्लेनेशन पार्ट में. एंड द थर्ड वन was हैदराबाद. ठीक है, हैदराबाद निज़ाम उल मुल्क, अवध में बुरहान उल मुल्क एंड बंगाल में मुर्शीद कुली खान. ठीक है जी, लेट अस नाउ सी दी करेक्ट ऑप्शंस हियर. नाउ मुर्शीद कुली खान की पॉलिसी क्या रिलेटेड है, अबॉलिश्ड ऑल इंटरनल ड्यूटीज एंड रिलोकेटेड द कैपिटल टू मुंगेर. जस्ट नाउ वी हैव सीन दैट मुर्शीद कुली खान डिड नॉट abolished all internal trades. The Murshid Quli Khan didn't shifted the capital to Munger. It was Mir Qasim in the year 1762 who shifted the capital from Murshidabad to Munger. ठीक है, so also Murshid Quli Khan did not abolish all internal trades. So this first option is absolutely wrong. So in this question we have to mention the correctly. तो फर्स्ट वन इज़ तो नॉट करेक्ट. तो ऑप्शन या तो सी होगा, बी होगा करेक्ट आंसर, या सी होगा. नाउ लेट अस रीड अबाउट अली वर्दी खान. नाउ अली वर्दी खान फॉट ऑफ द मराठाज एंड रेसिस्टेड यूरोपियन इंटरफेरेंस इन बंगाल. सो दिस इज़ एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. एंड अली वर्दी खान का टेन्योर 1740 से 1756 के बीच था. सो द स्टेटमेंट इज़ एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. Now if I talk about Mir Jafar, he became the Nawab after the Battle of Plassey but conspired with the Dutch. Absolutely correct. So after the Battle of Plassey, when Siraj-ud-Dawla was defeated, just next to him, after him, Mir Jafar was made the Nawab of Bengal after the British victory, and later he conspired with the Dutch, leading to further tensions with the British rule. ठीक है, थर्ड भी हमारा सही है. फोर्थ देख लेते हैं. Mir Qasim established the first independent Nawab of Bengal and ruled until 1727. No, he was not the first independent Nawab of Bengal. ठीक है, इट वॉज द मुर्शीद कुली खान. ठीक है, सो फोर्थ वन इज ऑल्सो इनकरेक्ट. सो करेक्ट आंसर हमारा क्या होगा, 2 and 3 स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे हमने देखा, दीज आर करेक्ट. ठीक है, यू जस्ट नॉट नीड टू नो द माइन्यूट डिटेल्स, जस्ट वर्ड एसोसिएशन आपको पता होना चाहिए कि मुर्शीदाबाद टू मुंगेर किसने ट्रांसफ़र किया, हु बिकेम द नवाब ऑफ बंगाल आफ्टर द बैटल ऑफ प्लासी, एंड सम ऑफ द क्रोनोलॉजी रिगार्डिंग दैट. ठीक है, ज़्यादा डिटेल में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Now in this question we have to tell that how many of the above battles took place during the reign of Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. Okay, now if we have a brief idea we can answer this question. ठीक है, Battle of Plassey was fought in the year 1757 and Shah Alam II was not the Mughal emperor at that time, it was Alamgir II. So एक फैक्ट तो यहाँ पे आपको ध्यान रखने का ये हो गया कि Battle of Plassey was fought when the Mughal emperor was Alamgir II. ठीक है, third battle of Panipat was fought in the year 1761 and obviously it occurred when Shah Alam II was ruling as a Mughal emperor. Then Battle of Buxar obviously 1764 में, and Shah Alam II was actively a part of the Battle of Buxar. Then there was the Battle of Wandiwash. It happened in the year 1760. ठीक है, and this battle was between British and French, in which ultimately the British won and they asserted their control. Finally, the French were ousted out of India, and it it determined that the British are the only European companies that are going to rule for a longer period of time. So if we talk about which of the following battles took place during the reign of Shah Alam II, so these three battles were there. Whereas if I talk about Battle of Plassey, it was during Alamgate II. Okay, so the correct answer is only 3 here. Okay, let's now move to the next question. Now consider the following regional kingdom with reference to the history of India. Now Travancore, this is the kingdom and this is the founder. Now if I talk about the kingdom of Travancore, absolutely correct. Martand Varma was its founder. Okay, and a famous battle regarding the kingdom of Travancore is also there. The battle was fought between the Dutch and the kingdom of Travancore. That was the Battle of Kolachal. ठीक है, ये आपको ध्यान में रखना है, बैटल ऑफ कोलाचल. ठीक है, तो फर्स्ट वन इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. रोहिला खंड, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट रोहिला खंड, तो अली मोहम्मद खान वाज इट्स फाउंडर. ठीक है, सो दिस वन इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट. नेक्स्ट कम इज फरुखाबाद, किंगडम ऑफ फरुखाबाद, तो मोहम्मद खान बंगश इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट. सो यहाँ पे किंगडम्स एंड फाउंडर्स आपके रिवाइज हो गए. ऑल ऑफ दिस गिवन स्टेटमेंट हियर आर करेक्ट. We have to tell the incorrect statement matched here. So the incorrect statement is none of the above. All of the statement here are correct. Now the next question is question number 11. Now with reference to Anglo-Mysore War, consider the following statement. The Treaty of Madras 1769 is related to the first Anglo-Mysore War. Okay? Now you can just pause this video and try this question on your own. Now let me tell you the explanation part. Now the Treaty of Madras was signed in the year 1769. Now this was signed between the British East India Company and the Kingdom of Mysore. Now the Kingdom of Mysore during the first Anglo-Mysore War was led by Hyder Ali. ठीक है, so under this treaty what happened was that both the side agreed to return the captured territory and the status quo that was maintained before the war was restored. So the first statement is absolutely correct. Next is the British attempt to capture Mahe to stop import of French war materials set the stage for the second Anglo-Mysore War. Now this question, to answer this question you need to know about the pretext or the reasons which were there before the start of the Anglo-Mysore War. So after the status quo was maintained after the first Anglo-Mysore War and the captured territory that was taken was restored to both the parties, then at a later stage Hyder Ali felt that the British betrayed their promise as per the Treaty of Madras that was signed in the year 1769. Okay, and what Hyder Ali did was he took the help of the French to strengthen his military capabilities. So the French artillery and the French war material was imported to Mysore, and it was imported to Mysore through the route of Mahe. Mahe was a French occupied, or it was a French port on the Malabar coast. So the Britishers, when they got to know about this, the Britishers captured and Britishers tried to capture Mahe. ठीक है, and this capturing of Britishers on the port of Mahe so that the French war artillery or capabilities does not reach Mysore directly, it led to the commencement of the second Anglo-Mysore War. And just to tell you, this second Anglo-Mysore War ended with the Treaty of Mangalore. ठीक है, I hope you have understood the pretext regarding the second Anglo-Mysore War. So this statement is also absolutely correct. Now if I talk about the third statement, now dispute over territory between the state of Mysore and Travancore escalated into the third Anglo-Mysore War. Now this question I have prepared so that कि आपका conceptual clarity clear हो जाए regarding the different war. Now if I talk about the third Anglo-Mysore War, ठीक है, so the thing started when the Strait of Travancore they purchased the area of Kannur, ठीक है, from the Dutch in the Cochin state. ठीक है, now Tipu Sultan viewed this as a violation of his sovereign rights. ठीक है, since Cochin was a feudatory of Tipu Sultan. Hence, Tipu Sultan declared the war on the kingdom of Travancore, and then the British East India Company sided on the side of the kingdom of Travancore, which ultimately led to the escalation of the Third Anglo-Mysore War. ठीक है. Now, Treaty of Srirangapatnam was signed after this war, ठीक है, in the year 1792. So, Third Anglo-Mysore War regarding this statement is also correct. So, the correct answer to this question is all of the given statement here are correct. Let's now move to the next question. That is question number 12. Now, question number 12 is asking, with reference to the Indian history, consider the following statement. Now, we have to mention about the incorrect statement. Now, the Nizamat of Arcot was under the legal dependency of the Hyderabad state. ठीक है. Now, if I tell you about the Nizamat of Arcot, so it was a kingdom in South India. ठीक है. And it existed between the 1690s to 1850s तक ये kingdom exist करता था. And it was under the legal purview of the Nizam of the Hyderabad until his demise. ठीक है. And initially this Arcot or Nizamat of Arcot or Carnatic area, it had its capital in Arcot, which is present in the today's Tamil Nadu. ठीक है. The first statement is absolutely correct. Now, if I talk about the second statement, the kingdom of Mysore initially served as a feudatory under the Vijayanagar Empire. So, absolutely correct. The kingdom of Mysore, which we talk about, was ruled for the most period of the time. It was ruled by the Hindu Vodaya dynasty. Now, this Hindu Vodaya dynasty, when it collapsed, तो इसी के अंदर what can we say, an army chief or a head in army whose name was Hyder Ali used to work. Then Hyder Ali ultimately defeated this kingdom of Mysore and established his Muslim rule. And then Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan ruled over the kingdom of Mysore. And ultimately, after Tipu Sultan died, the British East India Company restored this kingdom of Mysore to the Hindu Vodayas. Okay? So the second statement is also correct. Third statement is the Northern Sirkars was a division of British India's Madras Presidency. Yes, it is absolutely correct. Now, this territory of Northern Sirkars, it became a British protracted process. Okay, and it was included by a means of diplomacy and all. ठीक है ना. So the third statement is also correct. You just need to know the Northern Sarkars was under the British India's Madras Presidency. So the third statement is correct. So if I talk about the incorrect statement here, which of the following statement here are incorrect? If I talk about the incorrect statement in this question, let's now see the next question. Now, the next question is, with reference to the Indian history, consider the following statements. Now, the Nizamat of Arcot was under the legal dependency of Hyderabad state. Now, this statement is absolutely correct. Why is it correct? Because the Nizamat of Arcot or Carnatic Sultanate was a kingdom in southern India. Okay? Now, the timeline ranges between 1690s to 1850s. Now, this was under the legal dependency of Hyderabad state. So, it was under the dependency of Hyderabad state until the demise of the Nizam of the Hyderabad. And initially, their capital was there at Arcot. Okay? We have to answer here the incorrect statement. So, the first statement is correct. So, this cannot be incorrect. Now, if I talk about the kingdom of Mysore initially served as a feudatories under the Vijayanagar Empire, so this second statement is also absolutely true, because the kingdom of Mysore was initially ruled by the Hindu Vodaya dynasty. Now, earlier the Hindu Vodaya dynasty ruled, and initially they were feudatories of the Vijayanagar Empire. Okay? But at a later stage, Hyder Ali, who was one of the army chiefs under the Hindu Vodaya dynasty, he defeated the Hindu Vodayars and established his own rule. And then after Hyder Ali, there was Tipu Sultan, and these two were the Muslim rulers of the kingdom of Mysore. Ultimately, after the Fourth Anglo-Mysore War, when Tipu Sultan died and the British won, the British restored this kingdom of Mysore to the Hindu Wadiyars. Okay? So the second statement is also true, and here the question is asking about the incorrect statement. So none of the given statement here is incorrect. That is why D is going to be the right answer to this question. Now the next question is, which one of the following statement about the Treaty of Allahabad 1765 is correct? Now the first is, it was the result of the Battle of Plassey fought between Robert Clive and the forces of Siraj-ud-Dawla. Now I have told you multiple times that the Treaty of Allahabad was signed after the Battle of Buxar in the year 1764. Okay, so the first statement is absolutely correct. We have to mention the correct statement. So A and B तो हम directly eliminate कर सकते हैं. Now just for your knowledge, the Battle of Buxar, in Battle of Buxar, the Britishers were led by Hector Munro, and if I talk about the Battle of Plassey, the Britishers were led by Robert Clive. First statement is absolutely incorrect. Okay, let us see the second statement. Now, also in the Battle of Buxar, the three combined armies of Mir Qasim, who was Nawab of Bengal earlier, then Shuja-ud-Dawla, who was the Nawab of Awadh, and then Shah Alam II, who was the Mughal emperor, all of these three fought against the common enemy, that were the British. Now, it allowed the company to collect revenue directly from the people in certain provinces. Yes. Now, these two treaties were signed. First one was signed with the Shah Alam II. Under the Treaty of Allahabad that was signed with Shah Alam II, the East India Company were granted the Diwani rights, or the right to collect taxes on behalf of the emperor from the eastern provinces. So which of these were the eastern provinces? Bengal के rights मिले थे, बिहार के rights मिले थे, and ओडिशा के rights मिले थे. ठीक है, in lieu of a payment of 26 lakh to the Mughal emperor. So the second statement is correct. Third is, the Nawab of Awadh surrendered Allahabad and Kara to the Mughal emperor Shah Alam II. Yes. Now under the terms of the Treaty of Allahabad, Allahabad and Kara were restored to the Mughal emperor Shah Alam II. This statement is absolutely correct. Okay. So 2 and 3 statement here are correct. D is the right answer to this question. Now let us see the next question, that is question number 14. Just a second, 14, yes. Now question number 14. Now consider the following pairs with reference to the history of India. Now this is first Carnatic War, and what is the description? Now first of all, you need to know that Carnatic War were fought between the Britishers and the French. Okay. Now description is, it came to an end with the termination of the War of the Austrian Succession in Europe. Now if I tell you about the first Carnatic War, it was fought between 1746 to 1748. Now in the year 1740, the War of Austrian Succession broke out in Europe, in which France and Britain were opposite to each other. Okay. Now this first Carnatic War, all you need to know, was a result of the Austrian Succession, War of Austrian Succession. No Indian reason was there for the first Carnatic War. Okay. And the second important thing that you need to know about the first Carnatic War is that it ended with the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Okay. Under which Madras was given back to the Britishers in exchange for the French fortress that was in North America. Okay. So the first statement is correct. Now if we see the second statement, second Carnatic War, Muhammad Ali Wallajah was recognized as the Nawab of Carnatic. Okay. So this is absolutely correct, because the second Carnatic War was happened between the French and the Britishers due to local regions, or it means that the Indian regions were there. Okay. The dispute in the Indian territories was there, and that is why the second Austrian War of Succession, second Carnatic War happened, and this second Carnatic War ended with the Treaty of Pondicherry. This you need to remember. Okay. Now under this Treaty of Pondicherry, Muhammad Ali Wallajah was recognized as the Nawab of Carnatic. Okay. Now third Carnatic War concluded with the signing of the Treaty of Wandiwash in 1763. This is absolutely correct. Now the third Carnatic War was also due to the Austrian War of Succession. Only the Second Carnatic War was due to the local reasons or the Indian reasons. Other than that, the First Carnatic War and the Third Carnatic War were due to the Austrian War of Succession. Now this Third Carnatic War ended with the Treaty of Paris. ठीक है. Also this treaty ended the 7-year wars. Now under this Treaty of Paris, Chandarnagar and Pondicherry was returned to France, but the French were not allowed to fortify or have troops in them. ठीक है. The Battle of Vandivos was fought in 1760. ठीक है. Under which Sir Idus Coutte, who represented the Britishers, successfully defeated the French commander Count de Lally, ठीक है, in the Battle of Vandivos. And after this 1763 में not, this one is not correct. Why it is not correct? I've just told you now that it ended with the Treaty of Paris and not Treaty of Vandivos. There was War of Vandivos in 1760 and Treaty of Paris was signed in the year 1763. Third one is absolutely incorrect. Now we have to tell the correctly matched pair. So the correct option क्या होगा यहाँ पे? 3 तो होगा नहीं, none तो होगा नहीं, so B. यहाँ पे नंबरिंग आप ध्यान में रखना. B is the correct answer to this question. ठीक है. Let's now move to the next question. That is question number 15. 15 question है हमारा. With reference to the Anglo-Sikh War, consider the following statement. The war started with the Sikh army entering into the British territory. Okay. Now, if I talk about the first statement, so the Sikh ultimately refused the Britishers to give passage to the Britishers to go into the Afghan region. ठीक है. Then what they did was the Sikh army crossed the Satluj river and entered the British territory, which marked the beginning of the first Anglo-Sikh war. ठीक है. तो the first statement is correct. If we talk about the second statement, the second Anglo-Sikh war began with the revolt of Mulraj, the governor of Multan. Now it was triggered with the revolt of Mulraj, who was the governor of Multan. The governor of Multan in April 1848, what he did was that his rebellion was supported by the Sikh army, which eventually made it broader national uprising, and it was considered as the second Anglo-Sikh war. So second statement is also correct. Now Punjab was immediately annexed, and immediately after the second Anglo-Sikh war. So this is absolutely correct. So if we talk about the Anglo-Sikh war, only 2 wars was fought between the British and the Punjab. ठीक है. And then after the second war, Punjab was immediately annexed. ठीक है. Third statement is also correct. You just need to know word association about these topic. ठीक है. इससे ज़्यादा important नहीं है इसमें कुछ. That is why I've added some of the questions, and many of the questions have been added ताकि आपका proper revision हो जाए. So इसका आंसर करेक्ट होगा 1, 2 and 3. Now the next question is we have to match the treaty with the description. Now the Treaty of Gundamuk, Britain recognized Afghanistan independence and Afghanistan accepted the Durand Line. No, the Treaty of Gundamuk was signed in the year 1879. Now it ended the first phase of the second Anglo-Afghan war, and it has nothing to do with the Afghanistan independence and Afghanistan accepting the Durand Line. So the first statement is absolutely incorrect. If we talk about the Treaty of Lahore, इसका description क्या दिया है? Transform the Sikh kingdom into a British protectorate. Now this is absolutely incorrect because the Treaty of Lahore was a peace marking treaty and it ended the first Anglo-Sikh war. ठीक है. The Sikhs were made to surrender the Jalandhar Doab between the Beas and Satluj river, and it has nothing to do with the Sikh kingdom getting transformed into the British protectorate. ठीक है. It was just a peace treaty that ended the first Anglo-Sikh war. So the second statement is also incorrect. If I talk about the Treaty of Yandabo, so it was signed in the year 1826, and इसका description क्या दिया है? Myanmar ceded Assam and Manipur to the British India. So obviously the statement is true because the Treaty of Yandabo was also a peace treaty that ended the first Anglo-Burmese war. So under this treaty, the Burma ceded the territories of Assam, Manipur, Arakan area and Tenasserim area, ठीक है, to the Britishers. So this statement is absolutely correct. So the question is asking about the correctly matched statement. So the B is going to be the correct answer. ठीक है. Let us now see the next question, that is question number 17. Consider the following event in the history of India: signing of the tripartite treaty between the British, Shah Shuja and Ranjit Singh. Next, when was it signed? 1838 में. Next is the first Bengali daily newspaper Sambad Prabhakar was published. So it was published in the year 1839 and it was founded, this Sambad Prabhakar was founded by the Ishwar Chandra Gupta. ठीक है. Next is Tattva Bodhini Sabha was founded by Devendranath Tagore. Obviously this is correct. It was founded in the year 1839. And then the first Anglo-Afghan war, it was fought between 1840 to 42. So which of the following options here is related? So Lord Acclaimed is related to all of these events. ठीक है. टेन्योर याद कर लेना लॉर्ड अक्लैंड का. इट वॉज फ्रॉम 1836 टू 1842. ठीक है. सो हमारा डी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. विलियम बेंटिक वॉज अराउंड 1828. लॉर्ड एलिनब्रो वॉज वे लेटर देन हिम. ठीक है. तो ये टेन्योर आपको याद होना चाहिए एंड दीज थिंग्स यू शुड नो इफ यू हैव आंसर्ड दिस क्वेश्चन करेक्टली. सो it is very good that you have answered this question. This was on the a little bit of conceptual side. So D is the correct answer. Let us now move to question number 18. Which of the following statement is not correct? Ali Mardan Khan introduced the system of revenue farming in Bengal. So the first statement given here is not correct. Why? Because it was Murshid Quli Khan who was the founder of the independent state of Bengal who introduced the revenue farming. ठीक है. ये हमारा नॉट करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट होगा. लेट अस रीड द अदर करेक्ट ऑप्शंस एज वेल. महाराजा रणजीत सिंह सेट अप मॉडर्न फाउंड्रीज टू मैन्युफैक्चर कैनन एट लाहौर. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. ऑल्सो द एरिया ऑफ रणजीत सिंह इंक्लूडेड द प्रेजेंट डे श्रीनगर ऑल्सो. नेक्स्ट इज सवाई जय सिंह ऑफ अंबर हैज यूलिसिड एलिमेंट्स ऑफ ज्योमेट्री ट्रांसलेटेड इनटू संस्कृत. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है. दीज आर सम ऑफ द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स जो मैंने यहाँ पे मेंशन किए हैं, इनको भी आपको ध्यान में रखना है. Next is Tipu Sultan of Mysore gave money for the construction of the idol of goddess Sharda at the Sringeri temple. This statement is also correct. ठीक है. The revenue farming system in Bengal was introduced by Murshid Quli Khan. ये हमारे यहाँ पे not correct option होगा. Next is British general who defeated या beat Hyder Ali in the war of Porto Novo. So if I talk about the war of Porto Novo, it was fought in the year 1781. And it was during the second Anglo-Mysore war when this war was fought. ठीक है. The British forces were led by Sir Iris Kute and he defeated Hyder Ali in the second Anglo-Mysore war का battle. ठीक है. So who was the British general? So Sir Iris Kute was the British general. ठीक है. Let's now move to the next question. Who among the following Indian rulers established embassies in foreign countries on modern lines? So the Tipu Sultan is famous for this. Also, he joined the Jacobean Club. Also, he established army on modern lines. Artillery was well developed. ठीक है. With the help of French also. So Tipu Sultan laid his kingdom in modern lines. ठीक है. D is the correct answer. I hope these are some of the easy questions. तो आपको क्लियर हो रहे होंगे and you are able to solve this question very efficiently. Next is first Maratha Sardar to accept the subsidiary alliance of Lord Wellesley. यहाँ पे 2 points are to be noted. सबसे पहले the system of subsidiary alliance was introduced by Lord Wellesley. ठीक है. Now Peshwa Bajirao II was the first Maratha Sardar to accept the system of subsidiary alliance. Now Peshwa, you know, was the prime minister in the Maratha kingdom. ठीक है. Now related to Maratha kingdom is an important point, that is Shivaji's अष्टप्रधान. ठीक है. जैसे नवरत्नास थे in the court of Chandragupta II, वैसे ही शिवाजी के किंगडम में अष्टप्रधान होते थे. ठीक है. This you need to know. ठीक है. Now subsidiary alliance was a system which was introduced by Lord Wellesley. Peshwa Bajirao II is the correct answer. ठीक है इसका. Let us now move to the next question. Now subsidiary alliance was implemented during the reign of, it was Lord Wellesley. अभी हमने देखा. This question is just for the purpose of revision. Next is who was the first Indian native ruler to accept the system of subsidiary alliance? So it was the Nizam of Hyderabad who was the first Indian native ruler to accept the system of subsidiary alliance. बी इज़ द करेक्ट आंसर. सो ये बहुत शॉर्ट क्वेश्चंस हैं. दीज आर वेरी रैपिड टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस जो कि आपको स्ट्राइक हो जाने चाहिए अगर आपने स्पेक्ट्रम पढ़ी है तो. नेक्स्ट इज द फर्स्ट इंडियन रूलर हु जॉइन द सब्सिडियरी अलायंस. बस मैंने ऑप्शन चेंज किए हैं, तो यहाँ पे अवध को देख के कन्फ्यूज़न मत होना, बाजीराव को मत करना कन्फ्यूज. करेक्ट आंसर इज द निज़ाम ऑफ हैदराबाद. Let us now see the next question. The subsidiary alliance was not accepted by. So the Nizam of Hyderabad हमने अभी देखा. Nizam of Hyderabad was the first Indian ruler to accept the system of subsidiary alliance. Who was not? The Holkar state of Indore never accepted this subsidiary alliance. ठीक है. Next is who introduced the subsidiary alliance system in the administration to establish the British power over the Indian state. नाउ द करेक्ट आंसर तो हमें पता है इसका लॉर्ड विलिस्ली है, बट यहाँ पे आई हैव इंक्लूडेड दिस क्वेश्चन. इसका पर्पस कुछ और है. पर्पस इसका ये है क्योंकि आई एम गोइंग टू टेल यू अबाउट, चलो वो मैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन में नहीं चाहिए, यहीं बता देता हूँ. नाउ आई एम गोइंग टू टेल यू अबाउट द अचीवमेंट्स ऑफ द वेरियस वाइसरॉय और द गवर्नर जनरल दैट वर देयर. नाउ इफ़ आई टॉक अबाउट लॉर्ड विलिस्ली, सो लॉर्ड विलिस्ली ने और क्या क्या किया. सबसे पहले तो सब्सिडियरी अलायंस था इनका, फर्स्ट पॉइंट तो ये हो गया. सेकेंड इज द फोर्थ एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर. फोर्थ एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर वॉज फॉट ड्यूरिंग द टेन्योरशिप ऑफ लॉर्ड विलिस्ली. ठीक है. इन विच टीपू सुल्तान डाइड एंड द मैसूर डायनेस्टी वॉज रिस्टोर्ड टू द वोडेयर्स. ऑल्सो लॉर्ड विलिस्ली के टेन्योर में इन द 1800 फोर्ट विलियम कॉलेज इन कोलकाता वॉज एस्टैब्लिश फॉर द ट्रेनिंग ऑफ द सिविल सर्वेंट ऑफिसर्स. नेक्स्ट इज सेकेंड एंग्लो मराठा वॉर वॉज ऑल्सो फॉट ड्यूरिंग द टेन्योरशिप ऑफ लॉर्ड विलिस्ली, एंड दिस सेकेंड एंग्लो मराठा वॉर एंडेड बाय द ट्रीटी ऑफ बेसीन. एंड दिस ट्रीटी ऑफ बेसीन वॉज साइंड इन द ईयर 1802. ठीक है. If I talk about Lord Cornwallis, the system of permanent settlement is associated with Lord Cornwallis. Cornwallis Code was another thing. And then the third Anglo-Mysore War was fought during the tenureship of Lord Cornwallis. This third Anglo-Mysore War ended by the Treaty of Srirangapatna. ठीक है. Now, Lord Dalhousie is credited for the creation of PWD department. Another important thing was doctrine of lapse. Other important thing was introduction of PWD department, postage stamps. इसके अलावा telegraph facility was introduced, railway was introduced under Dalhousie. So, इसका correct answer B है. उसके अलावा जो भी मैंने आपको information बताई है, that too is very important. Let us now see. Now, the Anglo-Nepal War took place during the reign of, so this is a new question, so it took place during the reign of Lord Hastings. ठीक है. Now this Anglo-Nepal war ended with the Treaty of Sagali. ठीक है. The Treaty of Sagali was signed in the year 1816. ठीक है. Another thing that happened during the Lord Hastings tenure was the third Anglo-Maratha war. अब यहाँ पे confusion अपनी दूर कर लेना कि third Anglo-Maratha war, it was fought during the tenure of Lord Hastings. If I talk about the third Anglo-Mysore war, it was fought during the tenureship of Lord Wellesley. ठीक है. So इस क्वेश्चन का करेक्ट आंसर क्या होगा हमारा? लॉर्ड हेस्टिंग्स. B is the correct option. Now the next question is question number 28. The Treaty of Sagali took place in the year, so it took place in the year 1816, and the Viceroy or the Governor General during the time of, not Viceroy but the Governor General at that time was Lord Hastings. ठीक है. ये आपको ध्यान रखना है. ठीक है. Now the next question is question number 29. Which one of the following pair is not correctly matched? So Hector Munro led in the Battle of Buxar, absolutely correct, in the year 1764. Lord Hastings, Anglo-Nepal War and Treaty of Sagali was signed in the year 1816, absolutely correct. Then comes the Lord Wellesley as the fourth Anglo-Mysore War. Yes, this is also correct. I have already told you this is the battle in which Tipu Sultan died. Next is Lord Cornwallis, third Anglo-Maratha War. Now this is absolutely incorrect. Why? Because I have already told you the third Anglo-Maratha War was fought during the tenure of Lord Hastings. Okay. So D is the pair that is incorrectly matched. Let's now move to the next question. Question number 30. The Third Anglo-Maratha War, it is related to Lord Hastings. Next question देखते हैं. Sir Thomas Munro was the governor of Madras during which year? So just for a reference I have added this question कि आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि Sir Thomas Munro was also the governor of Madras and he is entitled for making it the Rayotwari system. ठीक है. He was the governor of Madras during 1820 to 27. ठीक है. Also Hector okay, ठीक है. Let's move to the next question. Now, question number 32. On the basis of alleged maladministration, which Governor General has taken the administration of Mysore state? So, on account of the maladministration, the administration of Mysore state was taken by Lord William Bentinck. So, some of the other things that Lord William Bentinck did was the abolition of sati in the year 1828. Also, Lord William Bentinck established a law commission. He was also the first Governor General of India. And आपको मुझे comment section में बताना है who was the first Viceroy of India. ठीक है. Also, what he did was suppression of Thuggy. Suppression of Thuggy was made under the governorship of the Lord William Bentinck, and this suppression of Thuggy or the suppression of thugs was made by Captain Sleeman. Okay, so C is the correct answer. Let's now see the next question. Who among the following formulated and implemented the doctrine of lapse? So it was propounded by Dalhousie. Now the main aim इसका ये था कि जिस भी रूलर, इंडियन रूलर का नेचुरल मेल हेयर नहीं होगा, then the British India would seize the territory of that Indian king. ठीक है. Now some of the states which are important, some of the regions that were taken under the doctrine of lapse. सबसे पहले Satara was captured in the year 1848. Then came Jaipur and Sambalpur. Now these two were captured in the year 1849. If I talk about Jhansi was captured in the year 1853. If I talk about Nagpur, then it was done in 1854, and the last state in 1855 was the state of Arcot. ठीक है. C is the correct answer. Let's now see the next question. The ruler of which of the following state was removed from power by the British on the pretext of misgovernance? So it was the ruler of Awadh, जिसे कि misgovernance के pretext में remove कर दिया गया था. Next is, which of the following was the first victim of Lord Dalhousie's policy of doctrine of lapse? So the first state was Satara in the year 1848. If I talk about Jhansi, it was in 1853. If it was Sambalpur, it was 1849. ठीक है. एक और स्टेट था, the state of Baghat. The state of Baghat was captured in the year 1850. ठीक है. Next is the conquest of Sindh by British was completed during the period of. So it was completed during the period of whom? It was completed during the period of Lord Ellenborough. ठीक है. Who controlled the Sindh? The conquest of Sindh was done by Sir Charles Napier, and the year was 1843. ठीक है. Now, some of the battles that are related with the conquest of Sindh are Battle of Miani and Battle of Hyderabad. ठीक है. Next देखते हैं question number 37. The Sindh was annexed by Britishers in 1843. अब तो easy होगा ये question आपके लिए. Next is the princely state of Bhagat was annexed into the British India in. Now it was annexed under the doctrine of lapse in the year 1850. Next आ गया हमारा. Which of the following is not correctly matched? Lord Cornwallis permanent settlement, absolutely correct. Lord Wellesley subsidiary alliance, correct. Sir John Shore Anglo-Nepal War, no, this is wrong. Anglo-Nepal War is related to Lord Hastings, ठीक है. C is the not correctly matched option here. Next is, which one of the following is correctly matched? Lord Ellenborough annexation of Awadh, no. Dalhousie annexation of Sindh, no. Lord Wellesley fourth Anglo-Mysore War, this is absolutely correct. Annexation of Sindh was done during Ellenborough. Annexation of Awadh, Dalhousie and John Shore, these all of third Anglo-Maratha War, it also related to Lord Hastings. लॉर्ड विलेजली से रिलेटेड है द फोर्थ एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर, ठीक है. सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. नेक्स्ट इज नॉट करेक्टली मैच. डलहाउजी एनेक्सेशन ऑफ अवध, करेक्ट. डफरिन एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस इन द ईयर 1885, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. लॉर्ड विलियम बेंटिक passing of the Charter Act, correct. Lord Lytton beginning of the first Anglo-Afghan War, so this one is not correct because it was done, first Anglo-Afghan War was fought in by Lord Acclaimed, okay. Now next is, who among the following is associated with the policy of masterly inactivity? So the policy of masterly inactivity was propounded by Sir John Lawrence. Now, what was this policy? So this policy was a response to the challenges that were faced by the Britishers in the first Anglo-Afghan War. Now, what was this policy of masterly inactivity? First one, that there would be non-interference in the internal matters of the Afghanistan. Second would be the respect for Afghans independence, and third one was friendship treaty, ठीक है. So this masterly inactivity policy was of John Lawrence, this you need to know. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 43, ठीक है. So what is this question? Now consider the following statement. The British were allied with Nizam during the first Anglo-Mysore War, ठीक है. अब let us see about the first Anglo-Mysore War. Now इस war में क्या था कि the Nizam as well as the Maratha, the Nizam of Hyderabad, as well as the Maratha and the English, all of them allied against Hyder Ali, ठीक है. So the first statement is absolutely true, ठीक है. Second statement देखते हैं, the Treaty of Madras was a result of the first Anglo-Mysore War, absolutely correct. हमारा second और first दोनों statement correct है, तो 1 and 2 both are correct. Let's now see the next question, that is, he was a great lover of democracy and a great diplomat. He gave his support to the French soldier at Srirangapatnam in setting up a Jacobean club in 1797. He ordered a salute of 2300 cannons and 500 rockets to celebrate the occasion. Which figure from modern India history is being described above? Now I already told you Tipu Sultan was a member and he set up a Jacobean club. So Tipu Sultan is the correct answer, okay. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 45. Now इस question में हमसे क्या पूछा है? We have to arrange these in the chronological order. Now the first Anglo-Maratha War was fought from 1775 to 1782. Now in this war the British defeated the Marathas, okay. Now if we talk about the second Anglo-Mysore War, it was fought from 1780 to 1784, ठीक है. सेकेंड मैसूर वॉर से पहले हुआ था फर्स्ट एंग्लो मराठा वॉर. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट बैटल ऑफ चिंसूरा, इट वॉज फॉट बिटवीन द इंग्लिश एंड द डच. Now this was a battle that took place in the year 1759 and Battle of Vandivash took place in the year 1760. So सबसे पहले तो हमारा Battle of Chinsura था 3, then came Battle of Vandivash in 1760, then came the first Maratha War in 1775 and then came the second Anglo-Mysore War that started from 1780, ठीक है. B is the correct chronological order. Let's now see the next question, that is question number 46. Consider the following statement regarding the Chauth and Sardeshmukhi. The Mughal Sanad of 1719 allowed the Marathas to collect Chauth and Sardeshmukhi from Bengal. Now, एक चीज आपको समझ में आनी चाहिए कि Chauth and Sardeshmukhi, both of these were a part of tax, a type of tax in the Deccan and the Karnataka region. ठीक है, नॉट बंगाल. सो पहला स्टेटमेंट तो हमारा गलत है. नाउ इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द चौथ, इट वाज 1/4 of the revenue that was collected by the total rulers. And if I talk about the Sardeshmukhi, this was around the 10% of the revenue that was collected by the local rulers. ठीक है, and it was collected in the region of Deccan as well as Karnataka. ठीक है, not in Bengal. So the first statement is incorrect. Second is the Marathas agreed to provide the emperor with a contingent of 15,000 troops and pay an annual tribute of 10 lakh in exchange of the right to collect taxes. Yes, this is absolutely true that in exchange of for the rights to collect Chauth and Sardeshmukhi, the Marathas agreed to provide the Mughal emperor with a contingent of 15,000 troops and pay an annual tribute of 10 lakh in exchange of the right to collect the taxes. And these taxes were to be collected from the area of Deccan plus Karnataka. Okay, second statement is true. अभी हमसे पूछा which of the following statement is correct, so only the second statement here is true. Next is question number 47. ठीक है, अब 47 हमारा क्या है? क्वेश्चन नंबर 47 है हमारा, द सेकेंड एंग्लो मराठा वॉर एंडेड विथ मराठा साइनिंग द सब्सिडियरी अलायंस. एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. After the Peshwa accepted the subsidiary alliance, Scindia and Bhosles, they tried to attempt to save the Marathas' independence, but ultimately there was the Maratha signed the subsidiary alliance after the Second Anglo-Maratha War. Now, the Tipu Sultan of Mysore was first to accept the subsidiary alliance. No, I have already told you it was not the Tipu of Sultan of Mysore, but the Nizam of Hyderabad who was the first one to accept the subsidiary alliance. ठीक है, second statement is wrong. Next, the concept of subsidiary alliance was indigenous to the British administration. No, the concept of subsidiary alliance was first followed by Duplessis. ठीक है, he was a French governor, so it was not an indigenous concept of the Britishers. So only one statement, that is the first statement is correct. Second and third statement दोनों यहाँ पे false है. Let us now see the next question. Now, what is the policy of ring fence? Now, ring fence policy was introduced by Warren Hastings. सबसे पहले तो आपको ये पता होना चाहिए, it was introduced by Warren Hastings. Next is, what was this policy? So मैं बता देता हूँ आपको. The ring fence policy, it was established by Warren Hastings and it aimed to create a buffer zones and safeguard the companies from frontiers. Now, in order to safeguard their own territory, it was often their policy to defend the boundaries of their neighbors. The ring fence state were obligated to retain subsidiary armies that were to be organized by the company, British company. Okay, so those outlined or the border states were considered to be buffer states under the ring fence policy. ठीक है, so it involved defending their neighborhood's frontier in order to safeguard their own territory. A is the correct option. Okay, let's now move to the next question. That is, we have to arrange these events in a chronological order. अब क्या chronological order है हमारा? तो Sindh accepted subsidiary alliance. Now, this happened in the year 1839. Now, Treaty of Lahore is signed between the Sikh and the British. So this was signed in the year 1846. Then Nepal signed this Treaty of Sagauli. This was signed in the year 1816. And if I talk about the Young Husband's mission to Tibet, this happened in the year 1904. Now, the fourth one is the last to occur and third one is the first to occur. ठीक है, तो 3, 1, 2, 4 is the correct chronological order. If you all have tried this question and answered this question correctly, many congratulations to you all. ठीक है, आपकी conceptual clarity बहुत ज़बरदस्त है. Now, next is, I think this is the last question. Now, consider the following pair of treaties. Now, Treaty of Salbai, Mysore, no, it is incorrect. The Treaty of Salbai was signed in the year 1782 between the British and Marathas. not Mysore. ठीक है. Treaty of Yandabo, is this correct? This one is also not correct because it was a result. It was signed in 1826 after the first Anglo-Burmese war, and it was signed with Burma. Now Treaty of Gandmak, now this one is also incorrect, as it was signed, as the Treaty of Gandmak was signed with Afghanistan peace treaty. ठीक है. Treaty of Alinagar was signed with Nawab of Bengal. Absolutely correct. This Treaty of Alinagar was signed between Siraj-ud-Daulah and Robert Clive of the East India Company, and this treaty allowed the Britishers to fortify Calcutta and also allowed the British goods to pass through West Bengal without duties. ठीक है. So only the fourth option here is correct. Rest all of the options here are incorrect. So only one option here is correctly matched. Now with this we have completed the chapter. If you have benefited from this chapter, do give this a video a like. Okay, just comment down your thoughts below, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our chapter 4 of the Spectrum Revision series through MCQs. Now this chapter 4 is going to be the people's resistance against the British before the 1857, and this chapter constitutes all of the tribal revolts, all of the civil uprising, all of the peasant uprising. All of that we will see, and we will solve the questions regarding these topics in this chapter. But before starting the chapter, let me tell you some of the important facts, and I'll explain you the summary of this chapter first, and then straight away we will move to the questions of this chapter. Now, if I talk about what were the factors that were responsible for the people's resistance. Now, first of all, we know that British East India Company widely spread their commercial and political motives in India, and they brought their land revenue systems. Now, land revenue systems, what was the revenue collection system that was introduced by the British? It was permanent settlement, it was Ryotwari system, it was Mahalwari system, and then the technique of political expansion was also there through various means, such as policy of ring fence by Warren Hastings. Then came the policy of doctrine of lapse that was introduced by Dalhousie. Then comes the policy of subsidiary alliance by Lord Wellesley. So all of these were the reasons that were responsible for the people's resistance. Okay, due to the land revenue system, heavy taxation was there. Then growth of intermediaries, the revenue collection system that was there. Then the deindustrialization was a major factor. Now what was this deindustrialization? Now it was a process in which the British manufactured goods were imported to India and no tariffs was imposed to them. On the other hand, the Indian handicraft industries that suffered high loss and deindustrialization happened in India. Okay, obviously the last factor was the foreign character of the British rule, because these were the European nations and the people of India thought that these are not appropriate for ruling our country at that time. Now let us see what were the forms of uprising. So the different forms of uprising was civil uprising. Civil uprising means any uprising which was not of military character. Okay. Then came the peasant uprising, then tribals, and then military uprising. So if I talk about the civil uprising, let us see it one by one. Now, first of all, let me tell you a thing about the tribal movement. So the tribal movement that was there in the northeast India was different to that of the mainland India. Why it was so? Because the British India, when it expanded and laid down the railways in India, that railways required timber, because the logs were needed to set up the railway system, and this need for timber motivated the British East India Company to move to the northeastern regions, and that was also one of the reason why Burma was captured by the English East India Company. Okay, now the northeasterns, The Britishers directly intervened into the social and customary practice of the tribes that were living in the northeastern India. So this fact you need to know, that the northeastern tribes were not connected to that of the mainland India, and the demands for which the northeastern people they performed the revolt, that was different to that of what was the revolt system in mainland India. Let's now see about the civil uprising. Now, Sannyasi revolt took place from the year 1763 to 1800, and the places where it was held was Bihar as well as Bengal. Other to them, who led this Sannyasi revolt? So it was led by Majnu Shah, and one important figure, a female figure, is very important regarding Sannyasi revolt. Her name is Sarla Devi Chaudharani. Okay, she was an important woman leader who was associated with this Sannyasi revolt. Okay, other important names, Sir Bhavani Pathak too was very much associated. Now, if I talk about the revolt of Moamaris, it happened in the year 1766 to 99, and it happened in the parts of Assam plus some of the parts of the present day Bangladesh. Now, who were these Moamaris? So these Moamaris were the low caste peasants, and their revolts significantly damaged and weakened the Ahom dynasty. Okay. Also, some of the important leader was Krishna Rayan regarding the revolt of the Moamaris. Okay. Now, next was a civil rebellion was there in Gorakhpur, Basti, Bahraich, and this was in the Uttar Pradesh. Then came the civil rebellion of Awadh. This civil rebellion in Awadh happened in the purview of the Wazir Ali Khan, and this was there in the eastern Uttar Pradesh area. Okay. Then a next famous revolt was the Polygal revolt of the Tamil Nadu. This happened in Tamil Nadu, and the region was Arcot region. Also, one of the important leader of the Polygal revolt was Kattabomam Nayak. Okay, he was one of the important leader of the Polygal revolt. Next important revolt was the revolt of Diwan of Veluthampi. This happened, the Veluthampi was the Diwan of Travancore, and the tenure was 808 to 809. Okay, and it was led by Veluthampi. Next important was, there was an upsurge at Hathras, and Dayaram and Bhagwant Singh was some of the important leaders. Next in the line was Paika rebellion in the year 1817. This Paika rebellion happened in the state of Odisha, and Pakshi Jagabandhu was an important leader in this Paika rebellion. Then there was one more, I forgot to mention it. It was Waghera uprising. Okay, Waghera uprising was there in the Baroda district of Gujarat. This you can also remember. This is also somewhat important. Next in the line came the Wahhabi movement. Now, Wahhabi movement ranged from the year 1830 to 61, and it happened in Bengal, Bihar, and northwestern frontier provinces. Now, this was basically an Islamic revivalist movement, and it was led by Sayyid Ahmad. Okay. Next in line was Kuka movement. This Kuka movement ka tenure was 1840 to 72, and it happened in the state of Punjab. Earlier it was a religious movement, but later it became a political movement. So the leader of this Kuka movement was Bhagat Jawahar Mal, and later at a later stage it was led by Ram Singh. Okay, let's now see about the peasant movement. Now, one of the important peasant movement happened in the Nalberia area of Bengal, and it was led by Titu Mir, and it was in the area of 24 Parganas of Bengal. Next in the line was Pagalpanthis. It was led by Karam Shah, and this Pagalpanthi revolt was against zamindars, that asserted excess rent on the peasant. Okay. Next in the line was Fariazi movement. This happened in the East Bengal and it was founded by Haji Sariyatullah and it was carried out in Bengal by Daddu Mian. Okay. This is also an important peasant movement of that time. Now this Fariazi movement was against the English East India Company as well as the Zamindars, and these Fariazis later joined the Wahhabis. Okay. Next in the line was Mopla rebellion. It happened in the Malabar region of Kerala and it was Mopla revolt firstly occurred in the year 1836 and this second Mopla rebellion occurred in the year 1920 during the Indian National Congress and Khilafat movement. When they propagated this Khilafat movement in the year 1920, then this second Mopla rebellion occurred. Okay, if I talk about the tribal revolt, one of them was Paharia. The Paharia revolt was a major tribal revolt and this Paharia revolt was there in the area of Raj Mahal Hills. Then in the line came the Chuar rebellion. Chuar rebellion was there in Bengal के मिदनापुर district में, and it was led by Shah Ganjam. Now next in the line was Coal Mutiny. Coal Mutiny happened in the year 1813 in the area of Ranchi and Singhbhum, and it was led by Buddho Bhagat. The Coal rebellion was led by Buddho Bhagat. Next in the line was Munda also. Munda rebellion. It happened in the year 1899 and it was led by Birsa Munda. And the Birsa Munda was also known as Ulugan. This Birsa Munda revolt was also known as Ulugan revolt, and this is also a UPSC PYQ. Next in the line is Santhal. It happened in the area of Raj Mahal Hills and it was led by leaders Sidhu and Kanhu. Okay. Then came in the line was Ramosi rebellion. Ramosi rebellion happened in the area of Western Ghats and the tenure was 1822 के around and it was led by Chittur Singh. ठीक है. Next important movement was Tana Bhagat movement. This Tana Bhagat movement happened in the area of Bengal and it was led by Jatra Bhagat. Okay, these are some of the very important rebellions that I am telling you about. Then in the line came Rampa revolt. This Rampa revolt is very much famous because it happened in the year 1916 in the areas of Andhra Pradesh and it was led by Alluri Sitaram Raju. A Bollywood movie has also been made on this. Okay? Rampa revolt, that is why I am explaining you the Rampa revolt. So some of the revolts happened in the northeastern areas also. So I am naming these revolts and I am assigning them there here so that it is easy for you to solve this question. Now this Ahom revolt happened in the year 1828. Then it was Khasi revolt. Khasi revolt happened in the year 1830 and it was led by Tirath Singh. So the name of Tirath Singh is important in this regard. You should know. Then was the Kuki revolt in the year 1917. Okay. So these are some of the important revolts that you need to know. ठीक है. इसी में कोल रिवॉल्ट याद रखना. It happened in the year 1831. ठीक है. बुद्धो भगत was an important leader. This I have already told you. So let us now straight away move to the questions and then we will proceed to the explanation part. Let's now start with the first question. Consider the following with reference to the tribal revolts during the British rule: land dispossession and encroachments, political autonomy, the introduction of intermediaries, and British forest policies. How many of the statement given above is or are reason for the tribal revolt? Now, if I talk about the land dispossession, first of all, if I talk about why did the British expanded to the tribal areas? Now, the tribes mainly resided in the forest, the area which had very much of forest area in them. Now, Due to the industrialization in Britain, they were actively producing the finished goods that was the manufactured goods, and they exported that goods to India. Now, for the spread of their finished goods, the Britishers made the railways, and for making railways, they required wooden logs that were important for laying down the tracks. So these wooden logs were made up of timber. For this timber, they started to expand in the tribal areas. Ultimately, they were able to cut down the forest, and then the wood extracted for them, the wood that was extracted from that forest was used to make the wooden logs. So first of all, the land disposition and encroachment, this was an important factor as the tribals led to lose their ancestral lands. Second one given is the political autonomy. Absolutely correct. Many tribal groups in the northeast frontier and elsewhere sought to maintain their political autonomy or demanded the independence from British control, as the Britishers were directly intervening with their social and customary practices. So this one is also correct. Next is the introduction of intermediaries. Yes, the intermediaries were introduced by the Britishers, such as revenue collectors and landlords. So these landlords continuously they harass the tribal people for revenue extraction. So introduction of intermediaries is also correct. And then last, the British forest policy. Now this British forest policy had a profound impact on the tribal communities. The British introduced forest law, and these forest laws, it restricted the tribal access to the forest. So this was again an important reason for the tribal revolts in India. Now, some of the tribal revolts was Khasi rebellion, Ahom rebellion. Okay, these were some of the important peasant rebellions. This we have discussed about this. So correct answer would be all of the four reasons here are correct. Next question is, consider the following statement about the tribal and peasant revolt before 1857. Now if you want to try this question, you can just pause this video and just try this question, and then you can hear the explanation in the explanation part. The primary reason behind the Rangpur rebellion was the interference of the British government with the forest right of the tribal people. So first of all, you need to know about the Rangpur rebellion. So the Rangpur rebellion happened in the year 1783 in the regions that were associated with Bengal. So Bengals में तो tribal people नहीं रहते थे. So this Rangpur rebellion was primarily an peasant revolt. We have studied in the explanation part that the revolts were of three kinds. First was the civil rebellion, second one was the peasant uprising, and third one was the tribal revolt. So this Rangpur rebellion was a peasant revolt that was against the oppressive British revenue farming system. Okay, so this statement first is absolutely incorrect. So we will directly eliminate the first statement. Now we are left with statement 2, 3 and 2. So let us see one by one. Now the increase in taxation by the East India Company was the main reason behind the polygal revolt in the Carnatic provinces. Yes, these polygars were there in the South India, and this revolt ranged from 1795 to 1805. Okay, so this is absolutely correct. Also, you need to know that this polygar revolt was led by Kattabomman Nayakan, and the increase in taxation, it led to the revolt in the Carnatic provinces. So the second statement is absolutely true. Now let us see the third statement. Now the Kundara proclamation to take up arms against the British rule was issued during the Paika rebellion. First of all, you need to know about the Paika rebellion. So if I talk about the Paika rebellion, it was in the year 1817 in the area of Odisha. And if I talk about the leader of the Paika rebellion, it was Bakshi Jagat Bandhu. Okay. Now, if I talk about the Kundara proclamation, it was not related to Paika rebellion, but it was related to the Veluthampi revolt of 1806. Okay, so this proclamation, Kundara proclamation, was related to Veluthampi revolt of 1806. That was against the Britishers to take up arms against the British rule, and it was issued during the time of Veluthampi revolt, Diwan of Veluthampi revolt. Okay, so the third statement is also incorrect here. So what is the correct answer to this question? Only 2 is the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question, that is the third question. Consider the following statement about the Sannyasi revolt. The revolt was triggered by a famine of 1770 and the harsh economic policies of the British. Absolutely correct. So this was a type of famine, this was a type of revolt which originated in the year 1770, but before this revolt there was a major famine that took place. Okay, now next statement is the movement involved dispossessed peasants, small zamindar and disbanded soldier targeting company factories and territories. Absolutely correct statement hai. Third statement is the uprising was solely led by the Hindu sannyasi and there was no participation from Muslim. So this is absolutely incorrect statement because there was equal participation of Hindu as well as the Muslims. Okay, the revolt was mainly led by the religious aesthetics. Sannyasis were known as the Hindu monks, and whereas fakir were related to the Muslim community that resisted the British economic policy. So the third statement is incorrect. So we can eliminate this third statement. So option B and option C and option D will be eliminated. Now let us see the fourth statement. Anand Math by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, a novel based on the revolt, emphasized the patriotic role of sannyasis in resisting the British rule. So this statement is absolutely correct. Okay. Some of the leaders, Sarla Devi Chaudhrani, etc. These are some of the major important women leaders that was associated with the Sannyasi revolt. Now if I talk about who led, so Manju Shah led the revolt. Okay, Bhavani Pathak was also an important leader of this revolt, and Sarla Devi Chaudhrani, I already told you, he was also one of the important leaders. So if I talk about the correct answer to this question, so 1, 2 and 4, these 3 options are the correct options here. Let us now move to the next question, that is, which of the following statement about the zamindars of Midnapur and the British land revenue system are correct? Now, the first statement is the British land revenue system introduced in 1772 strengthened the harmonious relationship between zamindar and royals in Midnapur. Now, how would the British, so see, statement खुद ब खुद ये बोल रहा है कि the British land revenue system, they were there to extract the maximum amount of taxes from the peasants and the zamindars. So how would it lead to the harmonious relationship between zamindar and ryots? So this is an absolutely incorrect statement. Okay, it disrupted the harmonious relationship that was there. So straight away we can eliminate the first option. तो first eliminate किया तो A and C option हमारा eliminate हो गया. Let us now see the second question. The Zamindar of Midnapur successfully organized a collective resistance against the British, regaining the control over their land. Okay, so this statement is also not correct. Why it is not correct? Because while the Zamindars of Midnapur, these attempted to resist the British policies, their efforts were fragmented and lacked coordination. That is why they were not successful at all. Okay, so although they tried to gain the control, but they failed to do that. Okay, so this second statement is also incorrect. Let us see the next statement, that is Damodar Singh and Jagannath Dhal led the uprising in the Jungle Mahal region, resisting the British revenue policy. So this is absolutely correct statement. So Damodar Singh and Jagannath Dhal emerged as a prominent leader of the uprisings in the Jungle Mahal areas. They rallied the local zamindars, riots and other discontented groups to oppose the British revenue policy, and they ultimately, all of these came together to oppose that British land revenue system. So the third statement is correct. Let us now see the fourth statement. The British governor Vanissart observed that the zamindar often sided with riots against the British officials, leading to tension. So Vanissart, what the British governor at the time of Midnapur revolt of zamindars. See, here you need to know that the Midnapur revolt was led by the zamindars. Okay. Second important thing that you need to know that the governor general at that time was Vansittart. ठीक है, ये दो इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ आपको पता होनी चाहिए. एंड द थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग यू शुड नो अबाउट वॉज हु लेड. तो दामोदर सिंह एंड जगन्नाथ धल लेड दिस रिवोल्ट. ठीक है, सो द थर्ड एंड फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. अदर देन दैट फर्स्ट तो हमने ऐसे ही एलिमिनेट कर दिया था. तो करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज 3 and 4. Okay, let's now move to the next question. Now, which of the following best describes the causes and the consequences of the civil uprising in Gorakhpur, Basti and Bahraich? So this civil uprising in Gorakhpur, Basti and Bahraich occurred in the year 1781. So what is the cause one? The British introduced the Izardari system under Major Alexander Haney, whose oppressive revenue demand led to the widespread unrest. Now, it was a time when Warren Hastings was the Governor General of Bengal. So this Warren Hastings, he seeks to fund the wars against the Maratha as well as the Mysore. And he was the first Governor General who experimented with the Izardari system. Now this Izardari system was related to the revenue farming. Whoever zamindar or ryots paid the largest amount was the highest bidder, he got the revenue rights. So this Warren Hastings introduced the Izardari system, but the roots of his Izardari system lied in the Mughal emperor times. So the Mughal emperor who started this Izardari system was Jahandar Shah. ठीक है, ये दो पॉइंट आपको पता होने चाहिए. Okay, now this Major Alexander Haney, he was the revenue farmer, and being a revenue farmer, he imposed harsh revenue demands on the zamindars and the cultivators of Gorakhpur, Basti and Bahraich. And this oppressive policy caused widespread panic and economic distress among the local peasants. That led to this civil uprising. So the first statement is absolutely correct. Okay, next statement is now let's see the cause too. Warren Hastings sought to test the economic viability of Awadh by imposing high revenue target through English officer. Yes, it is absolutely true. As I have told you that Major Alexander Haney was the revenue farmer, and it was the technique of Izardari was introduced by the Warren Hastings. So the cause 1 and cause 2 is absolutely correct. Let us see the consequence of this cause. हमारा पहला consequence क्या होगा? Zamindar and cultivator organized guerrilla resistance, besieging British officer and disrupting the revenue system. Absolutely, this happened. This was the response of the civil people who resided in Gorakhpur, Basti and Bahraich. Next is the Izardari system was abolished throughout Awadh following the rebellion. Okay. Now, although this Izara of Gorakhpur, Basti and Bahraich, this was revoked, but the Izardari system was not abolished entirely. Okay, Britishers were in the habit to just modify the revenue techniques and then introduce that technique with a new name. So this consequence second that is given here is absolutely incorrect. Okay, so 1 and 2 causes is the correct, and which of the consequences is correct? Consequence 1 is the correct consequence, because consequence 2 is not correct. Okay, A is the correct answer. I hope you have understood this question. Let us now move to the next question, that is question number 6. Consider the following statement about the revolt of the Raja of Vizianagaram. Now, the treaty between Ananda Gajapati Raju and the English successfully ousted the French from the northern Sirkars. Now, there was a treaty that was signed which aimed at driving French out of the northern Sirkar region, and it was successfully, and the treaty was also successfully. However, English, like their actual behavior, they dishonored the terms of this treaty, and it caused resentment among the Raja of Vijayanagaram, and that is why the revolt of Raja of Vijayanagaram happened. So the first statement is absolutely correct. Second is Vijay Ram Raju, the Raja of Vijayanagaram, was killed in the Battle of Padmabhanam in 1794. Absolutely, this statement is also correct. So these questions you just need to know about with a view of reference point. You just not need to go into very much details of this question. Okay. Next is, after the revolt, the British offered the state to the deceased Raja's son, but did not reduce the tribute demands. Okay. After the revolt, the British offered the estate to Raja's deceased son, but they also reduced the tribute demands. Okay, so the third statement is incorrect. Only two of the statement here are correct. Now next is about consider the regions with the leaders associated with their uprising or revolts. Now Kerala, Strikar Bhanj and Dhananjay Bhanj. Okay, so these Strikar Bhanj and Dhananjay Bhanj are related to the Ganjam uprising that happened in the state of Odisha and not Kerala. Okay, now the region of the Kerala who led the uprising, it was Varma Fazhasi Raja led the resentment in Kerala. So the first one is incorrectly matched. Next is, see, one का यहाँ पे ये मैच है, गंजम का यहाँ पे ये, these are दोनों के दोनों रिवर्सली मैच्ड हैं. So both of these are correct. If I talk about अवध, तो ईस्टर्न अवध के रीजन में रिवॉल्ट वॉज लेड बाई वजीर अली खान. ठीक है. सो द सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. सो करेक्ट आंसर हमारा क्या होगा? ओनली 1 होगा. लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, दैट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 8. This revolt between the 1795 to 1805 occurred in the South India as a response to British control after the Nawab of Arcot handed over the administrative authority to the East India Company. Heavy taxation and the loss of autonomy angered the local chieftains, leading to armed resistance in regions like Trinuveli and Sivaganga. Which of the following is the correct rebellion? So this rebellion was famously known as the Polygar Revolt. Now, this Polygar Revolt was a significant uprising that was led by the local chieftains. Okay. Now, this happened in the region of Tamil Nadu, and this was due to a reason because of the heavy taxation was there. Other than heavy taxation, important thing was loss of autonomy of the polygars. Next was this was one of the most important reason regarding this. Okay, now let us see the options as well. If I talk about the Vellore mutiny, it happened in the year 1806 and it happened in the regions of Tamil Nadu. Okay, now this was a type of military mutiny or a military revolt. Now, the mutiny was sparked by the discontentment among the soldiers over the cultural and religious impositions that were made by the British East India Company. Now, if I talk about the Santhal rebellion, this happened in the year around 1855 and 1856. Also, you need to know that the Santhal rebellion just was the precursor of the 1857 revolt of 1857 revolt, which was also known as the First War of Independence. Okay, now this Santhal rebellion occurred in the area of Bengal and Bihar. So यहाँ South India mentioned है, तो ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता. If I talk about the Kittur rebellion, it happened in the year 1824 and took place in the state of Karnataka, and it was led by Rani Chennamma. Why it was led? Because of the doctrine of lapse policy, which was imposed by Lord Dalhousie. Okay, So correct answer to this question is Polygar Revolt. Now let us see the next question. With reference to the disturbances in the Bundelkhand, consider the following statement. Now the disturbance were a result of British annexation of Bundelkhand during Second Anglo-Maratha War. Now the annexation of Bundelkhand by the British after their victory in the Second Anglo-Maratha War, it significantly reduced the power of the local rulers. So this statement is absolutely correct. Okay. Next statement is, the British adopted the policy of signing agreements called Iqrar-namas with local chieftains to suppress resistance. Now this is also true that Iqrar-namas were the local agreements that were signed by the local chieftains to pacify them and prevent the further uprising. This was a part of the British strategy to maintain control over the annexed region. So this is also correct. Next is, the resistance was led by the tribal leaders opposing the British revenue system in the region. अब मुझे बताओ कि it was बुंदेलखंड के region में tribals कहाँ से आ गए? Most of the tribals resided in the area of central India at that time, and most of them were in the northeastern part of the country. ठीक है? It was not led by the tribal leaders, but it was led by the local chieftains. इकरारनामा किसके साथ किया था? लोकल चीफ्टेंस के साथ तो किया था ना. तो ये स्टेटमेंट तो सही है, ट्राइबल लीडर्स तो नहीं हो सकते. थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. तो करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट कौन सा होगा? ओनली 2 ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट हियर आर करेक्ट. लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Now in this question it is asking that with reference to the uprisings at Bareilly in 1816 and Hathras in 1817, consider the following statement. Now if you want to try this question, you can just pause the video and then try. The uprising at Bareilly was primarily triggered by the imposition of police tax, which later assumed a religious dimension. So this is absolutely true. As the imposition of the police tax outraged the local citizens, it later took on a religious character when Mufti Muhammad Aiwaz petitioned the magistrate, leading to the armed resistance. Now the second statement is, the revolt at Hathras was led by Dayaram, who rebelled against the British due to high revenue demands and eventually defeated after a prolonged military confrontation. So this statement is absolutely true. Okay, and the important thing to know here is that the revolt in Hathras was led by the Dayaram. Next is the third statement. Both uprisings were rooted in the grievances against the British revenue policies and resulted in the rebels being forced to settle with pension. So this statement is not correct. While Dayaram, who led the protest at Hathras, he settled with a pension, the Bareilly uprising, it ended with the bloody suppression by the military forces, which were led by the British forces. Okay, and no settlement or no negotiations were made in the Bareilly uprising. So the third statement is absolutely incorrect. Only the one and second statement are true. So A is the right answer. Let's now see the next question. Now, Bakshi Jagabandhu Bidhayar was a leader of the force which fought against the British Company. Jagabandhu surrendered in 1825 under negotiated terms, which makes this rebellion successful as they get large remission of area, reduction in assessment, suspension of the sale of estate of defaulters at discretion, and a new settlement on fixed tenure are the result of it. So when I was telling you about the explanation and some of the important point of this chapter, I already told you that the Paika rebellion was the one in which Bakshi Jagabandhu Bidhyadhar was the main leader of this rebellion. So the correct answer to this question will be Paika rebellion of 1816. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 12. Now, which one of the following option is incorrect with reference to the Kuka movement? Now, the Kuka movement was led in Punjab. It was firstly a religious movement and it later on it turned political. It was led by Ram Singh in Punjab. Okay. So let us see the incorrect statement now. The concepts of Swadeshi and non-cooperation movement were incorporated in the movement. So also, if I talk about the founder, the main founder of the Kuka movement, he was Bhagat Jawaharlal, and later Ram Singh carried it to the next level. Now, the concepts of Swadeshi and non-cooperation were incorporated in the movement. Absolutely correct. This is okay. Let us see the second statement. The Kuka movement was founded by Ram Singh. No, it was not founded by Ram Singh, but it was founded by Bhagat Jawaharlal, and it was there in the Western Punjab. Okay, so this Western Punjab wala clause is sahi. Incorrect statement के बारे में पूछा है, तो B is the incorrect statement, as it was founded by Bhagat Jawaharlal and Ram Singh was an important leader of that movement. Okay, he was not the founder. Let's now move to the next question. That is with reference to the Narkelberia uprising and Namdhari movement. Now this Narkelberia uprising primarily aimed at resisting British cultural influence, while the Namdhari movement sought to reform 6 religious practices without opposing the British policy. Now this Narkelberia uprising was led by Shariatullah. It aimed at purifying Islam. Okay, and it primarily not focused on resisting British cultural influence. It was basically a Islamic revivalist movement. That is why this statement is wrong. Second, if we talk about the Namdhari movement, so it was there to reform the Sikh religious practices, but it was also there to resist the British cultural influence. Okay, and such as British cultural influence, which also included cow slaughter. So this Namdhari movement opposed this cow slaughter also. So the first statement given here is absolutely incorrect. Okay. Now second statement, let us see the second statement. The Narkelberia involved widespread armed resistance, whereas the Namdhari movement remained completely non-violent. Okay, so this statement is also absolutely incorrect, because this uprising, it was not widespread resistance, and it was more type of a social and religious reforms. On the other hand, if I talk about the Namdhari movement, so this Namdhari movement was not completely non-violent, as it had elements of violent confrontation with British authorities. So both of the given statements that are given here are incorrect. So D is the correct answer to this question. Let us now move to the next question. That is question number 14. Now the question number 14 is, consider the following movements. Narkelberia movement was led by Mir Nithar Ali. This is absolutely true. Okay, and it was there in the areas of West Bengal. Okay. Now this movement was against the landlords, and mainly Hindus revolted, who imposed a beer tax on the Fariazis and the British indigo planters. If I talk about the Pagalpanthi movement, it was founded by Karam Shah. So this one also is absolutely correctly matched. Third, if I talk about the Fariazi revolt, it was led by Haji Shariatullah. Okay, this is also correct, and this Fariazi revolt was there in the regions of Eastern Bengal. So हमारा third भी correct है यहाँ पे. Then came the Mopla rebellion. It was led by Kunja Muhammad Haji. So this is absolutely correct. ठीक है, and this Mopla rebellion was there in the region of Malabar, which is the present day Kerala. So if we talk about the correct statement here, all of the given statements in this questions are absolutely correct. Let's now move to the next question. Now in this question we have to tell which of the following pair are correctly matched. Now the first is the Manchi revolt. ठीक है, मांझी रिवॉल्ट से रिलेटेड क्या है? It defended his people and land The statement tells that it defended its people and land. But now, if I tell you about the Manchi Revolt of 1785, so it was determined to defend its people and its land. So the statement is correct. Now, Tilka was a leader who organized the Adivasis into an army which was trained with the use of bows and arrows. Okay. Now with this began the Santhal Hul. With this revolt began by the slogan of Santhal Hul, and it continued to attack the British and their allies. Okay. So the statement is absolutely correct. Now if I talk about the Larka Rebellion of 1832. So this attempting to resist British forces marching from Tamu on the border between Manipur and Myanmar. So this is absolutely correct because the Larka Rebellion of 1832 was there in the area of Chota Nagpur, and it was there to free this area of Chota Nagpur region from the British regime. So the statement is absolutely incorrect. Next came the Khongjom Battle of 1891. Reasons क्या था? Fight against the operation being done by the local zamindars and the authorities. Now this Khongjom battle was there in the region of Manipur, and this battle was there to resist the British forces from marching from Tamu. Tamu was at the border of Manipur and Myanmar. So this, the explanation of 3 is given here. This statement is absolutely correct. ठीक है, 3-1 is absolutely correct. Then came the Tana Bhagat movement. So then this Tana Bhagat movement was led by the leader called Jatra Bhagat. Okay, and it was there in the region of Bengal. ठीक है, उरांव ट्राइब जनरली थे. छोटा नागपुर रीजन में ये रिवॉल्ट नहीं था. दैट इज वाई द फोर्थ वन इज ऑल्सो रॉन्ग. सो करेक्ट ऑप्शन इज ओनली 1 दैट इज गिवन हियर इन द क्वेश्चन. लेट अस नाउ मूव टू द क्वेश्चन नंबर 16 नाउ, which is now the question number 16 is asking that Ahom revolt happened because the British attempted to incorporate Ahom's territory in the dominion of the East India Company. So this is absolutely true. Why? Because the region of Assam and the region of Kamrup was very rich in the timber. Forests were there. So the British had plans of expansion in the region of Northeast as well as the region of Burma. So Assam was also in their radar, and that is why this was the reason why Ahom revolt happened. Next is Khasi uprising happened because the British tried to end their practice of human sacrifice. Okay, so this is absolutely incorrect. Okay, because the Khasis were not there who did human sacrifice, but there was Khand uprising. Okay, now these Khans were known for the practice of human sacrifice, and they revolted against the British. So the second statement is not true. We can directly eliminate all of these options, and A would be the correct answer. Now next is the coal uprising was called the Ulugan. No, this is incorrect. The Ulugan revolt was also known as the Birsa Munda revolt. It was also known as the Birsa Munda revolt. So हमारा थर्ड भी यहाँ पे गलत है. Correct answer is only 1. Let us now move to the next question, that is question number 17. Now the question number 17 is about consider the following statement regarding the Sannyasi Fakir rebellion. Now the first statement is it was sparked by the plunder by the East India Company and the 1770 famine. Yes, this is absolutely true. This Sannyasi Fakir rebellion was triggered due to 2 reasons. First of all, the plunder of Bengal by the English East India Company, and second reason was the 1770s ka famine. So the first statement is absolutely correct. If we talk about the second statement, the rebellion was significant because it saw equal participation from Hindus and Muslims. Absolutely true. Bhavani Pathak played an important role in the suppression of the rebellion. Okay. Yes, this statement is also true. Now, the major figures that were involved in the suppression of the rebellions were the British colonial officials such as Warren Hastings, John Cartier, as well as there were some of the local chieftains as well, such as Bhavani Patak, who switched side to support the British. Okay, so this is an unique point. ये तो एक मतलब गलती से एक्स्ट्रा लाइन ऐड हो गई, ठीक है. So all of the given statement here are absolutely correct. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 18. Now question number 18 क्या है हमारा? Consider the following statement with reference to Ulugan revolt. It occurred in the Chota Nagpur region. Absolutely correct. And this Ulugan revolt was also known as Birsa Munda revolt. Other than that, it was also known as the Great Tumult revolt. Okay, and this happened in the region of it happens in the region of Singhbhum, Ranchi districts of the Chota Nagpur region. So the first statement is absolutely correct. We have to tell the incorrect statement in this question. Now, Chakra Bisoi was the main leader of this movement. No, not at all. It was led by Birsa Munda. So Birsa Munda was the main leader of this revolt. Okay, so the second statement is correct. Now, the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act was passed as a result of Ulugan revolt. Now, this statement is also correct, as the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act was passed as a result of Ulugan revolt. This Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act was passed in the year 1908. Okay, and it abolished the compulsory begar system which was prevalent, and other than that, it also recognized the Khunkhatti system to which the Mundas were associated. So the third statement is also correct. The question is asking about the incorrect statement, so only one statement, that is the second statement, is incorrect. Let's now move to the next question. Now this next question is about question number 19. Consider the following with reference to the Polygar revolt. Now, the polygars were the feudal lords who were granted land in exchange of the military services. So this statement is absolutely correct. Now, why is it correct? Because there was a Nayaka system in the Vijayanagar administration. Now, this Nayak system gave rise to the system of the polygars. Okay. Now, the Rajputs in the North India and the polygars in the South India were identical, quite identical. So the first statement is correct. Second is the revolt started with the Marudu brothers Srirangam declaration against the East India Company. No, the statement is not correct. Why it is not correct? Because the conflict began in the year 1781 when the Nawab of Arcot transferred the control of the Carnatic provinces to the East India Company, and this antagonized the polygars who viewed themselves as the independent rulers. So second statement is not correct. We can straight away eliminate the option B and option A and option D. Now we are left with option B and C. Let us see. The revolt forced Nawab to relinquish civil and military administration of the Carnatic to the British. So this statement is absolutely correct. So 1 and 3 is the correct answer to this question. Now let us move to the next question. Now these are some of the short questions that I have taken. Let us now move straight away. Now, who is the author of the Neel Darpan, a book written on the miserable condition of the indigo farmers? Now, the book Neel Darpan was written by the Deen Bandhu Mitra. Okay, B is going to be the correct answer. Okay. Now, Anandmat was the book which was written on Sannyasi rebellion, and it was written by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. Okay. Sorry, Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. This book was written. Let's now move to the next question. Question number 21. The chief center of the Wahhabi movement in the 19th century was Patna. Now, The main center of the movement was Patna. Now, if I talk about the Wahhabi movement, the movement was led in the 19th century and it was led by Sayyid Ahmad. Now, this movement followed and was influenced by the teaching of Abdul Wahid of Arabia. Now, this was essentially a revivalist movement and later somehow it turned a bit political. Okay? So, Patna was a main center of the Wahhabi movement. Next is the Kuka movement was organized by. So, it was founded by Bhagat Jawahar Mal and at a later stage it was organized by Guru Ram Singh, and this Kuka movement was a religious movement and it later in the later stages it turned political. Okay? And it was a movement in the western Punjab. Okay, it aimed for the religious purification of the Sikhism. C is going to be the correct answer. Let's now see the next question. The Pagalpanthi rebellion was indeed a rebellion of, so this was a rebellion of Garos. Now, this Pagalpanthi rebellion was led by the Karam Shah. Okay, and it was indeed a rebellion of Garos. Yes, these are some of the important points that you need to remember. Let's now see the next question. Who founded the Pagal Panth? So this was founded by Karam Shah. Next question is question number 25. Who among the following was the leader of the Farazi rebellion? Now this Farazi rebellion was led by Daddu Mian. The sect was formed by Haji Shariatullah, and Daddu Mian led the rebellion at a later stage. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 26. Velu Thampi led a rebellion against the British so this revolt of Velu Thampi in 1806 was led in Kerala. Okay, now the king of Travancore led this revolt. So A is the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question. Who founded the Ramosi Krishak Jatha in Maharashtra? Now the Ramosi Krishak Jatha was founded by Vasudev Balwant Phadke. Now he organized the people of Ramosi tribes and combined and concentrated them to a combat force. Okay, so C is the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question. That is the correct geographical location for the Ramosi uprising was Western Ghats. Okay, Western Ghats may be the region around Satara, and the Satara region is there in Maharashtra. Okay, let's now move to the next question, that is question number 29. Which of the following places was the center of the Gadkari rebellion? Now the Gadkaris were the servants of the Marathas and were attached to their forts. They rose in rebellion in the Kolhapur area. Okay, so Kolhapur is the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 30. Now trace the tribe that rebelled against the Britishers because of the human sacrifice was banned. So it was the Khond tribe. These were the aboriginal tribes that belong to Tamil Nadu. Okay? The main reason of the revolt was stopping of the Maria system. This Maria system was the traditional human sacrifice that was practiced by the Khonds. Okay? So B is going to be the correct answer. Now which of the following was made famous by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee in his novel Anandmat? So Sannyasi rebellion, I have already told you. The Bankim Chandra Chatterjee novel Anandmat was focused on Sannyasi rebellion. Let us see the question number 32. Who had led the Cold Revolt? So the Cold Revolt was there in the year 1831 and it was led by Buddhu Bhagat. Let's see the next question. That is, who led the revolt of the Santhal? So The revolt of the Santhal was led by Siddhu and Kanu and Bhairav Chand. Both of them is the correct answer. Okay, let us now move to the next question. The first tribal leader who was inspired by Mahatma Gandhi and his ideology was Jodanang. Okay, he was a Manipur Naga tribe, member of a Manipur Naga tribe, and Jodanang along with Rani Gaidinliu, they practiced or they focused on the social as well as the religious reforms. Okay, so B is the correct answer to this question. Let us now see the next question, that is question number 35. What was the Santhal Pargana region called in the ancient times? संथाल परगना के रीजन को क्या बोलते थे एंशियंट टाइम में? सो इट वाज नोन एज नारी खंड. ठीक है, दिस नारी खंड वॉज ड्यूरिंग द पार्ट ऑफ महाजनपद पीरियड. इट वॉज पार्ट ऑफ अंग महाजनपद एंड अंग महाजनपद की कैपिटल वॉज चंपा. ठीक है, ए इज द राइट आंसर. लेट अस नाउ सी क्वेश्चन नंबर 36. Which British commander was defeated by Santhal in year 1855? So it was Major Boro who was defeated by the Santhals in 1855. Okay, the Santhal considered government as the enemies and they called them Dikus. Okay, the government officers that worked there in that areas were known as Dikus. ठीक है, इसका आंसर हो जाएगा आपका मेजर बोरो. लेट अस नाउ सी द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, दैट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 37. क्वेश्चन 37 इज विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग अपराइजिंग ऑकर्ड इन महाराष्ट्र? सो ऑब्वियसली भील्स आर द ट्राइब दैट लिव इन महाराष्ट्र. तो भील ट्राइब जो है इट ऑकर्ड इन द एरियाज ऑफ खांडेज. एंड इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द टेन्योर 1818 सो 1831 तक ये अपराइजिंग चला. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द कोल रिवोल्ट, इसका टेन्योर 1831 है. ठीक है, एंड इट वाज इन द रीजन ऑफ छोटा नागपुर प्लेट्यू. नाउ नेक्स्ट इन इज द रामपा रिबेलियन. रामपा रिबेलियन इज फेमस 1922 का एंड इट वाज इन द रीजन सराउंडिंग मद्रास. ठीक है, सो नॉट मद्रास बट आंध्र प्रदेश. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द संथाल हुल रिबेलियन, इट वाज इन द ईयर 1855 in the regions of Chota Nagpur. So A इसका correct answer है, the uprising that occurred in Maharashtra. Let us now see the next question. Ulugan revolt is related to Birsa Munda. ये तो easy है. Let us now see the next question. Who was the leader of the Munda rebellion? So Birsa Munda was the leader of the Munda rebellion. Next is which tribal leader is known as Dharti Abba, father of the world? So the tribal leader who was known as the Dharti Abba, his name was Birsa Munda. ठीक है, so with this we are done with the chapter 4 of the spectrum revision series through MCQ. अगर आपको ये वीडियो अच्छी लगी तो do like this video and do mention your suggestions in the comment box of this video. Thank you for watching the video. Keep studying. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our next chapter in the series of spectrum revision through MCQs, and this is going to be our 5th chapter, that is the revolt of 1857. So before starting the chapter, I would give you the explanation of this chapter in brief and then straight away we will solve the MCQs of this chapter. So let's start. Now, if I talk about the revolt of 1857, it was termed as the first war of independence. Now this first war of independence was considered by V.D. Savarkar. Now before anything happens, there are series of happenings or the series of causes through which these things happen. So if I talk about revolt of 1857, so various causes behind this revolt, where सबसे पहला तो there was an immediate cause. So immediate cause is something that triggers anything. Okay, the second one was economic cause. Then some of them were the political cause, some of them were the military causes. So this all we will deal right now. Now if I talk about the causes, so let us see what were the economic causes? Now, if I talk about the economic causes, so we know that India was an agrarian economy right up front. Okay, so this agricultural economy produced raw materials, and other than raw materials, the village industry in the Indian rural setup was a traditional economic industry which supported handicrafts, and they made various goods that were exported all around the world. So the economic cause, as we know, that various revenue collection policies were there, such as the permanent settlement, the Ryotwari system, the Mahalwari system. These all system prevailed, so heavy taxation was there. So because of this heavy taxation, it was one of the reason for the uprising of the 1857 revolt. Then the second one was after the British Industrial Revolution, the British made manufactured goods. Now, these manufactured goods were imposed on India, they were pushed on India, which were very cheap. These finished goods were very cheap as compared to the handmade Indian goods. So that also damaged, because this manufactured goods was all over in demand in India also. Okay. Now, heavy duties and heavy taxation or tariffs were imposed on the Indian goods when they were sent abroad. Okay, so various discriminatory tariffs were also imposed. That was also one of the reasons about the for the decline of the Indian demand for goods. Then was when these goods were less in demand, that led to misery of artisans and handicraft people. So these were some of the economic reasons. Now, if I talk about the political reasons, now the control or all of the control, may it be political or administrative, it lied with the East India Company, and this undermined the role of the zamindars. These undermined the role of the local princes that were there. So these were some of the reasons. Okay, the policy of expansion, political expansion, that was the ring fence policy by Warren Hastings. Second was the subsidiary alliance policy by Lord Wellesley. Third one was the doctrine of lapse, which was introduced by Lord Dalhousie. So under this, majority of the political expansion was made. The doctrine of lapse was such an harsh policy that Dalhousie annexed around 8 states in 8 years. Okay, so these were some of the political reasons for it. If I talk about the military reasons, the main event regarding the military decisions was the act that was introduced, which was known as General Service Enlistment Act. Now, this General Service Enlistment Act was introduced in the year 1856. And who introduced this? So this was introduced by Lord Canning. So under this General Service Enlistment Act, it was there that the sepoy of the Bengal army, the recruits of the Bengal army, would have to give an undertaking to serve anywhere their service might be. Okay, so this also caused resentment among the sepoys. This was one of the military causes. Another was one restriction on wearing caste and sectarian marks. Sectarian marks was also there. Also, the employees were not given bhatta or service allowances when they served abroad. Okay, this was also a reason. So these were some of the reasons. Also, one more reason was there, that socio-economic reasons were also there. These reasons connected to the traditional outlook of the Indian society. There was a tradition of dowry system which the East India Company opposed. Sati was abolished. This also caused resentment. Widow remarriage was also allowed. It also caused resentment among the employees. Now, if I talk about the immediate reason, so immediate reason was the use of greased cartridges. Now, these greased cartridges were to be opened by using the teeth or mouth. मुंह में रख के उसको खोलना पड़ता था. So that greased cartridges were believed to be made up of beef, cow flesh and pig fat. Okay, so this severely harmed the religious sentiments of the Hindus and Muslims. Okay, so this also caused resentment. So if I talk about the economic cause, heavy taxation, discriminatory tariff policy, partisan behavior with the Indian product. Why partisan behavior? Because the final goods, yeah, manufactured goods of the Britain market was to be imposed in the Indian society. If I talk about the political reasons, control lied with the East India Company, zamindars were undermined, local peasants were undermined, which also caused resentment among the zamindars. Now, interference with the socio-religious affairs. I told you about the sati, I told you about the widow remarriage, I told you about the dowry system. All of this was targeted. If I talk about the military, discontent among the sepoys, General Service Enlistment Act you can mention here, 1856 ka. Then was the bhatta or the service allowances were not given. Also restriction on wearing the caste and the sectarian marks was also there. So these were some of the military reasons. Now if I talk about the revolt, so the main revolt, it started from Meerut. ठीक है, it started from Meerut on 10th May 1857, and the first mutiny was there in the 18th Native Infantry. Okay, now Mangal Pandey, you need to know, Mangal Pandey belonged from the 34th Native Infantry, where he revolted. Now there was various centers of the revolt. If I say, now in Delhi, the revolt was led by General Bakht Khan, and the revolt in Delhi was suppressed by two English East India Company officers. The name of the officer were Lieutenant Hudson and Lieutenant Willoughby. Now if I talk about the Kanpur, in Kanpur the revolt was led by Nana Sahib, and it was suppressed by Hugh Wheeler and Colin Campbell. If I talk about Lucknow, in Lucknow the revolt was led by Begum Hazrat Mahal, and the British officer who were responsible for suppressing the revolt were in Lucknow were Henry Lawrence, English, Henry Havelock, James Outram. Okay, now Colin Campbell was also there, so you can also write down the name of Colin Campbell. Now next is, if I talk about Bareilly, in Bareilly the revolt was led by Khan Bahadur. Now some of the additional information that I want to give is about the different areas. अभी हमने देखा खान बहादुर was in Bareilly. Now बिहार में it was led by Kunwar Singh. Now if you are preparing for BPSC, you should know that Kunwar Singh belonged from Ara and a village named Jagdishpur. Okay. Next, in Faizabad, the revolt was led by Maulvi Ahmadullah. Okay. Next, if I talk about Jhansi, Rani Lakshmi Bai led the revolt, and Sir Hugh Rose was responsible for suppressing the revolt. If I talk about Bagpat, in Bagpat, Shah Mal was responsible for leading the revolt. Okay, now if I talk about the different views regarding the revolt of 1857, so as I mentioned, first war of independence, it was mentioned by V.D. Savarkar. Okay, then if I talk about R.C. Majumdar, he is an historian, and S.N. Sen, they both were of the view that it was not an organized or national revolt. It was not an organized or national revolt. If I talk about the English historians such as Lawrence and Seeley, these considered the revolt of 1857 a mere sepoy mutiny. Okay, now if I talk about the causes of the failure, because it had a limited territorial base and social base. Second was resources were lacked. Now lack of coordination was also there, and lack of the central leadership was also there in the revolt of 1857. Now the central leadership was assigned to Shah Bahadur Shah Zafar or Bahadur Shah II, who was very old age and the last Mughal emperor of India. Or he was very reluctant in the first hand, and he was also very old to just lead this revolt. Okay, so this was also a reason. Let's now straight away move to the questions now, and let's solve the questions. Now, the first question is regarding, with reference to modern Indian history, the Azamgarh proclamation is related to which of the following events? Now this question is on Azamgarh proclamation. Now you can just pause this video if you want to solve this question on your own. You can just pause this video and then try. Now I hope that you have solved this question. Now this Azamgarh proclamation is related to the revolt of 1857. Okay, now during the revolt of 1857, this Azamgarh proclamation, it outlined the aims and objectives of the rebel. Okay, now this proclamation called for the Hindu and Muslim unity, and it was so that Hindu Muslim were greatly united during this war. Okay, it was published in the Delhi Gazette, तो इतना आपको जानने की जरूरत नहीं है. And the main outline of this Azamgarh proclamation was that Bahadur Shah Zafar was provided the central leadership during this war. Okay, so this is the first question. Let's now move to the second question. Now, which of the following accurately describes the reason behind the discontent among the Indian sepoys which contributed to the revolt of 1857? So what were the reason? Now first is, a law passed during Lord Curzon's tenure required sepoy to serve overseas, leading to the widespread dissatisfaction. Now if you have focused on the explanation part, you will know that the law which is talked about here is about the General Service Enlistment Act. Now this General Service Enlistment Act was introduced in the year 1856, and I told you that it was introduced by Lord Canning and not Lord Curzon. Lord Curzon was the Governor General in the year 1905 when the partition of Bengal was made. Okay, so the first statement is absolutely incorrect. We are going to straight away eliminate because यहाँ पे Lord Curzon दिया है, but the correct answer would be Lord Canning. So the first one is wrong. So automatically we have came to our answer, that is 2 and 3. But let's read this second and the third statement also. Now new recruits in the Bengal army were mandated to agree to serve in any region including overseas regardless of the caste concern. Absolutely correct. Indian sepoys were disillusioned due to significant lower pay and allowances compared to their British counterparts. Absolutely correct. Second and third statement is absolutely correct. So B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Let's now see the next question. Consider the following statement with reference to the revolt of 1857. The revolt began at Delhi and later embraced a vast area from Punjab in the north to Narmada in the south. Now, just right now I have told you that this revolt of 1857 started from Meerut, and the date when it started was 10th May. Okay, so there is no point here that it started from Delhi. Delhi was the center at a later stage when Bahadur Shah Zafar was given the responsibility to lead the revolt. And this revolt was also known as the revolt which showed the Hindu and Muslim unity. As we have seen that there was Azamgarh proclamation, and this proclamation told about the Hindu and Muslim unity. Okay, so this revolt didn't begin at Delhi at first point. Okay, it began at Meerut, and later it spread to other regions such as Delhi. It spread to Awadh. Then later time it spread to Kanpur, where it was led by Nana Sahib. Then Jhansi. In Jhansi, the revolt was led by Rani Lakshmi Bai, and then parts of central India were also there. Okay. So the first statement is absolutely incorrect. Now Narmada in south diya hai. You should also need to know that this revolt of 1857 was not spread to the South India. Okay, the South India remained untouched by this revolt. So this is also incorrect. Okay, first one is incorrect. हमारे पास क्या ऑप्शन बचा? A and C बचा. So let us see the second statement. Bahadur Shah Zafar was proclaimed the Emperor of India. This is absolutely true. Although he was old, very old, but still he was given the responsibility to lead this movement, and he was proclaimed the Emperor of India. This I have also told you. The second statement is absolutely correct. Now let's read the third statement. The rebels fought for their religious identity rather than by the perception of British as a common enemy. Okay, so this statement is absolutely wrong. Why it was wrong? Because the religious identity was not a matter at all during the revolt of 1857, because this revolt was a bulwark that showed the Hindu and Muslim unity. The various leaders were there. Okay, Shah Mal led this revolt at Bagpat. Kuvar Singh, who was a Hindu, led this revolt at in Bihar. Bahadur Shah Zafar, Maulvi Ahmadullah in Bareilly. So these were the leaders. They were not concerned about their religious identities. Okay, but they had the common perception as a British as a common enemy. This was absolutely true. Okay, this whole revolt was raised by the local people, which were also followed by the zamindars, because zamindars were also oppressed. As I have told you, the political reasons behind the revolt. For example, if I talk about Rani Lakshmi Bai, so the state of Rani Lakshmi Bai was snatched by the Britishers under the doctrine of lapse policy by the Lord Dalhousie in the year 1854. So what was this doctrine of lapse? That if the state, if the male ruler did not have any natural male here, then his or her state would cease. So Rani Lakshmi Bai के साथ भी यही हुआ. Her state was snatched, and that is also a reason she led the revolt at Jhansi. Okay, so the third statement is absolutely incorrect. So correct statement क्या होगा हमारा? A statement only. Second statement here is true. Okay, let's now move to the next question. With reference to the revolt of 1857, consider the following pair of leaders and the regions they were associated with. Now, Kuvar Singh was associated with Bihar, absolutely true. Now, just focus that we have to mention the incorrect statement here. ठीक है, तो वन तो करेक्ट है, तो ये A and D तो हो नहीं सकता. Next is Khan Bahadur led this revolt at Bareilly, absolutely correct. Maulvi Ahmadullah led at Kanpur, no. Maulvi Ahmadullah did not lead the revolt at Kanpur, but Kanpur में the revolt was led by Nana Sahib. ठीक है. Now if I talk about Maulvi Ahmadullah, he led the revolt at Faizabad. So the third statement absolutely here given here is incorrect. Second statement भी हमारा correct है, तो ये भी नहीं हो सकता. First तो है ही नहीं, तो only 3 would be correct. ठीक है. फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट को देखें तो जनरल बख्त खान लेड द रिवोल्ट एट दिल्ली, एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द अदर स्टेट, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट कानपुर, मैंने बताया अभी नाना साहब लेड द रिवोल्ट. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट झांसी, झांसी में रिवोल्ट वाज लेड बाय लक्ष्मीबाई. एंड इफ आई टॉक अबाउट बागपत, द रिवोल्ट एट बागपत वाज लेड बाय शामल. ओके, so C is the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question. Now this question says, with reference to the participation in the revolt of 1857, consider the following statement. Now in the regions like Northwest and Awadh, civilian participated in large number against the British due to the shared grievances. Okay, now what were the shared grievances? These were the set of the economic as well as the political factors that were in play. Okay, now Awadh was at a later stage, it was snatched on the account of misadministration. Also heavy taxation was there, and land revenue policies, this all I have told you. So bilkul, the first statement is absolutely correct. Now if I talk about the second statement, the revolt was saw significant involvement from peasants, artisans and laborers, while small zamindar and civil service servants largely refrained from joining. Now, I already told you, just sorry, Now this revolt saw involvement from peasant and artisan laborers, ये तो true है, but it also saw involvement from small zamindars and civil servants. For example, if I talk about Kuvar Singh, he was also a zamindar of Jagdishpur. Okay, so this statement is absolutely incorrect कि small zamindars और civil servants का इसमें inclusion नहीं था. तो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज एब्सोल्युटली इनकरेक्ट. ठीक है, सेकंड स्टेटमेंट हम एलिमिनेट कर देंगे. स्ट्रेट अवे वी विल कम टू आवर आंसर, दैट इज 1 and 3. बट लेट अस सी द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट आल्सो. Now, during the uprising, the debt records were destroyed and the attacks were carried out on law courts and police station. Yes, why these were debt records were destroyed? Because there were small peasants, there were laborers, which were under the very enormous pressure of giving taxation on whatever they produce. So उनको एक मौका मिल गया कि सारे डेट रिकॉर्ड्स हम डिस्ट्रॉय कर देंगे तो कोई रिकॉर्ड बचेगा ही नहीं हमारे खिलाफ, कितना पैसा हमें देना है. ठीक है, सो दिस वाज अ मेजर फैक्टर. ठीक है, उन्होंने लोकल डेट रिकॉर्ड भी सारे बर्न कर दिए थे, लॉ कोर्ट्स एंड पुलिस स्टेशन को भी अटैक करके रिसेंटमेंट दिखाया था, तो उनसे उनके पर्सनल मोटिव्स भी पूरे हो गए. तो फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड थर्ड स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे करेक्ट है, बाकी के सारे स्टेटमेंट हमारे इनकरेक्ट हैं. ठीक है, सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग, करेक्ट आंसर इज 1 and 3. लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. That is, during the revolt of 1857, symbols played a significant role in uniting people against the British rule. Which of the following was used as a covert symbol of the uprising? So this question is regarding what was the symbol of the uprising. So if I talk about the symbol of the uprising, so this symbol was circulation of chapatis and lotus flower. ठीक है, now this symbol created, it break down all the cultural barrier, creating a sense of solidarity with the participants. Okay, so C is the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question, which is assertion and reason का question है. The Queen's Proclamation of 1858 marked a shift in the British policies, including the promise to end annexation and provide religious freedom. Now, the Act for the Better Government of India transferred the control of Indian administration from the East India Company to the British Crown, guaranteeing equality for Indians in the civil servants. ठीक है, अब क्वीन ने प्रोक्लामेशन किया 1858 में. नाउ 1857 के रिवॉल्ट में देयर वेयर मेनी कॉजेज, एज वी हैव सीन. इकोनॉमिक कॉज थे, पॉलिटिकल कॉज थे, सोशियो इकोनॉमिक कॉजेज थे. नाउ व्हाट इट वाज नोटिस्ड आफ्टर द रिवॉल्ट ऑफ 1857 वाज कि major strata of society, including the zamindars, local chieftains, and some of the low-level princes, these all were also against the British policy. That is why this proclamation of the Queen in 1858 was made, जिसमें उन्होंने बोला था कि हम फर्दर एनेक्सेशन नहीं करेंगे, जितना एरिया हमारे पास है हम वहीं तक रहेंगे, एंड वी वुड नॉट एनेक्स एनी ऑफ द लैंड और एनी ऑफ द एरियाज इन फ्यूचर, इन ऑर्डर टू गेन the respect and in order to gain the confidence of the zamindars and the local money lenders and the chieftains. Okay, so the assertion is absolutely true here. ठीक है, now Act of Better Government of India, this is an Government of India Act of 1858. now ये करेक्ट है कि it transferred the control of Indian administration from the East India Company to the British Crown. This is absolutely true, but this is absolutely incorrect that equality for Indians in the civil servant would be made. Okay, now it was there a formal guarantee to the Indians, equality for Indians in the civil services. It occurred after the introduction of the Indian Civil Services Act of 1870. 1858 में ऐसा कोई प्रॉमिस नहीं किया गया था, तो the reason here is false, but the assertion that is given is absolutely true. So C is the correct answer to this question. ठीक है, next is the reorganization of Indian Army after the revolt of 1857 was influenced by the recommendation of a specific commission. Now identify the correct commission. So what was the name of the commission? So the name of the commission was Peel Commission. Now after the revolt was suppressed, I already told you there was various reasons, social थे, political थे, military reasons थे. After that Peel Commission was appointed, which asserted various reforms that are needed to be made. ठीक है, and that is when the ratio of Europeans to Indians in the Indian army was increased to 2:1. मतलब 2 Europeans would be there in respect of 1 Indian in the British army. Okay, if I talk about the Flood Commission, so it was appointed in the year 1902, and this commission was appointed in Bengal to deal with the agrarian reforms. ठीक है. If I talk about the Lee Commission, it was established in the year 1923. Okay, and this commission was regarding the reforms in the civil services. Next is Ellenborough Committee. Now Ellenborough Commission जैसा कुछ भी नहीं था. What was there was Ellenborough served as the Governor General of India during 1842 का tenure. ठीक है, and he made some of the major decisions such as withdrawing the British from Afghanistan. So these were some of the decisions that were taken by him. So Peel Commission इसका सही आंसर होगा. Let's now move to the next question. Now, which of the following territories was not affected by the revolt of 1857? Now I told you northern India का एक अच्छा खासा area was covered by the revolt. Now if I talk about the not affected areas, now just यहाँ पे देखो कि कौन से ऑप्शन में ये mentioned है या हमने पढ़ा है. जगदीशपुर हमने पढ़ा है. Who was the king of Jagdishpur? Jagdishpur is in Ara, that is in Bihar, and who led the revolt in Jagdishpur or Ara, Bihar? It was Kuvar Singh. So certainly this area was affected. Options देखते हैं. हमारा B ऑप्शन एलिमिनेट हो गया क्योंकि यहाँ पे तो रिवॉल्ट हुआ था. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट हमारा क्या है? नेक्स्ट हमारा है फैज़ाबाद. फैज़ाबाद में भी हमने देखा है कि द रिवॉल्ट वॉज देयर इन फैज़ाबाद. ठीक है, मौलवी अहमदुल्ला लेड द रिवॉल्ट एज फैज़ाबाद. ठीक है, सेकंड भी हमारा नहीं हो सकता है. सेकंड भी हमने एलिमिनेट कर दिया. फोर्थ हमने एलिमिनेट कर ही दिया. सो 3 तो इज़ देयर जहाँ पे रिवॉल्ट नहीं हुआ क्योंकि कॉमन है ये. ठीक है, अदर देन 3 क्या चित्तौड़गढ़ में रिवॉल्ट हुआ था? नो, चित्तौड़गढ़ में भी रिवॉल्ट नहीं हुआ था. सो सम ऑफ द प्लेसेस विच वेयर अनअफेक्टेड बाय द रिवॉल्ट ऑफ 1857, सबसे पहला तो साउथ इंडिया है, ये हमने पहले देख लिया. सेकेंड वन इज चित्तौड़ और द एरियाज ऑफ चित्तौड़गढ़. ठीक है, राजस्थान का एरिया कुछ है. देन पंजाब अगर ऑप्शन में आए तो पंजाब वाज आल्सो अनइफेक्टेड एंड कश्मीर. these four states are some of the major areas which was not affected by the revolt of 1857. Okay, correct answer would be 1 and 3. Let's now move to the next question, that is which of the following was not an outcome of the 1857 revolt? कौन सा outcome नहीं था? So तालुकदार्स of Awadh were reinstated and confirmed their states. Next is the control of Indian administration was transferred from the East India Company to the British Crown. Association of Indians in the task of legislation and board of control was established for effective control of the British Crown in India. Now अभी मैंने आपको बताया in the revolt of 1857 various locals, जमींदार्स, तालुकदार्स were also affected. So 1857 के रिवॉल्ट के बाद क्या जो तालुकदार थे अवध में which participated in the revolt of 1857, उनको क्या उनका स्टेट रीइंस्टेट नहीं किया होगा? बिल्कुल किया होगा ना, क्योंकि 1858 के रिवॉल्ट के बाद में 1857 के रिवॉल्ट में देयर वाज द गुड गवर्नमेंट एक्ट ऑफ इंडिया. ठीक है, इन विच द ब्रिटिश क्राउन एज्यूम द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ ऑल द इंडियंस एंड ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी से सारे पावर्स ले लिए गए थे. उन्होंने क्या एश्योर किया था? द फर्स्ट थिंग वाज कि नो फर्दर अनेक्सेशन वुड बी मेड. उसी के अंदर में तालुकदार थे जो अवध के, उनको उनका एरिया वापस दिया गया था. ठीक है, ए इज़ एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. सेकेंड, 1858 के गुड गवर्नेंस एक्ट में क्या था? इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का कंट्रोल वॉज ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी टू द ब्रिटिश क्राउन. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. ठीक है, नाउ बोर्ड ऑफ कंट्रोल वॉज एस्टैब्लिश. नाउ इफ यू हैव स्टडीड द एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पार्ट, द रूल्स एंड लॉज थे जो, देन रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट ऑफ इंडिया 1773 के बाद देयर वॉज एन रिफॉर्म मेड इन 1784 विच इज नोन एज पिट्स इंडिया एक्ट. नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड इज commercial and administrative function of the companies were separated, under which board of control and court of director was made. ठीक है, this board of control के पास जो थी वो पावर चली गई थी रिगार्डिंग दी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, एंड कोर्ट ऑफ डायरेक्टर के पास पावर थी कमर्शियल पावर्स. सो दिस बोर्ड ऑफ कंट्रोल वाला थिंग हैपेंड इन द ईयर 1784. इट वाज वे बिफोर द रिवॉल्ट ऑफ 1857. सो सी ऑप्शन गिवन हियर इज नॉट एन आउटकम. ओके, सी हमारा करेक्ट आंसर हो जाएगा यहाँ पे. लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Now, which personality given in the option below is best associated with the following description? Now, he was one of the many who played an important part in the revolt of 1857. अब let us see. कुंवर सिंह, अहमदुल्ला, शामल, नाना साहब, सबके सबका एक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी था. Now, he was a native of Madras. अब नेटिव ऑफ मद्रास से कुंवर सिंह मैंने आपको बताया था बिहार, तो आप स्ट्रेट अवे इसको एलिमिनेट कर सकते हो. नाना साहब लेड द रिवॉल्ट एट कानपुर एंड ही बिलोंग फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र. हमने बी ए एंड डी तो स्ट्रेट अवे एलिमिनेट कर दिया. एंड बॉट अ फेमस बैटल ऑफ चिन्हट इन विच द ब्रिटिश फोर्सेज वेयर डिफीटेड. ही वॉज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड द टंका शाह. नाउ दिस करेक्ट आंसर हमारा क्या होगा? मौलवी अहमदुल्ला वॉज नोन एज द डंका शाह. ओके, नाउ ही वॉज एन एडुकेटेड मुस्लिम and he fought the battle of Chinhat. He was also known as Danka Shah and Britishers were defeated in this battle. So ये information regarding मौलवी अहमदुल्ला आपको ध्यान में रखना है, ठीक है. So correct answer हो जाएगा हमारा B. Let's now move to the next question. Now, which of the following define the mirasdar? Now, hereditary landowner, co-proprietor under the Rayotwadi settlement. Persian term refer to the warehouse where goods are collected before being sold. Intermediate for merchants in Bengal. One who wields the lathi or stick functioned as a strongman of zamindar. So, who were the mirasidars? They were the hereditary landowners and co-proprietors under the Rayotwadi system. A is the correct answer. If I talk about the warehouse where goods were collected before being sold, so the Persian term to that was orang. And if I talk about the intermediaries for merchants in Bengals, these were known as baniyas. And one who stick lathi and functioned as a strongman of zamindars, these were known as lathiyals. Okay, so iska correct answer हमारा A हो जाएगा. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 13. Now 13 का क्वेश्चन क्या है हमारा? This is again regarding the reasons with reference to the major causes that result in the revolt of 1857. The discontent and dissatisfaction among the dispossessed ruling families and their successors, absolutely correct. The vigorous application of police of the subsidiary alliance and the doctrine of lapse, yes, this was one of the reasons for the political reasons. Prevalence of the rampant corruption in the company administration, this is but obvious, बहुत ज़्यादा corruptions थी. Then Indian sepoys were discriminated against his British counterparts in the matter of promotion and privileges. So absolutely all of the given statement here are absolutely correct. So all 4 is the correct answer to this question. ठीक है. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 14. Now, which among the following was the immediate cause of the revolt of 1857 in India? Agrarian taxes, Enfield rifles. क्या रीज़न था? सो करेक्ट रीज़न हमारा क्या था? हमारा था इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ एनफील्ड राइफल्स. नाउ दिस एनफील्ड राइफल्स में ग्रीस्ड कार्टिजेस वॉज टू बी यूज. ओके, ग्रीस्ड कार्टिजेस वॉज टू बी यूज. नाउ इस ग्रीस कार्टिज से क्या होता था? इट मीन्स दैट इट वॉज टू बी बिटन ऑफ बिफोर लोडिंग. And these cartridges were believed to be made up of fat of the beef and pig. So cow was sacred to Hindus and pig was sacred to was a taboo for the Muslims, not sacred, sorry. Pig was a taboo for the Muslims. Okay, so this is the reason why the immediate revolt का ये reason था, जिसमें कि 14th Native Infantry में it was a protest, and at a later stage in Barakpur, Mangal Pandey rose up in violence and he belonged to 34th Native Infantry. Okay, so हमारा C करेक्ट आंसर हो जाएगा इसका. ठीक है. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 15. Now question number 15 क्या है हमारा? Now which of the following administrative changes were brought by the British government immediately after the revolt of 1857? Now dual system of administration introduced by the Pitt's India Act of 1784 was abolished. Next is the power of the Secretary of the State were increased and the status of Viceroy was decreased. Now what happened in the Pitt's India Act was that there was system of dual government through the Board of Control and the Court of Director. ठीक है. Now what did the Government of India Act 1858 did was that it transferred the power of governance from the East India Company to the British Crown. Now the power to govern was to be wielded through the Secretary of the State. ठीक है. All the given powers were given to the Secretary of State, who was in turn the official representative of the Queen. ठीक है. So the dual government system ended. The statement is absolutely correct. Now the power of Secretary were increased and the status of Viceroy was decreased. Absolutely correct statement है यहाँ पे. ठीक है. The Secretary of State vested with the supreme authority and had a free hand in the administration of India and was responsible only to the British Parliament. ठीक है. Now Viceroy was given a subordinate status. So both दोनों statement यहाँ पे दिए हैं, both of them is absolutely correct. ठीक है. Let's now move to the next question. Consider the following regarding the officer involved in the revolt of 1857. Now this is center. Okay. Now ये मैंने division कर दिया. These are the name of the British oppressors. Now if I talk about Kanpur, तो कानपुर में the revolt, I have already told you, the revolt was suppressed by Colin Campbell. ठीक है. So the first given here is absolutely incorrect. Now if I talk about Delhi में Colin Campbell दिया है, which is also incorrect. Delhi में the revolt was led by John Nicholson. Now Lucknow में it is given Colin Campbell, this is absolutely true, and Bihar में it was led by William Taylor, which is absolutely true. So two of the given here is incorrect and two of them given here is absolutely correct. So only 2 is going to be the correct answer to this question. So B is going to be the right answer. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 17. Now consider the following, which among them are the socio-religious causes for the revolt of 1857? Now activities of Christian missionaries to propagate Christianity, absolutely correct. ये Christian missionaries को क्रिश्चियनिटी प्रमोट करने का जो पावर था वो इट वाज गिवन बाय द चार्टर एक्ट ऑफ 1813 ओनली. सो तब से दे वेयर एक्टिवली प्रमोटिंग देयर प्रोपगेटिंग क्रिश्चियनिटी इन इंडिया. सो दिस वाज एब्सोल्युटली अमंग द वन ऑफ द रीजंस. Second one was attempt at the socio-religious reforms. What were the socio-religious reforms? Abolition of sati, then widow remarriage का case था, that was also supported by the English. Now these were some of the reasons which was also there. Taxation of mosque and temple land, obviously this is also true. इनके मॉस्क एंड टेम्पल लैंड के टैक्सेशन के ऊपर रिलीजियस डिसेबिलिटीज एक्ट ऑफ 1856 वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड. ठीक है. सो दिस इज आल्सो ट्रू. नेक्स्ट इज रेशियल सुपीरियॉरिटी कम्प्लेक्स ऑफ द ब्रिटिशर्स. ये तो हमेशा ही रहा है, डिवाइड एंड रूल एंड रेशियल सुपीरियॉरिटी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, जिसके बेसिस पे दे कंटिन्यूसली ट्राई टू डिवाइड इंडिया. सो ऑल ऑफ द गिवन रीजंस हियर आर एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. So D is going to be the correct answer to this question. ठीक है. Let's now move to the next question. Now this is related to the White Mutiny. Now this question is, which of the following best explain the causes of White Mutiny in Indian history? Now you can just pause this video and try to solve this question. Now correct answer is हमारा it was resentment of company troop against the amalgamation of all presidency armies. So what happened was, now in the wake of transfer of power from the British East India Company to British Crown, a section of European forces was employed under the company that resented to move, that required the 3 presidencies armies to transfer their allegiance from the company to the queen. So they were not ready for that. ठीक है. So this is the reason why the white mutiny was done. White मतलब it belongs to the Europeans, तो इन्होंने mutiny की थी. So this was the reason why they mutinied, क्योंकि 1858 में after the transfer of power the three presidencies were to be, the armies of the three presidencies were to be merged. ठीक है. So this was the reason. So B हमारा correct answer है. So with this we are done with the chapter. अगर आपको वीडियो अच्छी लगी तो आप वीडियो को लाइक कर सकते हैं, आप वीडियो के कमेंट सेक्शन में कमेंट्स करके बता सकते हैं, and you can also give your suggestions. Till then, keep studying and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our next chapter, that is chapter 6 of the spectrum revision through the MCQs. Now this chapter is going to be about the socio-religious reform movement that was there in the 18th century. Okay, so let's start with the chapter. So if I talk about the base of the socio-religious reform movement, so this base was Renaissance. Now what was this Renaissance? Now this was a popular feeling in the European world which was derived by the tenets of scientific temper, by the tenet of rationalism. Earlier क्या होता था कि most of the people they derived their authority that what to do or what not to do from the scriptures only. ठीक है, बाइबल होती थी, ग्रीक राइटिंग्स होती थी, बट इन फ्रांस देयर वॉज अ फीलिंग ऑफ रेनेसां. नाउ दिस रेनेसां taught the human beings to think rationally. Okay, rationalism was at the core of the Renaissance. Now this Renaissance had profound impact on socio-cultural matter. Now this socio-cultural matters affected France also, and this later at a later times affected India also. Now in India, the father of Indian Renaissance, who is known as father of Indian Renaissance, so Raja Ram Mohan Roy is known as the father of Indian Renaissance. Now if I talk about the Raja, the title of Raja was given to Ram Mohan Roy by the Mughal Emperor Akbar II. ठीक है, ये आपको ध्यान में रखना. So let us now straight away start with the explanation of this chapter, and then straight away we will move to the MCQs. Now if I talk about the Prarthana Samaj, it was found in the year 1867 by Atmaram Pandurang. Now this Prarthana Samaj focused on liberation. It was against casteism. It propounded monotheism, that is believe in one God. Then it advocated social reforms. Okay, so what it actually did was it had a 4-point agenda. What was this 4-point agenda? That a disapproval of caste system. Second one was it accounted for women's education. The third is this allowed for widow remarriage. And lastly, it was in favor to raise the age of marriage for men as well as the women. Okay, now next was Young Bengal movement. Now this Young Bengal movement was founded by Henry Vivan Thoreau. Now the unique feature about this Young Bengal movement was that this movement was way ahead of its time. Okay, the idea was inspired from the French Revolution, and earlier Henry Vivan Thoreau he taught at a women's college. This idea to found the Young Bengal movement came from the ideals of the French Revolution. Okay, also Vivian Thoreau was the first nationalistic poet of India, modern India. Although this movement had no long-term impact because it was too radical in its approach. Okay, now next is, if I talk about an association called Widow Remarriage Movement, so this was founded by D.K. Karve and M.G. Ranade. Okay, let's now move to the Brahmo Samaj. Now Brahmo Samaj is really important. So this was founded by Raja Ram Mohan Roy in the year 1828. So if I talk about another organization founded by Raja Ram Mohan Roy, it was Atmiya Sabha. Now Atmiya Sabha was founded in the year 1812-1813. Okay, so this Atmiya Sabha was also founded by Ram Mohan Roy, and this Brahmo Samaj was also established by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Ram Mohan Roy was known as father of Indian Renaissance. This you also need to know. Also, if I talk about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he wrote a book which name was Gift to Monotheist. Okay. Also, he translated the Vedas and he translated the Upanishads into Bengali to prove that the ancient text advocates monotheism, that is, believe in one God. Now, Atmiya Sabha, I already told you, was formed. This Atmiya Sabha worked against idolatry, then it was against casteism, and it was against the ritualistic culture. Okay. Now, 1828, he founded the Brahmo Samaj. Now, this Brahmo Samaj also, it denounced polytheism. Polytheism was the worship of many gods and it believed in monotheism. Also, this Brahmo Samaj discarded the faith in avatars. Also, this was against the caste system. It advocated for social reforms. Okay. Also, this advocated that no scripture is above the human conscience. Okay. So this was all about the Brahmo Samaj. This was an important organization that was formed by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Now, if I talk about Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, now this Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, in 1850 he was the principal of the Sanskrit College. Now he was determined to break the priestly monopoly over the scriptural knowledge. इनका यह मानना था कि knowledge सबके लिए होती है, not only the priest in Hinduism. Next was Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. He introduced a new pedagogy for Sanskrit. Next was he introduced a new Bengali primer. Also wrote a new prose style. Now he played a profound role in enacting the widow remarriage law. Now, if I talk about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, the Brahmo Samaj took an active role to abolish the sati, and ultimately sati was abolished in the year 1828. So it was by the efforts of Raja Ram Mohan Roy that the sati was abolished. The Widow Remarriage Act of the year 1856, it was introduced to the effort of Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Now, if I talk about Bal Shastri Jambekar, he is known as the father of Marathi journalism. Okay, two of the books that he wrote was Darpan and Digdarshan. And this I already told you, he is known as the father of Marathi national journalism. Now, another important thing that Bal Shastri Jambekar, he founded the Bombay Native General Library. Also, he was first Hindi professor at Elphinstone College. Okay. Next, if I talk about Paramhans Mandali, so this Paramhans Mandali was founded by Dadoba Pandurang and Mehtaji Durgaram in the year 1849. Now, this Paramhans Mandali initially began as a secret society, and this ideology was very much related to that of the Raja Ram Mohan Roy's Brahmo Samaj, that is, it advocated monotheism. So next was Satya Sodhak Samaj, that was founded in the year 1873 by Jyotiba Phule. Now the aim of the Satya Sodhak Samaj was of social service and to spread education among women as well as the lower caste. Okay. Now, if I talk about Jyotiba Phule in particular, now he wrote Sarvajanik Satya Dharma and Gulamgiri. Now, Gulamgiri is a book that was written by Jyotiba Phule. Other than that, Sarvajanik Satya Dharma was also a book that was written by him. Okay, now he was in the favor of complete abolition of caste system. He wanted to abolish the caste system completely. Now, he opened a girls' school with the help of his wife. Now, he was also awarded the title of Mahatma for his social work. Okay, so these were some of the important points regarding Jyotiba Phule. Now, if I talk about Gopal Hari Deshmukh, he was also known as Lokhitvadi. So, Gopal Hari Deshmukh was known as Lokhitvadi. He wrote the journal Hitechu and he attacked the Hindu Orthodox rituals. So, these are some of the important points you need to know. Now, next is Gopal Ganesh Agarkar. Gopal Ganesh Agarkar was also there. This I have not mentioned. Now you can write this down. So Gopal Ganesh Agarkar is related to he was the founder of New English School. He was also a teacher and principal at Ferguson College. He was also the first editor of the journal Kesari that was introduced by B.G. Tilak. Okay? I hope you have understood this. Now, next important thing was Servants of India Society that was founded by G. Gopal Krishna Gokhale in the year 1905. Okay. Now, next was SNDP movement. So, this SNDP movement stands for Sri Narayan Guru Dharma Paripalana movement. Okay, and it was led by Sri Narayan Guru. Now, this was a regional movement. This you need to know about the SNDP movement. Now there was a justice movement as well, which was led by C.N. Mudaliar, T.M. Nair and P. Tyagaraja. Now the aim of the justice movement was to secure jobs and representation in various sectors for the non-Brahmins. Okay, so you just need to know about the leaders of this movement. Next was self-respect movement, which was led by E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar. Okay. Now this self-respect movement rejected the Brahmanical religion. Okay. Now next important thing was the Ramakrishna movement that was started by Swami Vivekananda. Next was the Theosophical Society. Now it was established in the year 1875 by H.P. Blavatsky and M.S. Alcott. Now this you need to know that Theosophical Society was not established by Annie Besant. At a later stage, Annie Besant was related to Theosophical Society. How she was related? That Annie Besant shifted the headquarters of Theosophical Society to Adyar. Now Adyar is a place that is near Madras. The real founder of the Theosophical Society was H.P. Blavatsky and M.S. Alcott. Okay. Then came the Wahhabi movement. So the Wahhabi movement was inspired by the teaching of the Abdul Wahhab of Arabia and Shah Waliullah. Now what was the aim of the Wahhabi movement? So it aimed to establish harmony among the four schools of Muslim jurisprudence. Also, it wanted to recognize the role of individual conscience. So it was a type of revivalistic movement. If I talk about the Ahmadiyya movement, it was organized in the year 1889 by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. Now this movement was originally originated in India only. Now this movement was also placed on the liberal principles. Now other important thing was this Ahmadiyya movement was the only Islamic sect who believed that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was a Messiah of God. Okay, so these are some of the important points. Now in others, I am going to tell you the detailed explanation about every other movement that was there. It is not possible to write all of them. Now you can write with me. Now, next was Devband movement. Now this Devband movement was founded in the year 1866 by Muhammad Qasim Nanatwi and Rashid Ahmad Gangohi. Okay. Now this movement, it organized the Muslim ulemas, and it was a revivalist movement. Now this Devban school welcomed the formation of the Indian National Congress, and it issued a warrant against, or a fatwa against, Sayyid Ahmad Khan's organization. Now, if I talk about Sayyid Ahmad Khan, so what was the organization of Sayyid Ahmad Khan? Now, he was the founder of the Aligarh movement. Okay. Next was Seva Sadan. Now, if I talk about Seva Sadan, this was founded in the year 1908 by Behram Malabari. Now, this Seva Sadan was against the child marriage, and it was due to efforts of this Seva Sadan that age of consent bill was introduced. Now, next important movement was Akali movement. Now, this Akali movement was an offshoot of the Singh Sabha movement, which was a religiously motivated movement. Now, this Akali movement aimed to liberate the Gurudwaras from the corrupt practices of Mahant. Now, the next important thing was Dev Samaj. Now, this Dev Samaj was founded in the year 1887 by Shiv Narayan Agnihotri. Okay, so this is also an important movement. Now, next important movement is Dharma Sabha. Now, this Dharma Sabha was founded in the year 1830 by Radha Kant Dev. Now, this Dharma Sabha was an orthodox movement, and it opposed the abolition of sati. And yes, this is the important point regarding this. Now, next important movement was Indian Social Conference. Now, this has been asked in the UPSC exam as well. So this movement was there in the year 1887, and it was formed by M.G. Ranade and Raghunath Rao. Next, what this movement did was it advocated the intercaste marriages. Then it opposed polygamy, मतलब एक से ज़्यादा शादियाँ. And this Indian Social Conference, it launched a pledge movement. Now, this pledge movement, the pledge was made against the child marriage. Okay. Now, next important thing in here is, now if I talk about the education in the social reform movement, now Hindu College was established in the year 1817 with the efforts of David Hare. Okay, so this is an additional point you need to remember. Then the important leader which I am going to talk about is Devendranath Tagore. Now, if I talk about Devendranath Tagore, he founded the Tattva Bodhini Sabha. Now, he supported the widow remarriage. Other than widow remarriage, yes, he supported the widow remarriage and also women education, and he abolished polygamy as well. Now, next important thing that I'm going to tell you about is Ramakrishna Mission. Now, if I talk about the Ramakrishna Mission, it was established by Swami Vivekanand, and the year was 1897 in which it was established. Now, Swami Vivekanand, if I talk about Vivekanand, he is known as the preacher of Neo-Hinduism. Next important thing is he attended the Parliament of Religion, which is at Chicago, in the year 1893. Okay. Now, next is about the Arya Samaj. Now, this Arya Samaj was established by Swami Dayanand Saraswati in the year 1875. Other important thing about Swami Dayanand Saraswati is he wrote the book Satyarth Prakash. Now, if I talk about the book Som Prakash, this book of Som Prakash, it was written by Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Okay? Now, he wrote the book Satyarth Prakash. He gave the slogan Back to Vedas. So, these are two of the important points. Now, under the Arya Samaj, a movement was conducted which name was Shuddhi movement. Now, this Shuddhi movement was to reconvert Hindus from Islam and Christianity. Okay, this was all about the Shuddhi movement. So let us now straight away move to the questions, and then questions में बाकी जितनी भी चीज़ें होंगी let's study in the explanation of the question as well. Explanation part आपका यहीं तक था. Let's now do some of the questions. This question is identify the personality based on the following descriptions. He founded the Atmiya Sabha in 1814 to promote monotheism and oppose idolatry and caste rigidities. Next is he is regarded as the father of the Indian Renaissance, a gifted linguist and pioneer of Indian journalism. He campaigned against the social evils like sati, polygamy and subjugation of women, citing sacred texts to argue for reforms. So who is this figure? So the correct answer is, obviously this is an easy question, the correct answer is Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Okay, I've already told you, also founded the Atmiya Sabha as well as he founded the Brahmo Samaj in the year 1828. Other than that, he also wrote the book Gift to Monotheist. Okay, so this description matches straight away with Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Let's now move to the next question. Which of the above were actively associated with the Brahmo Samaj? Now, if I talk about the Brahmo Samaj was founded in the year 1828 by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Now, which of the following figures are associated? Now, first of all, Devendranath Tagore was absolutely related. Also, Keshav Chandra Sen was related to Brahmo Samaj. If I talk about Radhakant Dev, he was related to Dharma Sabha and not Brahmo Samaj. So 3 we will eliminate straight away. So 1 and 2 is absolutely correct. So C is going to be the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question. With reference to the Prarthana Samaj, consider the following statement. The primary focus of the Prarthana Samaj was on the religious reforms rather than social issues. Okay, now this I have already told you that the Prarthana Samaj largely focused on the social reforms and not the religious reforms. So ये first statement तो हमारा absolutely incorrect है यहाँ पे. Now let us see the next statement. The next statement is Gopal Krishna Gokhale joined the Prarthana Samaj later and contributed to its recognition as an all India reformist body. Now, the Gopal Krishna Gokhale founded the Servants of India Society, and this Prarthana Samaj was largely focused regionally in the state of Maharashtra. So, second one is also यहाँ पे incorrect. First one तो हमारा incorrect है ये. So, 3 and 4 is absolutely correct answer. C is the correct answer. Let us see the description. The Prarthana Samaj was established in Bombay by Atmaram Pandurang and Keshav Chandra Sen. Correct. The Samaj worked towards uplifting women by advocating widow remarriage and female education. Absolutely. 3 and 4 here are absolutely correct. So, C is going to be the correct answer. Next question is, with reference to the Young Bengal movement, consider the following statement. Now, Henry Vivian Thoreau is regarded as the first nationalistic poet of nationalist poet of modern India. The statement is absolutely correct. The movement advocated for women's rights and took significant interest in addressing the issues faced by the peasants. Now, this statement is not correct. Why it is not correct? Because it was not related to peasant issues. Okay. Now, this movement, Young Bengal movement, was a radical movement, as I have told you in the explanation part, and this movement was way ahead of its time because it was urban centric in their approach. So the second statement here is not correct. Okay, the first statement is correct, so the correct answer will be 1, 3 and 4. Okay, C is going to be the correct answer. But let's see the description of other statement as well. Now, this was inspired by the ideals of French Revolution. Henry Vivian Thoreau initiated Young Bengal movement. Yes, the member of this movement, known as the Rosians, emphasized the need for rational thinking and opposed the social ills like caste discrimination. Absolutely correct. 1, 3 and 4 is correct answer यहाँ पे. Let's now move to the next question. Now, the next question is, identify the organization in the above question. Now, founded in 1849 in Maharashtra by Dadurao Pandurang, Mehtaji Durgaram and others, it began as a secret society aimed at reforming Hindu religion and society. Next is, it promoted the worship of one God and believed that real religion is based on love and moral conduct. The organization encouraged rationality, freedom of thought, and breaking caste rules, including consuming food cooked by the lower caste individuals. It also advocated widow remarriage and women's education with branches in Pune, Satara, and other towns in Maharashtra. Now, this I already told you. The name of the organization was Paramhans Mandali. It was founded in the year 1849. So, B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Okay. In the explanation part, I have already mentioned and I have already explained you all the concepts regarding this. So, I think the question would be easier for you to solve now. Let's now move to the next question. Question number 6. Now, identify the following based on the description. A social reformer, a rationalist from Maharashtra, he wrote extensively under the pen name Lokhitvadi. Now, Lokhitvadi, I already told you, was the name of Gopal Hari Deshmukh. Now, he advocated the reorganization of Indian society, rational, secular and humanistic principles, and opposed Hindu orthodoxy and the caste system. He famously stated, if religion does not sanction social reform, then change the religion. He contributed periodicals such as Prabhakar, Hitechu, Gyan Prakash and Hindu Prakash, which spread reformist idea. Now, this is very easy question. I have already told you in the explanation part. Gopal Hari Deshmukh is the correct answer to this question. Let's now move to the next question, that is the statement. We have to tell the correct statement regarding Swami Vivekanand and Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Now, their approaches to social and spiritual reform differed in significant ways. Consider the following statement. Now, Swami Vivekanand rejected the idol worship and emphasized Vedic rituals as the only true form of worship, similar to Dayanand Saraswati. Now, the first statement is absolutely incorrect here, because Swami Vivekanand did not reject idol worship. Okay, but Swami Dayanand Saraswati, he categorically rejected idol worship. Okay, he believed in the Vedic teachings, but he rejected the idol worship. So the first statement here is incorrect. First, we will eliminate straight away. Let's now see the second statement. Dayanand Saraswati advocated for women education and widow remarriage, whereas Swami Vivekanand prioritized monastic education and spiritual awakening. Absolutely correct. Second statement correct hai. While Dayanand Saraswati established Arya Samaj to propagate Vedic teaching, Swami Vivekanand established Ramakrishna Mission to emphasize the service and spiritual growth. Absolutely correct hai. Ramakrishna Mission was established in the year 1897. Both reformers believed in the revival of Vedic knowledge but differed in their stance on idol worship and religious pluralism. I have just right now I have told you both of them believed in the Vedic knowledge, but Swami Vivekanand he rejected the idol worship, and Dayanand Saraswati also did. No, sorry, not Swami Vivekanand, but Swami Dayanand rejected the idol worship. Okay, so they both believed in Vedic rituals, but their stance on idol worship was different. So the fourth statement is also correct. Correct answer would be 2, 3, and 4. Let's now move to the next question. That is question number 8. Now, consider the following statement about Behramji M. Malabari and his work. He founded the Seva Sadan to support women of all castes, offering them education and medical services. So the statement is absolutely correct. This Seva Sadan was founded in 1908. This I have also told you. Now, his efforts were instrumental in the passage of Age of Consent Act, which raised the legal age of marriage for females. Now, it was not Behramji M. Malabari. ठीक है, also it was Behramji M. Malabari, but it did not raise the legal age of marriage for females, but it regulated the age of sexual sexual consent. Okay, so this statement is wrong. Second statement here we will eliminate. Straight away we will come to the answer, that is 1 and 3. Malabari reforms targeted all communities equally, including Parsis, Muslim and Hindus. So 1 and 3 is absolutely correct. Let's now move to the next question. Now, with reference to the reforms aimed at controlling child marriage in colonial India, consider the following statement. Now, B.M. Malabari was a key advocate for the passage of Age of Consent Act 1891, which set the minimum marriageable age for the girls at 12 years. Okay, so absolutely correct statement. The age was increased from 10 to 12. So the first statement is right. Next is the Child Marriage Restraint Act, known as Sharda Act, increased the legal marriage age to 21 years for boys and 18 years for the girls. Now, the Sharda Act, which was known as the Child's Marriage Act, it set the minimum age for marriage for 18 years was for boys and 14 years was for the girls. So the second statement is incorrect. We will eliminate the second statement. Now, Bal Gangadhar Tilak criticized the Sharda Act, claiming it interfered with the Indian tradition. Absolutely correct. B.G. Tilak criticized the act. So correct statement would be 1 and 3. Let's now move to the next question. With reference to the initiative aimed at addressing untouchability and social reform, consider the following statement. The slogan "One Religion, One Caste, One God for Mankind" was popularized by Sri Narayan Guru. Absolutely correct statement. S. Ayappan, a follower of Sri Narayan Guru, later modified this slogan to "No religion, no caste, no God for mankind." This is also an additional fact that you can keep in mind. This statement is absolutely true. The self-respect movement, which aimed at eradicating caste-based inequalities, was spearheaded by E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar Periyar. So this statement is also correct. So 1, 2, 3, all the given statement in this question are absolutely correct. Let's now move to the next question. The Devband movement supported the formation of Indian National Congress in the late 19th century. Now this statement is absolutely true. Also, if I talk about Devband movement, it supported the Indian National Congress as part of its opposition to Syed Ahmad Khan's pro-British stance that the Aligarh movement gave. Now, Aligarh movement was led by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, but Devband movement, it supported the formation of Indian National Congress, whereas Aligarh movement, which was led by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, was pro-British in its stance. Okay. Now, what is the reason? The movement sought to counter Aligarh movement pro-British stance and promotes the nationalist aspiration. So this statement is also absolutely correct. ठीक है? So both assertion and reason here is correct, and R is correct explanation of A. So if I like to give you the additional information about the Devbad movement, so this movement was organized by the Orthodox section of the Muslim society. Okay, it was a revivalist movement with a twin objective. So what were the twin objectives of the Devbad movement? Was first of all, it wanted to propagate pure teachings of Quran. Propagate pure teachings of Quran. Next, what it did was it declared jihad against the foreign rule. Okay, so these things you can keep in mind. Let's now move to the next question, that is, consider the following pairs: women rights organization and the associated leaders. Now, widow remarriage association was associated leader is Vishnu Shastri Pandit, which is absolutely correct. Okay, now this widow remarriage association was formed in the year 1850. Okay, so the statement is correct. Next is Bharatiya Stri Mahamandal, Pandita Ramabai. So this statement is wrong because Bharatiya Stri Mahamandal in 1910 was founded by Sarla Devi Chaudhrani. Okay, so this statement is absolutely incorrect. Next is Arya Mahila Samaj by Sarla Devi Chaudhrani. Now this is incorrect because Arya Mahila Samaj was founded by Pandita Ramabai Saraswati. Okay, so 2 is also wrong, 3 is also wrong. Now National Council for Women was founded by Meherbai Tata. Absolutely correct. This association was formed in the year 1925. So only 2 pair that is given in this question is correct. So B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Let's now move to the next question, that is question number 30. Consider the following statement about the Ramakrishna Mission. It was founded by Swami Vivekananda in India. Absolutely correct. First statement is absolutely correct, and it was founded in the year 1897. Next is, it aims at promoting the teachings of Ramakrishna Paramhans and his wife Sarda Devi. Absolutely correct. Second statement is, now it has strong emphasis on service to humankind, especially in the fields of education and healthcare. ये भी सही है, बिल्कुल सही है. Now fourth statement, it is a Hindu revivalist organization. No, it was not a Hindu revivalist organization, but it advocated the spread of universal values. So what are some of the universal values that this Ramakrishna Mission propagated? So it propagated the values of humanity, love, harmony. So these were the values. Okay, so the fourth one is wrong, else every statement that is given here is absolutely true. Okay, so C is going to be the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question. Consider the following statement regarding Swami Dayanand Saraswati. He was the founder of Arya Samaj movement in India. Absolutely correct, and this Arya Samaj movement was launched in the year 1875. Next is, he took inspiration from the Vedas and considered them to be infallible. Yes, this I have already told you in the explanation part, as the slogan of Swami Dayanand was, go back to Vedas. Okay, so the second statement is also true. Next statement is, he voiced his opinion against adultery. Absolutely correct. This statement is also correct. Now, he rejected modernity in society and displayed a patriotic attitude to national problems. Now, he did not rejected the modernity in society, but he accepted it. And the first call of Swaraj was given by him only. Okay, that was India for Indians. So the fourth statement is incorrect. Rest every statement given here is absolutely true. Let's now move to the next question. Consider the following pairs. These are the personalities and the roles that they perform. Now, Ramabai Danade is related to Ladies Social Conference. Absolutely correct. Now, these were related to the social issues of the society at that time, that is child marriage, education for women, and widow remarriage. And this institution was formed in the year 1904. Now, Sarla Devi Chaudhrani, Arya Mahila Samaj. No, the statement is incorrect. He did not founded the Arya Mahila Samaj. Arya Mahila Samaj was founded by Pandita Ramabai. The second one is incorrect. We will eliminate it straight away. Now, Margaret Cousins formed the All India Women Conference. The statement is absolutely correct. Now, this was formed in the year 1927 and it advocated social reforms for women. Next is Sarla Devi Chaudhrani, founded the Bharatiya Stri Mahamandal. Now, Sarla Devi Chaudhrani. Now, the fourth statement is incorrect because Bharatiya Stri Mahamandal. No, this statement is also correct. So, correct answer will be 1, 3, and 4. This is not given in any of the option. Okay, so 1, 3, and 4 is correct. Let's now move to the next question. Next is consider the following regarding the education in the British period of Indian history. Raja Ram Mohan Roy along with David Hare founded the Hindu College in Calcutta. So this statement is absolutely correct. The Hindu College was founded in the year 1817. And if I talk about the Vedant College, so Raja Ram Mohan Roy also founded the Vedant College in the year 1825. So the first statement is absolutely correct. Now, Annie Besant founded the Central Hindu College, which was renamed as Banaras Hindu University. No, this statement is not. The statement is incorrect. If I talk about the third statement, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar was the first secretary of Bethune College. Absolutely, this is correct. Bethune School was there for females, and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar was the first secretary. So, only two of the given statement here is correct. Let's now move to the next question. Consider the following with reference to caste-based discrimination during the British period. Now, the British rule with intention of reform created certain conditions that undermined the caste consciousness. Next is the British administration introduced the concept of equality before law in a uniformly applied system. So, the reason is absolutely correct. But British rule, they created a certain condition that undermined the caste consciousness, but they never did it intentionally. Okay, it was not with intention. That is why assertion is incorrect, whereas the reason to that is absolutely correct. Let's now move to the next question. Consider the following statement regarding the Social Services League. Now, Gopal Krishna Gokhale founded the Social Service League with the help of M.G. Ranade. So, this statement is absolutely incorrect because the Social Services League was founded by N.M. Joshi and not Gopal Krishna Gokhale. So, the first statement is wrong. Next is, aim of the society was to train missionaries for the service of India to promote by all constitutional means the true interest of the Indian people. So, this statement was not correct. This statement is also not correct. Why it is not correct? Because the aim of the Servants of India Society was to train national missionaries for the service of India. Okay, now it was not the meaning, but it was there to ensure the masses a better and reasonable condition for life and work. That is why the second statement is also wrong. So D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Let's now move to the next question. Now, which of the following statement is correct regarding Brahmo Samaj? It opposed idolatry. Yes, this is absolutely correct. It denied the need for priestly class for interpreting the religious text. This statement is also correct. Next is popularized the doctrine that Vedas are infallible. Now, this doctrine was not given by Raja Ram Mohan Roy, but it was given by Dayanand Saraswati. So the third statement is incorrect, whereas statement 1 and statement 2 is correct. So only 2 is going to be the correct answer to this question. Let's now see the next question. Consider the following with respect to the factors which strengthen the socio-religious reform required in the 19th century. First one is the growth of nationalist sentiments. Absolutely correct. Emergence of a new economic force and consciousness of the defeat by a foreign power. Correct. Spread of education among the different sections of society. Correct. Realization of the potential benefits of the Western ideologies by intellectual Indians. Absolutely correct. All of the given statement here are absolutely correct. So D is going to be the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question. Now there are organization given and we have to link it with the associated personalities. Now first one is Paramhans Mandali. It was founded by Atmaram Panduran. It is absolutely correct. Self-Respect Movement by E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar. This is also correct. Dharma Sabha by Radhakant Dev. This is also correct. And Indian Social Conference by M.G. Ranade. This is also absolutely correct. So all of the given statement here are absolutely correct. So D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Yes, so with this we are done with the chapter of socio-religious reform movement. If you like this video, do give this video a like. You can comment down your thoughts regarding this video, and if you want to communicate, you can comment through this comment section. Thank you for watching the video. Keep studying. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our chapter 6 in the series of chapter-wise MCQs of the book Spectrum. Now already I have uploaded the 5 lectures. You can access that from the playlist section or the description of the video also. Now this chapter is going to be the political organizations that were formed before the Indian National Congress. Now first of all, let me give you some of the information about this chapter, and then straight away we will move to the questions. Now this information is necessary for you to understand it first. Then आपके लिए at a later stage it will be easy to solve the questions. Now, the beginning of modern nationalism in India. It means, what does nationalism meant? Nationalism meant that the feeling of proudness for your own country. Okay. Now, what were the different factors that were responsible for the rise of the modern nationalism in India? First one was the worldwide upsurge. Worldwide upsurge किनके against में? So it was against the British imperialistic policies. ब्रिटिश इंडिया का जो imperialism था, ब्रिटिश कॉलोनीज का जो imperialism था, उसके अगेंस्ट रिसेंटमेंट स्टार्ट हो गया. नॉट ओनली अगेंस्ट द ब्रिटिश बट फ्रेंच कॉलोनीज के भी अगेंस्ट, एंड देन डच के अगेंस्ट भी ये स्टार्ट हो गया कि आप कंट्रीज को एक्वायर नहीं कर सकते हो, कोलोनियलाइजेशन नहीं कर सकते हो, कॉलोनीज नहीं बना सकते हो. ठीक है. Second important reason was the French Revolution of the year 1789. Now, the French Revolution was based on the idea of rationalism. It was based on the idea of equality. It was based on the ideas of fraternity, liberty. And ये जितने भी यहाँ पे मैंने जितने भी ये नाम लिखे हैं, all of these were directly corresponding to freedom, which freedom was not there in the colonies and which was not a feature of the imperialistic policies. That is why the French Revolution also, बहुत सारा French Revolution के बाद भी resentment it occurred against the British India. Next important reason was reaction against the imperialistic forces. I have already explained. इसके अलावा भी एक reason था, which was the Indian Renaissance. Now, what was this Indian Renaissance? Now, this, who is known as the father of Indian Renaissance? सबसे पहले you need to know Raja Ram Mohan Roy is known as the father of the Indian Renaissance. Now, this Indian Renaissance, which was inspired by the educated middle class, it focused against the evil practices of sati. It focused on the ideals of equality. It focused on the ideals of which were against the child marriage, women education. All of these were the tenets of the Indian Renaissance. So Indian Renaissance was also an important factor. The third reason was the political, administrative and economic unification. How the political reasons were there. For example, Revolt of 1857 आपने देखा, in which the zamindars too stood up with the common people of India, common peasants and laborers, क्यों एक साथ हुए थे वो? ड्यू टू द ब्रिटिश ऑपरेसिव पॉलिसीज. Now, administrative features were also there and economic unifications was done. Why it was done? It was done against the policies that continued to be of the Britishers. Now, क्या क्या policies थी? Policies of ring fence, जिसमें कि area acquire होता था. Ring fence की policy was introduced by Warren Hastings. Similar policy was subsidiary alliance. This subsidiary alliance was introduced by whom? The Lord Wellesley. Then was the doctrine of lapse by Lord Dalhousie. This was also a policy जिसके against जो था administrative and political unification हुआ. Now, what were the reasons of the economic unification? Now, their economy was the prime reason for which the British East India Company, it wanted to rule in India. So, for the economic extraction, they used many of the policies. Some of them is permanent settlement. Now, permanent settlement was introduced in the year 1793 by Lord Cornwallis. इसके अलावा रियोतवारी system was there. Then a mahalwari system was there. So, all of these were the different tools, political, administrative and economic tools that continuously oppressed the local people, which led to their unification. Then a major role was played by the press and literature also, because many of the vernacular languages were there. Other than vernacular languages, these press and literatures helped to develop the ideas, the modern ideas of self-government, democracy, the civil rights, etc. Now, यही सब self-government, democracy, etc. यही सारे tenets थे on which the political organizations that were established before 1885, मतलब prior to the Indian National Congress, जितनी भी पॉलिटिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस फॉर्म हुई थी उनका टारगेट इन्हीं सब के अराउंड फोकस करता था. ठीक है. देन द नेक्स्ट इज प्रोग्रेसिव कैरेक्टर ऑफ द सोशियो कल्चरल रिफॉर्म मूवमेंट. ये तो हमने देखा ही था. देयर वर वेरियस सोशल मूवमेंट आल्सो, रिलीजियस मूवमेंट आल्सो वेयर देयर, एंड रिलीजियस मूवमेंट के साथ साथ पॉलिटिकल, सम ऑफ द पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड मूवमेंट वाज आल्सो देयर. ओके. नाउ let us see some of the political organizations that were formed before the formation of Indian National Congress. Now, this Indian National Congress was formed in the year 1885. So, it is but obvious that जितने भी ये political organizations मैं आपको बताने जा रहा हूँ अभी, वो सारी की सारी 1885 की है, and questions यहाँ से पूछे जाते हैं. ठीक है. Now, some of the organizations that were formed in Bengal. सबसे पहले तो बंग भाषा प्रशासिका सभा. Now, this was formed not by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Raja Ram Mohan Roy ने form नहीं की थी. Main point of confusion यही होता है. But it was formed by the associates of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. And ये form हुई थी 1836 में. ठीक है. Next important organization was Landholder Society. This Landholder Society was formed by Devendranath Tagore, and the other name of Landholder Society was Zamindari Association. Now, this is very important. Why it is important? Because what was the objective was this landholder society, it marked the beginning of an organized political activity, and it was the first organization to use the method of constitutional agitation, which was later used as a major tool by the Indian National Congress. ठीक है. Next important society was the Bengal British India Society, which was formed in the year 1843. And what was the objective of this organization was, it helped in the collection and dissemination, मतलब distribution of the information relating to the actual conditions of people that were living in India at that time. The next important association which was formed was East India Association, and it was formed in the year 1866 by Dadabhai Naroji. Okay, now Dadabhai Naroji formed this East India Association in London. Why in London? Because to discuss the Indian question and influence the public opinion in England for welfare of the Indian people. ठीक है. The next important was the Indian League. This Indian League was formed by Shishir Kumar Ghosh in the year 1875. Now, the main objective of the Indian League was to stimulate the sense of nationalism. Stimulate the sense of nationalism among the people of the country. Next important association was the Indian Association, which was led by Surendranath Banerjee. Okay, and this was also known as Indian Association of Calcutta. Other important name is Indian National Association. Okay, now it was formed in the year 1876, and this organization is also known as the precursor of the Indian National Congress. Now, what were the aim of this Indian National Association? सबसे पहला was to create a strong public opinion. तो public opinion किस चीज पे? तो public opinion on the political questions. Second important thing that it aimed to do was unify the Indian people for a common political program. Common political program का ये मतलब है कि सारे इंडियंस को यूनाइट करना ताकि वो एक पॉलिटिकल अपनी पॉलिटिकल डिमांड्स के लिए एक साथ हो सके, rather than they do not divide themselves among different sections. ठीक है. Now, also this Indian Association, it protested against the reduction of age limit in 1877 for the candidates of the Indian Civil Services examination. This Indian Association also aimed and also tried for the Indianization of the higher administrative forces. Now, Indianization of higher administrative forces का administrative post का मतलब है कि more and more Indians, इनका ये मानना था कि there should be more and more Indians in the higher level of the government. Now, some of the associations that were formed in Bombay, the most important of it is Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. It was formed in the year 1867 by M.G. Ranade. ठीक है. Now, this organization aimed to bridge the gap between government and the common people. Okay. Next important association was the Bombay Presidency Association. Now, this Bombay Presidency Association was started in the year 1885 by Badruddin Tayyabji. Next important one was Firoz Shah Mehta and K.T. Telang. Okay. Now, some of the association that was formed in Madras is Madras Mahajan Sabha in 1884. Now, this was formed by M. Viragavachari, B. Subramaniam Iyer and P. Anand Charlo. Okay. Now, what were these organizations focused on? या इनके कैंपेन में क्या क्या था? सो आई हैव ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन्ड यू दिस पार्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स दैट इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी कॉटन पे थी, उसके अगेंस्ट था, आर्म्स एक्ट के इंट्रोडक्शन के अगेंस्ट था, वर्नाकुलर प्रेस एक्ट इन 1878 विच वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय लॉर्ड लिटन, इसके अगेंस्ट था, सपोर्ट ऑफ द इल्बर्ट बिल. व्हाट वाज इल्बर्ट बिल? दैट इट वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड विथ अ एम सो दैट उसमें क्या था प्रोविजन इल्बर्ट बिल में कि इंडियन जजेस had the power to try or convict the crimes committed by Europeans also. मतलब यूरोपियंस को इंडियन जजेस भी ट्रीट कर सकते हैं. ठीक है. सो दिस वाज द मोटो ऑफ द इल्बर्ट बिल व्हिच वाज स्ट्रांगली अपोज्ड, ठीक है, बाय द ब्रिटिशर्स, एंड ऑन द अदर हैंड दिस वाज सपोर्टेड बाय इंडियंस. ओके, लेट्स नाउ स्ट्रेट अवे मूव टू द क्वेश्चंस ऑफ दिस चैप्टर. आई होप कि आपको ये क्वेश्चंस आपको इजी लगेंगे, ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं होनी चाहिए. Let us start with the questions now. Now, the first question is, the first session of the Congress was held in Bombay in 1885 and presided over by Dadabhai Naoroji. ठीक है. Now, let me tell you, अभी मैंने बताया नहीं है, ये मैं next chapter में बताऊंगा, but I have included this chapter. Now, the first session of the Congress was held in Bombay in 1885. ये तो सही है यहाँ पे, but it was not presided by Dadabhai Naoroji, but it was presided by W.C. Banerjee. ठीक है. So, the first statement is wrong. Now, second statement है हमारा, Kadambini Ganguly was the first woman president of the Congress. No, not Kadambini Ganguly, but Annie Besant was the first woman president of Congress. ठीक है. एंड अगर मैं बात करूं इंडियन फर्स्ट इंडियन प्रेसिडेंट, शी वॉज सरोजनी नायडू इन द ईयर 1925 के कानपुर सेशन को प्रिसाइड किया था इन्होंने. ओके, let's now move to the next question. The first session of Congress was held at Gokuldas Tejpal Sanskrit College in Bombay in December 1885. So this statement is absolutely correct. हमें यहाँ पे correct statement बताना है. So 3 is the correct answer. Let's now move to the next question. Now, this organization is consider the following statement regarding the Servant of India Society. Now, it organized campaign to promote education, healthcare and fight against the social evils. Okay. ये पहला statement है. So this is absolutely correct. The Servants of India Society was formed by Gopal Krishna Gokhale and it was formed in the year 1905. The publication of Hitavada newspaper was started by the members of this organization. Absolutely correct. Hitavada newspaper was started by this only and they had the progressive ideas. So ये भी statement हमारा बिल्कुल सही है. Next है, it merged with the Indian National Congress during the protest against the partition of Bengal. No, this did not merge with the Indian National Congress. Third statement हमारा incorrect है. So the correct statement will be 1 and 2 only. No. Next is about the East India Association. Well, let us see the question. Now, Dadabhai Naoroji founded the East India Association in the year 1866 in India. अब देखो मैंने बताया था आपको. Dadabhai Naoroji founded the East India Association not in India but in London. Why it was formed? To raise the voice of public welfare among the people living in England. So, हमें correct statement बताना है. तो first one तो incorrect है. Let us see the second statement. The association aimed to raise the awareness among the people of UK about the conditions in India and sought the popular support among the British for well-being of the Indians. Absolutely correct statement है हमारा ये. Third statement देखते हैं. The East India Association is recognized as a predecessor association to the Indian National Congress. बिल्कुल correct है ये भी statement हमारा. No, fourth statement है the East India Association had presence in Bombay only. No, this is absolutely incorrect. The association was also spread to the cities such as Madras, such as Calcutta. Okay, so the fourth statement is not correct. First भी incorrect है. तो करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट हमारा क्या हो जाएगा यहाँ पे 2 and 3 हो जाएगा. ओके, सो 3 का हमारा ए आंसर है. लेट अस नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, दैट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 4. नाउ वी हैव टू अरेंज दिस फॉलोइंग एसोसिएशंस इन द क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर. सबसे पहले तो है इंडियन लीग, देन है हमारी ईस्ट इंडिया एसोसिएशन, पूना सार्वजनिक सभा, बॉम्बे प्रेसिडेंसी एसोसिएशन. सबके बारे में मैंने आपको बता दिया है. तो इनमें से सबसे पहले तो ईस्ट इंडिया एसोसिएशन फॉर्म हुई थी इन द ईयर 1866. ये इस्टेब्लिश हुई थी लंदन में एंड इट वाज इस्टेब्लिश बाय दादा भाई नारोजी. ठीक है. सो सबसे पहले तो हमारी ईस्ट इंडिया एसोसिएशन इस्टेब्लिश हुई थी. देन अगर इसमें हम देखें पुणे सार्वजनिक सभा, आई टोल्ड यू अराउंड 1870s के अराउंड में पुणे सार्वजनिक सभा वाज फॉर्म्ड by M.G. Ranade. Now this M.G. Ranade formed the Pune सार्वजनिक सभा and पुणे सार्वजनिक सभा का काम क्या था? इनका काम था to act as a bridge between the government of India and the people. Next हमारी थी Indian League. Indian League was formed in the year 1875 by Shishir Kumar Ghosh. And what was the aim of this organization? So the aim of Indian League was to foster the feeling of nationalism in Indian people. Next was Bombay Presidency Association. Just कांग्रेस के फॉर्मेशन के टाइम पे ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इस्टेब्लिश हुई थी इन द ईयर 1885. Who established it? तो फिरोज शाह मेहता established it. केटी तिलांग थे एंड केटी तिलांग के साथ बदरुद्दीन तैयबजी was also there. सो हमारा सेकंड सबसे पहला है, 2 ऑप्शन में है. देन केम हमारा थर्ड, 2 3 4 1. सो बी इज लाइकली टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन. सो इसका हमारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा? करेक्ट आंसर हो जाएगा बी. लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. नाउ दिस क्वेश्चन इज रिगार्डिंग द जमींदारी एसोसिएशन विच वाज फॉर्म्ड इन द ईयर अराउंड 1839. ठीक है. सो देखते हैं Now, it was established in 1838 to represent the interest of zamindar in Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. Absolutely true है, correct statement है. And it was also the first organization, मैंने आपको बताया, which introduced the constitutional agitation as a means. So first statement तुम्हारा बिल्कुल correct है, and it was formed by देवेंद्रनाथ टैगोर. Second statement देखते हैं अपना, हमें correct statement बताना है इसमें. The association marked the beginning of organized political activity in India using constitutional method for grievances. Absolutely correct. Second statement भी हमारा true है. Next is it merged with the Indian National Congress in 1885 to expand its influence. So the Zamindari Association did not merge with the Indian National Congress, but Zamindari Association merge हुई थी with British India Society. It merged with the British India Society in which year? So it was merged in 1851. जब Zamindari Association it merged with the British India Society in 1851, it was known as the British India Association. ठीक है. So the third statement is incorrect. Third को हम eliminate कर देंगे. We know that 1 and 2 is right. So A हमारा correct answer होने वाला है. ठीक है. हालांकि let us see the fourth statement as well. The Zamindari Association was popularly known as the British India Association. So this statement is absolutely incorrect because the Zamindari Association was known as Landholders Society and not British India Association. तो फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट हमारा ऑटोमेटिकली यहाँ पे इनकरेक्ट हो गया. ठीक है. So A is the correct answer to this question. Let's now move to the next question. Consider the following statement about the Landholder Society, which was formed in the year 1837. Again, Landholder Society पे question है. It was a group formed by the political leaders in India. No, it was not formed by the political leaders, but it was formed by the group of zamindars who were focused to protect their own interests due to the British oppression. ठीक है. So the first statement is absolutely incorrect. Next is the main objective was to promote agricultural productivity in Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. No, it was not regarding the agricultural productivity, but it was for protecting the legal and economic rights of zamindars. ठीक है. So second statement भी हमारा incorrect है. Next है, the society was established by Radhakant Deb and Prasanna Kumar Tagore. So this statement is true. Initially, Radhakant Deb and Prasanna Kumar Tagore were most instrumental in forming the Landholder Society. So the third statement is right. Fourth statement, it marked the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in India. So it was nowhere related to Industrial Revolution, but ये related किससे था? लैंड ओनर्स या जमींदार्स के राइट्स के रिगार्डिंग थी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एंड इसका और कोई मतलब नहीं था. तो फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट भी इनकरेक्ट है हमारा. करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट हमसे यहाँ पे पूछा है तो हमारा ओनली वन स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे करेक्ट होने वाला है. ठीक है. लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. नो, with reference to the Indian Association of Calcutta, which one of the following statement are incorrect? हमें अब incorrect statement बताना है. So it was founded by Surendranath Banerjee and Anand Mohan Bose to promote the interest of landlords. ठीक है. तो क्या ये statement incorrect है? तो बिल्कुल incorrect है. Why? Because the Indian Association was founded to counter the pro-landlord policies. They were against the benefits that were given to the landlords. So this organization was against the landlords, not for the landlords. ठीक है. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट हमारा इनकरेक्ट है. फर्स्ट हमारा इनकरेक्ट जैसे हुआ तो हमें इनकरेक्ट ही बताना है, तो हाँ फर्स्ट तो होगा. नेक्स्ट इज द एसोसिएशन अपोज द इंडियन सिविल सर्विस एग्जामिनेशन एंड कैंपेन फॉर इट्स एबॉलिशन. नो, इट डिड नॉट अपोज द इंडियन सर्विसेज एग्जामिनेशन, बट इन्होंने अपोज किया था रिगार्डिंग द रिडक्शन ऑफ एज इन द इंडियन सिविल सर्विस एग्जामिनेशन. एग्जाम को इन्होंने कभी भी अपोज नहीं किया था, ठीक है। सो द सेकेंड वन इज ऑल्सो इनकरेक्ट। थर्ड है, इट ऑर्गेनाइज्ड एन ऑल इंडिया कॉन्फ्रेंस टू प्रमोट यूनिटी एंड नेशनलिस्टिक सेंटिमेंट्स अमंग द इंडियंस। एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है। इट एम्ड एट अचीविंग द पॉलिटिकल यूनिटी एंड पॉलिटिकल brotherhood regarding common matters. So the third statement is in correct. Third तो हमारा आंसर नहीं हो सकता। Next is the Indian Association merged with the Indian National Congress in 1886. Absolutely correct. मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया था कि इंडियन एसोसिएशन ऑफ कलकत्ता या नेशनल एसोसिएशन ये बाद में जाके इंडियन कांग्रेस नेशनल कांग्रेस में ये मर्ज हुई थी। तो फोर्थ वन इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट। हमें यहाँ पे बताना है विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट। तो ओनली द 1 and 2 यही दो स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे दिए हैं जो कि इनकरेक्ट है, ठीक है। लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। नाउ दिस क्वेश्चन इज रिगार्डिंग हमारा इल्बर्ट बिल। नाउ व्हिच वन ऑफ द फॉलोइंग विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू इंडियन हिस्ट्री कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट। The Indian National Congress adopted a resolution in support of the Ilbert during its early sessions. Now, आप मुझे एक बात बताओ, मैंने आपको बताया इल्बर्ट बिल वाज फॉर्म्ड इन द ईयर 1881, ठीक है। ये बिल 1881 में आया था, ठीक है। इट वाज इंट्रोड्यूस, सॉरी नॉट 1881 बट 1883 में ये बिल आया था। इट वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय वाइसरॉय, हु वाज द वाइसरॉय एट दैट टाइम, वाइसरॉय रिपन, ठीक है। तो इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस कैसे सपोर्ट कर सकती है इल्बर्ट बिल को, जबकि इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस फॉर्म ही 1885 में हुई थी। तो पहला स्टेटमेंट तो एब्सोल्युटली इनकरेक्ट है हमारा। सेकंड स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं। द इल्बर्ट बिल प्रपोज टू एम्पावर इंडियन मजिस्ट्रेट और सेशन जज टू ट्राई चार्जेस अगेंस्ट द यूरोपियन ब्रिटिश सब्जेक्ट्स चैलेंजिंग द रेशियल प्रिविलेजेस दैट वेयर गिवन। सो ये मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया था कि यही मेन एम था। And this Ilbert Bill was greatly in the support of the, it was greatly supported by the pre-Congress organization that was formed, ठीक है। सो यहाँ पे हमारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या होगा, यहाँ पे हमारा करेक्ट आंसर होगा द स्टेटमेंट 1 इज इनकरेक्ट बट स्टेटमेंट 2 इज करेक्ट। लेट्स सी द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। नाउ this question is regarding the Rehnumai Mazdayasan Sabha. Now, it was founded in the year 1851 in Bombay by reform-minded Parsis, including Dadabhai Naroji and others. So, this society was absolutely correct statement है, 1851 में फॉर्म हुई थी and it was for the promotion and progressive intent of the Parsis community, ठीक है। एंड इट वॉज फाउंडेड बाय दादा बाई नरोजी। इसके साथ साथ SS बंगाली भी वॉज अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। सो द फर्स्ट वन इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। हमें इनकरेक्ट स्टेटमेंट बताना है यहाँ पे। सेकेंड इज द सबाज मेन माउथपीस रास्त गोफर वॉज लॉन्च टू एडवोकेट द सोशल रिलीजियस रिफॉर्म्स अमंग द पारसी कम्युनिटी। नो, रास्त गोफार का मतलब होता था द ट्रूथ टेलर। सो ये स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल सही है हमारा, ठीक है। एंड इट्स गोल वाज टू मॉडर्नाइज द पारसी सोसाइटी। सो ये सेकंड स्टेटमेंट भी हमारा एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है। नेक्स्ट इज द सभा अपोज द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ वेस्टर्न एजुकेशन फॉर पारसी यूथ, फियरिंग इट वुड डाइल्यूट द ट्रेडिशनल वैल्यूज। नाउ ऑल ऑफ दीज मॉडर्न सभाज और एसोसिएशंस दैट वेयर फॉर्म्ड वेयर इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय द वेस्टर्न आइडिया, ठीक है। So this Sabha was a pro-reform and it strongly recommended the Western education, particularly Western education में भी English education among the means of empowerment, ठीक है। So ये हमारा statement absolutely गलत है कि the Sabha opposed the introduction of Western education, ठीक है। It supported, it not opposed but it supported। इस क्वेश्चन में हमें क्या बताना है, हमें इनकरेक्ट स्टेटमेंट बताना है। तो द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज द ओनली स्टेटमेंट दैट इज इनकरेक्ट। सो सी हमारा करेक्ट आंसर होने वाला है, ठीक है। सो विद दिस आई हैव टोल्ड यू सम ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस एंड आई होप कि अगर आप एक्सप्लेनेशन का पार्ट पढ़ोगे एंड सम ऑफ द MCQs अगर आप सॉल्व करते हो जो मैंने अभी प्रोवाइड किए हैं तो आपका अच्छा रिवीजन हो गया होगा इस चैप्टर का। अदर देन दैट आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू कि चैनल
की मेंबरशिप आप ले सकते हो, ठीक है, एंड मुझे सपोर्ट कर सकते हो टू प्रोवाइड यू विद द बेस्ट कंटेंट दैट आई कैन, ठीक है। टिल देन कीप स्टडिंग एंड थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग। अगर आप लोग अफोर्ड कर सकते हो, दैट मेंबरशिप इज जस्ट 29 रुपीज़ पर मंथ। सो बहुत सारे बेनिफिट्स हैं उसके, यू कैन जस्ट सपोर्ट मी बाय पेइंग दिस मिनिमल अमाउंट, ठीक है। इट वुड बी ग्रेटली हेल्पफुल फॉर मी। सो थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग, कीप स्टडिंग।
Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our next chapter in this series of Spectrum Revision through MCQs. Now today we are going to solve our chapter 7. The name of the chapter is Indian National Congress, the moderate phase. Okay, moderate phase which started from around 1885 and till 1905. Okay, now before starting the chapter, let me give you a brief idea about this chapter, some of the information about the chapter, and then we will solve the MCQs. Now, if we talk about the foundation of the Indian National Congress, so the Indian National Congress was formed by a civil servant A.O. Hume in the year 1885. Now, when this Congress was established in the year 1885, it was established by A.O. Hume, and the first session of the Indian National Congress was conducted at Bombay. And Bombay at which place? The place was Gokul Das Tejpal Sanskrit College. Now, what happened in the first session in the Bombay was that it was presided by W.B. Banerjee. Okay, now 72 other delegates also participated in this Bombay session. Okay, now this is the idea behind the first session of the Indian National Congress. Now, here an important figure, that is Kadambini Ganguly, is important. You should know that she was the first woman graduate of Calcutta University. She is important because she addressed the Congress session. Okay, and her her addressing to the Congress session was important because it shows the participation or the involvement of the woman in the freedom struggle of the India. So this name you have to remember, this is mentioned in the Spectrum book, that is why I am telling you. So Kadambini Ganguly participated in the first, she was the first woman graduate of Calcutta University who addressed the Indian National Congress. Now the first session was held at Bombay. Okay, now there is a theory regarding the formation of Indian National Congress. Now this theory was given by Lala Lajpat Rai, and the name of this theory was safety valve theory. Okay, now this safety valve theory explained that the Congress was an safety valve. इट वॉज अ सेफ्टी वेल। मान लो ये दो गैस चैम्बर हैं, ठीक है, गैस वन और ये गैस टू, दो गैस चैम्बर्स हैं, एंड ये जो पाइप है ये वेंटिलेशन का है। ओके, सो दिस गैस इज डिनोटेड बाय द अपराइजिंग, और it denotes the resentment that is there among the Indian population. So ये सेफ्टी वाल्व थ्योरी ने ये एक्सप्लेन किया कि इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस ये एक वाल्व की तरह है जो इस रिसेंटमेंट को बाहर निकालने का काम करेगी, ठीक है, इस गैस को बाहर निकालने का काम करेगी जिससे कि एक बड़ा एक्सप्लोजन ना हो। एंड एक्सप्लोजन का क्या मतलब है? एक्सप्लोजन का मतलब है एक बड़ा मूवमेंट ना हो, ये बस धुआं, ये गैस धीरे धीरे वेंटिलेशन के थ्रू बाहर निकलती रहे स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में, एंड ये ओवरऑल जो ब्रिटिश एम्पायर था उसको किसी भी तरह से नुकसान या लॉस ना हो, ठीक है। नाउ दिस थ्योरी वाज गिवन बाय लाला लाजपत राय। ऑब्वियसली लाला लाजपत राय ने ये थ्योरी अगेंस्ट थी। अगेंस्ट किसकी थी? फॉर्मेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस के अगेंस्ट थी ये थ्योरी, क्योंकि लाला लाजपत राय वाज एन एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर। Now I will explain you what is the difference between moderate and extremist in a while, ठीक है, ये मैं बताऊंगा आपको। सो ये सेफ्टी वेल्व थ्योरी दिस वाज गिवन बाय लाला लाजपत राय। नाउ यहाँ पे एक और चीज़ आपको जानना ज़रूरी है, या आप मुझे कमेंट सेक्शन में बताओगे कि एक तो सेफ्टी वेल्व थ्योरी थी विच वाज गिवन बाय दादा भाई नौरोजी, another theory was given by conspiracy theory which was termed as conspiracy theory. This conspiracy theory was given by R.P. Dutt, and इसके अलावा a other theory was given which was lightning conductor theory. अब जैसे ये सेफ्टी वाल्व थ्योरी वॉज अगेंस्ट द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ द इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, दिस लाइटनिंग कंडक्टर थ्योरी वॉज गिवन बाय वन ऑफ द मॉडरेट लीडर ऑफ द कांग्रेस। आपको मुझे कमेंट सेक्शन में बताना है कि कौन थे वो मॉडरेट लीडर जिन्होंने लाइटनिंग कंडक्टर थ्योरी को प्रपोज किया था। ठीक है, अगर आप नहीं बता पाओगे तो आई विल मेंशन द आंसर इन द कमेंट सेक्शन। ओके, नाउ next important thing was what were the aims and objectives of the earlier Indian National Congress। सबसे पहला तो था to place a nationalist movement in the country, then to politically educate people so that वो इंडिया की डेमोक्रेसी और इंडिया की डेमोक्रेसी के लिए एक नेशनल मूवमेंट के लिए तैयार हो पाए। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट thing, the next important aim or objective of the Congress was to present their demands to whom? To present their demands to the government at that time. Another important thing was to consolidate the feeling of national unity among the people of India. Okay, so these were some of the objectives, aims and objectives of the Congress. नाउ अभी मैंने जैसे आपको बताया था देयर वेयर टू टाइप्स ऑफ लीडर। ठीक है, वन वेयर द मॉडरेट लीडर, द अदर वन वेयर द एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर। नाउ ये चैप्टर इज एसोसिएटेड विद द मॉडरेट लीडर्स बिकॉज 1885 फ्रॉम द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ कांग्रेस टू 1905 टिल द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल। ठीक है, ये मॉडरेट लीडर्स का ज़्यादा रोल रहा है कांग्रेस को कंटिन्यू करने में। आफ्टर द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल एंड द स्वदेशी मूवमेंट जो कि ऑकर किया था आफ्टर द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल, एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर टुक ओवर द इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस जो 1950 तक जिन्होंने अपनी पॉलिसीज चलाई थी। ठीक है, सो लेट मी टेल यू अबाउट द मॉडरेट लीडर्स। सो दीज मॉडरेट लीडर्स वेयर द एडुकेटेड मिडिल क्लास पीपल। नाउ दिस एडुकेटेड मिडिल क्लास पीपल बिलीव्ड इन शोइंग कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एजिटेशन, मतलब संवैधानिक तरीके, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली दे वुड लाइक टू एक्सप्रेस देयर डिसकंसर्न्स। ठीक है, अपने डिसकंसर्न्स को कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वे से बाय द मीन्स ऑफ 3 P's। ये इनका कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मीन्स का क्या मतलब है? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मीन्स मतलब 3 P's, दैट इज़ प्रेयर्स, मतलब वो अपनी डिमांड्स रखते थे जाके गवर्नमेंट के पास, पिटिशन थ्रू द जुडिशियल प्रोसेस एंड प्रोटेस्ट। एंड प्रोटेस्ट का मतलब भी क्या? प्रोटेस्ट का मतलब द प्रोटेस्ट दैट इज नॉन वायलेंट इन नेचर। ठीक है, सो ये प्रेयर, पिटिशन एंड प्रोटेस्ट 3 P's का इनका फॉर्मूला था इन विच दे कैरिड आउट देयर डिमांड्स। ठीक है, नाउ दीज डिमांड्स टू द गवर्नमेंट वेयर रिजॉल्व थ्रू द रिजोल्यूशन, प्रेयर, पिटिशन, मीटिंग्स एटसेट्रा। ठीक है, so this was the method of the moderates. Now this method of 3 P's aimed at two-pronged strategy. पहला aim तो था इसका to create a strong public opinion, to create a strong public opinion ताकि nationalism इंडिया के लोगों में जागे। ठीक है, next important thing was to persuade the British government for reforms। ठीक है, अनदर इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग ये थी यहाँ पे। नाउ सम ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट लीडर्स एसोसिएटेड विद द मॉडरेट लीडर्स वेयर दादा भाई नारोजी। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वॉज फिरोज शाह मेहता। दीज आर द इम्पॉर्टेंट लीडर्स और आपको नाम पता होने चाहिए। ठीक है, D.E. वाचा, उसके बाद गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले वॉज अनदर इम्पॉर्टेंट मॉडरेट लीडर, देन W.C. बनर्जी, देन नेक्स्ट वॉज S.N. बनर्जी। जो बाकी के लीडर्स हैं जैसे कि लाला लाजपत राय, बाल गंगाधर तिलक, दीज ऑल, बिपिन चंद्रपाल, ऑल ऑफ दीज वेयर द एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर। तो इनके बारे में हम बात करेंगे जब हम एक्सट्रीमिस्ट वाला चैप्टर पढ़ेंगे। ठीक है, नाउ द मॉडरेट लीडर्स, इंपॉर्टेंट लीडर्स के मैंने नाम बता दिए, इनके अप्रोच के बारे में बता दिया, दैट द अप्रोच वाज ऑफ 3 P, दैट इज प्रेयर, पिटिशन एंड प्रोटेस्ट। नाउ व्हाट वाज द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ द मॉडरेट नेशनलिस्ट, ठीक है। नाउ इकोनॉमिक क्रिटिक किसने किया था? दादा भाई नौरोजी ने किया था। इन हिज बुक पॉवर्टी एंड अन ब्रिटिश इंडिया, दिस वाज द बुक ऑफ दादा भाई नौरोजी, जिन्होंने इकोनॉमिक क्रिटिक किया था। नाउ फर्स्ट टू कैलकुलेट द नेशनल इनकम जीडीपी, ये भी एफर्ट्स जो थे वो दादा भाई नौरोजी ने लगाए थे, ठीक है। नाउ they also expected the government, or they also demanded the government to reduce the land revenues, to abolish the salt tax. Another important thing was to improve the condition of plantation workers. अब plantation workers कौन होते थे? plantation workers होते थे those who grow tea, coffee, indigo, ठीक है। अभी आगे इंडिगो रिवॉल्ट वगैरह हम सब पढ़ेंगे। तो इन सारे प्लांटेशन वर्कर्स की बहुत कंडीशन ख़राब थी, ठीक है, इनकी कंडीशन बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब थी। दैट इज़ वाई इनकी इम्प्रूवमेंट के लिए भी उन्होंने स्टेप्स लिए। नाउ सम ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल रिफॉर्म्स एंड प्रोपागेंडा इन लेजिस्लेचर। नाउ उनकी क्या क्या डिमांड थी? इनकी डिमांड थी कि एक्सपेंशन होना चाहिए इंडियन लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल का, एक्सपेंशन ऑफ काउंसिल, इंडियंस की रिप्रेजेंटेशन होनी चाहिए इस काउंसिल में। अनदर थिंग वाज द रिफॉर्म्स इन काउंसिल, जो काउंसिल्स थी जिसमें इंडियंस होते थे उनको ज़्यादा पावर मिलनी चाहिए, ठीक है। सो बेसिक द आइडिया ऑफ दिस मॉडरेट नेशनलिस्ट वाज ऑफ द सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट इन देयर कंट्री, ठीक है। ये बेसिकली आइडियाज था। तो मॉडरेट लीडर्स ने एक स्लोगन भी दिया था, नो टैक्सेशन विदाउट representation. This was the slogan that was given by the moderate nationalists, ठीक है। Now they also set up the campaigns for administrative reforms. What were the administrative reforms they propagated for? So they Indianization of government service, more and more Indians should be included in the government service. Then separation of judiciary from the executive, and ये जो separation of judiciary from the executive है, this in today's date is included in the Constitution of India under the directive principle of state policy. आपको मुझे कमेंट सेक्शन में बताना है कि ये कौन सा आर्टिकल है, सॉरी मैंने आर्टिकल लिख दिया, कौन सा आर्टिकल आप मुझे बताना, विच आर्टिकल इज रिलेटेड टू सेपरेशन ऑफ जुडिशियरी फ्रॉम एग्जीक्यूटिव, ठीक है। नाउ these were some of the things that is important in the chapter. Let's now straight away move to the questions of this chapter, ठीक है। क्वेश्चंस करते हैं सीधा इस चैप्टर के एंड देखते हैं कितने क्वेश्चंस आपके सही हो रहे हैं। नाउ विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग वेयर इंपॉर्टेंट लीडर्स ऑफ द मॉडरेट फेज ऑफ द इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस? नाउ कौन सा? ओनली वन मॉडरेट लीडर्स थे, ओनली टू, ओनली थ्री, या ओनली फोर? नाउ गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले, आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू, ही वॉज द वन ऑफ द लीडर्स। आनंद मोहन बोस, सुरेंद्र नाथ बनर्जी, ये तीनों के तीनों थे। अभी मैंने आपको रिसेंटली बताया बाल गंगाधर तिलक वॉज एन एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर, ही वॉज नॉट अ मॉडरेट लीडर, ठीक है। सो थर्ड वन हमारा इनकरेक्ट है। सो आंसर हमारा करेक्ट यहाँ पे क्या हो जाएगा? ओनली थ्री यहाँ पे करेक्ट आंसर होगा। बट यू शुड नो अबाउट गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले। दो पॉइंट्स आपको जानने ज़रूरी हैं जी के गोखले के बारे में। सबसे पहला, ही वॉज द पॉलिटिकल गुरु ऑफ M.K. गांधी। गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले वॉज political guru of Mahatma Gandhi. Second important thing was servants of India society. Servant of India society was formed by Gopal Krishna Gokhale only, ठीक है। Now सुरेंद्र नाथ बनर्जी के भी बारे में भी important thing है, that is in the year 1876 he made an organization which was known as Indian Association, which is also known as the precursor of the Indian National Congress, okay. Now Indian Association was made by Surendra Nath Banerjee, ठीक है। Now this is some of the extra information that you need to know. बीजी तिलक के बारे में बहुत सारी information है, but this we will deal in the extremist chapter, okay. So इसका correct answer हो जाएगा हमारा only 3 is correct. Next is this question. Now the first session of Congress was held in Bombay in 1885 and presided over by Dada Bhai Naoroji. Next is, अभी मैंने आपको ये बताया कि The first session of of Congress was held in Bombay and presided over by Dadabhai Naoroji. No, it was not presided by Dadabhai Naoroji, but it was presided by W.C. Banerjee. Now W.C. Banerjee ने जब प्रिसाइड किया था ये सेशन, 72 अदर डेलीगेट्स ऑल्सो पार्टिसिपेटेड. ठीक है. सो द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज एब्सोल्युटली इनकरेक्ट. दादा भाई नौरोजी को आपको पता होना चाहिए, ही गेव द इकोनॉमिक क्रिटिक ऑल्सो, जिसको पॉपुलरली नोन बोला जाता है ड्रेन ऑफ वेल्थ थ्योरी. इट वॉज ऑल्सो गिवन बाई द दादा भाई नौरोजी इन हिज बुक पोवर्टी एंड अन ब्रिटिश इंडिया. ठीक है. सो द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. हमें यहाँ पे करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट बताना है, तो फर्स्ट वन वी विल स्ट्रेट अवे एलिमिनेट. सेकेंड इज कादम्बिनी गांगुली वॉज द फर्स्ट वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द कांग्रेस. नाउ दिस स्टेटमेंट, इज इट ट्रू? नो, दिस इज नॉट ट्रू. ठीक है. वाई इट इज नॉट ट्रू? बिकॉज द फर्स्ट वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस वॉज एनी बेसेंट. ठीक है. अगर यहाँ पे बोले फर्स्ट इंडियन वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट की अगर बात करें ये क्वेश्चन, देन आपका आंसर यहाँ पे होगा सरोजिनी नायडू. ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. ठीक है. कादम्बिनी गांगुली वॉज द फर्स्ट वुमेन ग्रेजुएट फ्रॉम कैलकटा यूनिवर्सिटी एंड शी अड्रेस द कांग्रेस सेशन इन द ईयर 1890. ये मैंने आपको बताया था. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट भी हमारा करेक्ट नहीं है. So automatically we have come to our answer, that is the first session of Congress was held at Gokul Das Tejpal Sanskrit College in Bombay in December 1885. So the third statement is absolutely correct. हमारा correct answer हो जाएगा इस question का B. ठीक है. The third statement is the only correct answer. Okay. Let's now move to the next question. Now आप इस वीडियो को पॉज करके ये क्वेश्चन ट्राई कर सकते हो. Now consider the following statement. How many of the statement given above were the methods of the early nationalist Congress? या फिर moderate leaders आप बोल सकते हो कि इनमें से कौन कौन से डिमांड्स थी moderate leaders की. Now यहाँ पे फर्स्ट फैक्ट क्या है हमारा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एजिटेशन विदिन द लिमिट ऑफ लॉज. मैंने आपको बोला था कि द अर्ली कांग्रेस लीडर्स propounded to the measures of 3 P's, that is prayers, petition and protest. These was the ways in which the early nationalist leaders वो काम करते थे. The first statement is absolutely true. Second one was to create public opinion in India through campaigns. Absolutely correct है ये भी statement. Next statement है to create political connections with Britain in India's interest. Absolutely correct statement है. Now the moderate leaders which were there, वो बहुत ज़्यादा स्मार्ट थे. स्मार्ट इन द सेंस कि दे वेयर एडुकेटेड इंटेलिजेंशिया ऑफ द मिडिल क्लास. ठीक है. दैट इज द रीज़न वाई दादा भाई नौरोजी ही इस्टेब्लिश्ड अ ब्रिटिश कमिटी ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस. ठीक है. लंदन में ये इस्टेब्लिश हुई थी, ब्रिटिश कमिटी ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस इन द ईयर 1889. ठीक है. वाई? Dada Bhai Naoroji kept the Indian point of view and the Indian demands in front of the foreign people, और the foreign people के रिगार्ड्स में इंडिया में कितना ज़्यादा ब्रिटिश जो है ऑपरेस कर रहे हैं लोगों को. दिस डिमांड एंड दिस व्यू पॉइंट वॉज शोन बाई दादा भाई नौरोजी. ठीक है. सो पॉलिटिकल कनेक्शंस वेयर ऑल्सो मेड. सो दिस स्टेटमेंट इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट. ठीक है. ये मेरे ख्याल से 2 बार रिपीट हो गया है यहाँ पे. ठीक है. नाउ पॉलिटिकल ट्रेनिंग ऑफ इंडियन एंड inculcation of modern ideas into them. So this was also an technique. The spirit of nationalism was to be aroused. Also, more and more participation of Indians and more participation of people in the national independence movement was also a aim of the early nationalist of Congress. So यहाँ पे हमारे सारे के सारे स्टेटमेंट जो दिए हैं वो एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट हैं. नाउ नेक्स्ट इज रिगार्डिंग दिस सेफ्टी वाल्व थ्योरी. सेफ्टी वाल्व थ्योरी इज ऑफन डिस्कस्ड इन द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ ब्रिटिश स्ट्रैटेजीज ड्यूरिंग द कॉलोनियल पीरियड इन इंडिया. विच वन ऑफ द फॉलोइंग डेवलपमेंट इज द मोस्ट अलाइंड विद दिस थ्योरी. नाउ सेफ्टी वाल्व थ्योरी पे ये क्वेश्चन है. एक्सप्लेनेशन क्या है? द एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ ए प्लेटफॉर्म टू एड्रेस इंडियन पॉलिटिकल डिमांड सच एज द इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस. नाउ सेकेंड देखते हैं, एफर्ट्स टू रैली इंडियन सपोर्ट फॉर द ब्रिटिश वॉर ड्यूरिंग द वर्ल्ड वॉर टू. नाउ वर्ल्ड वॉर टू स्टार्टेड इन द ईयर 1939 और 1945 तक ये चला. तो सेफ्टी वेल्थ थ्योरी हमने पढ़ा था वॉज रिगार्डिंग द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस इन द ईयर 1885. सो आप मुझे बताओ कि मोस्ट पॉसिबल एक्सप्लेनेशन तो यही है ना, हमारा वर्ल्ड वॉर कहाँ से आ गया. Next is administrative steps taken to divide Bengal. These administrative steps to divide the Bengal were taken in 1905 when partition of Bengal was made. ठीक है, so ये भी नहीं होगा. Next is policies aims at increasing the Indian representation in civil services. So this was a demand that was made by the moderate leaders of the Indian National Congress. सेफ्टी वेल थ्योरी मैंने आपको बताया था वो गैस चेम्बर का एग्जांपल देके. सो दिस वाज रिलेटेड टू द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ द इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस. दैट इज़ वाई ए इज़ द करेक्ट आंसर. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखते हैं. अब ये थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा क्वेश्चन मैं लेके आया हूँ, आपको ये पता होना चाहिए. नाउ हु अमंग द फॉलोइंग कॉल्ड इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस अ फैक्ट्री ऑफ सेडिशन. नाउ दिस फैक्ट्री ऑफ सेडिशन, नाउ आपको ये क्वेश्चन का आंसर तब बहुत ईजिली आप बता पाओगे जब आपको पता होगा कि हु वॉज द Viceroy at the time when the Indian National Congress was formed. Now we know that Indian National Congress was formed in the year 1885. So Viceroy उस टाइम पे लॉर्ड डफरिन थे. ठीक है. Now Dufferin made this statement that the Indian National Congress is a factory of sedition. So A हमारा करेक्ट आंसर है. कर्जन हो नहीं सकता क्योंकि कर्जन was during the period of 1905 when the partition of Bengal was made. नाउ मैंने इनका नाम इसलिए रखा है क्योंकि इनसे इन वॉइसरॉय के से रिलेटेड इम्पॉर्टेंट यहाँ पे प्रोविजंस थे जो आपको पता होने चाहिए. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट इज रिपन. रिपन के पहले लिटन ने 1878 में ही इंट्रोड्यूस दी वर्नाकुलर प्रेस एक्ट. ठीक है, ऑफ 1878. सो दिस वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय लिटन एंड दिस वर्नाकुलर प्रेस एक्ट वाज abolished or removed by Ripon only in the year 1881. ठीक है. So this is all the information regarding this chapter. I hope कि आपको ये इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस का चैप्टर समझ में आया होगा. अगर समझ में आया है तो डू लाइक दिस वीडियो, कमेंट करके बताना आपको वीडियो कैसी लगी. ठीक है, एंड थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग. कीप स्टडिंग.
Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our next chapter in the series of Spectrum Revision through MCQs. This is going to be our 9th chapter, that is the era of militant nationalism, that was from 1905 to 1918. So all of this that happened from 1905 to 1918 हम इस वीडियो में डील करेंगे. Now before starting the chapter and direct jumping onto the MCQs, firstly I'll give you a brief idea. I will help you revise जो इस चैप्टर में था and then straight away we will move to the MCQs of this chapter. Now, the era of militant nationalism. अगर आपने पहले की वीडियोस नहीं देखी हैं तो आप चैनल में अगर आप प्लेलिस्ट सेक्शन में जाओगे तो वहाँ पे आपको प्लेलिस्ट बनी हुई मिल जाएगी. दैट इज स्पेक्ट्रम रिवीजन थ्रू MCQs. वहाँ से जाके आप पहले 1 to 8 लेक्चर्स तक देख सकते हैं. उसके बाद यू कैन कंटिन्यू दिस. नाउ द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन अराइज्ड आफ्टर द डिक्लाइन ऑफ मॉडरेट्स from 1885 since the Congress was formed to the year 1905. After that, the era of nationalism, militant era of nationalism rised. So what were the reason for this growth of the militant nationalism? The first one was the recognition of the true nature of the British rule. Now, the Indians were now well aware of the intentions of the Britishers. Now, what these Britishers did was they, instead of helping the Indians, they were here to extract the resources. As we know that India was known as a golden bird. So, commercial motives of the company later turned into political motives. But these political motives के पीछे सबसे पहला तो रीज़न उनका commercial benefit ही था. So, they slowly they fail to realize, the Indians fail to realize कि the British rule is not suitable for them. Also, the scarcity of food and several famines were there. Now, around 1896 to 1900 इस tenure के बीच में around 90 lakh people were killed due to the famines. Okay. And other than that, if I talk about the administration or the administrative parts, various acts were introduced. For example, Council Acts of 1892 was introduced. Now it was highly criticized by the moderate leaders because it failed to satisfy them. Then 1904 का Official Secrets Act. All of this I will tell you in the video. Just आप पूरी वीडियो को देखना, आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. So slowly the Indians and the leaders, they became aware of the true nature of the British rule. Second reason was the growth of education. Now, as the westernization spread and the educated middle class get learned, they feel more confident, and they were also able to propound the economic effect of this British rule. उनको पता था, for example, अगर मैं economic aspect की बात करूं तो दादा भाई नौरोजी gave the drain of wealth theory. So these educated Indians and the policies that were formulated, the thinking that was formulated by them, it gave them a huge amount of confidence. Now, some of the international influences was also there. As the Boer Wars, the British were defeated and the Japan won. This Boer War was between 1899 to 1902. Ultimately, Japan victories over Russia in 1905. This also motivated the nationalist leaders against the struggle for independence. Also, the nationalist movement worldwide in different countries such as Ireland, Russia, Egypt, Turkey. This also motivated the nationalist leader to a larger extent. Okay. Now, next is reaction to the increasing westernization. Now, increasing westernization was absorbed as the final goods, that were the Manchester goods, were imposed on the Indian markets, and the Indian local market and the local traditional handicraft product and the local product was not promoted neither in India nor in the foreign states. So this increasing westernization was also a reason to identify, and this was the time when the Swami Dayanand gave the slogan of India for Indians. Okay, so this was also a reason. Next was the dissatisfaction with the achievement of the moderate leaders. Now, as the Congress was formed in the year 1885, so 20 years, after 20 years, one faction of the Indian National Congress believed that this process of 3 Ps, that is prayer, petition and protest by the leaders of the Indian National Congress, it was no longer helpful. And these leaders, these extremist leaders, describe this method as a political mediancy. So they believe that these methods of political mediancy would not work, and a more ferocious approach was to be adopted. Next was the reactionary policies of Curzon. Obviously, the partition of Bengal was one of them. Other than that, Official Secrets Act, Indian Universities Act, Calcutta Corporation Act, all of these were the policies that were implemented by Curzon, and the resentment against this policy was also one of the reasons. Next one was the militant school of thought. It existed at that time. Now, this militant school of thought was more aggressive in nature, and some of the leaders that represented this were Raj Narayan Bose, Aurobindo Ghosh. Aurobindo Ghosh was one of them. Bipin Chandrapal. Next was Lala Lajpat Rai in Punjab. Next was B.G. Tilak. So these were some of the leaders of the militant school of thought. So this militant school of thought also promoted this. Okay. Now next came the Swadeshi and boycott movement. Now why this Swadeshi and this boycott movement started? So इसके पीछे the first point was it began as a reaction to the partition of Bengal. Now this partition of Bengal, it became, the talk started about this partition of Bengal in the year 1903, and ultimately formally this partition of Bengal was announced in the year July 1905. एंड आपको ये भी ध्यान में रखना है कि दिस partition came into force in the month of October 1905. Now, what was the motive behind this partition of Bengal? So, the motive behind this was to weaken Bengal as it was becoming as a nerve center for the Indian nationalist activity. Okay, more and more of the nationalist activities were undertaken in Bengal, but the British India, it proposed that this partition of Bengal was to be done due to administrative reasons. Okay. So, the government said that it was for the administrative reasons, but the main motive was to weaken the Bengal. Okay. Now, moderate-led anti-partition movement, it started from the year 1905 to 1903 to 1905. Now, some of the leaders that led were Surendranath Banerjee. Next was K.K. Mitra. These are some of the moderate leaders who led the movement against the partition of Bengal. So what were the methods that were used by these moderate leaders? इनका method था public meetings, वही prayer, petition and protest, public meetings का, petitions का, memoranda through pamphlets and newspapers. So these was the trick that was used by, this was the method that was used by the moderate leaders. Next came the extremist movement. Now this extremist movement, it rise from 1905 to 1908. Now it was led by Tilak, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Bipin Chandra Pal, Lala Lajpat Rai and Aurobindo Ghosh. What were the method? So boycott of foreign clothes, forming the corps of volunteers. Next was public meetings and proceedings, use of popular festivals. Now Tilak used the popular festivals of Ganesh Chaturthi, okay, and Shivaji festival. These were used to arouse the sense of nationalism. Then idea of self-reliance, that is Atma Shakti, was also, the idea of Atma Shakti was also given. Boycott of the school, colleges, council and government services, etc. These were some of the other tricks that were used, other methods that were used by the extremists. Now, what was the extent of the participation? Now, the extent of participation was that students were involved. Other than students, women were involved in this. Okay. Now, the point, zamindars also joined. Now, the point here to be noted is that Muslims generally kept away in this Swadeshi movement. Okay, so Muslim did not participate in a large number. So Muslim did not participate. At this point, you need to know. Okay, now what were the achievements? Ultimately, this movement got suppressed by 1908 and it was fizzed out by 1908. But some of the achievements was that it was a major step forward because the untouched sections of the society, untouched sections का क्या मतलब है? For example, students were there, women were there, peasants थे हमारे. All of these were untouched first, and all of these gathered around to protest. Okay, so these were some of the achievements of this movement. Now, then was a major cause. What were the major cause of the split? Now, this split happened in Surat session of the Indian National Congress in the year 1907. Okay. Now, why the split was there between the moderate leaders and the extremist leaders? Okay, so the split was between these two persons, these two factions. Why? Because the moderate, they wanted to restrict the boycott movement to Bengal only, and they wanted only the boycott of foreign clothes and liquor. Whereas on the other hand, if I talk about the extremists, these extremists wanted to take this movement to all the parts of the country. Okay, and they also wanted boycott of foreign cloth and liquor तो था ही, इसके अलावा they also wanted the boycott of schools, boycott of colleges, courts, legislative councils, as well as the government services. So all of this they wanted the boycott of. Okay, so ultimately this split was caused in the year 1907. Next, there were several government acts that were enacted for the repression of Swadeshi movement. Some of them I am mentioning. ये आपको ध्यान रखने चाहिए ये acts के नाम. सबसे पहला तो था Seditious Meetings Act of the year 1907. Another act was Criminal Law Amendment Act of the year 1908. Next was Indian Newspapers Act of the year 1908. Fourth one was Explosive Substances Act of the year 1908. So these were some of the acts that were enacted by the government of that time. Then the famous Parliamentary reforms of 1909. Okay. Now इसमें आपको सबको ये बात पता ही होगी कि these acts provided separate electorate for Muslims. These were, ये तो main provision था इस act का. Some of the other provisions कौन कौन से थे? Now, non-official members were to be elected indirectly. Okay, so a method of election was introduced for the first time. Now the seats of elected member in the legislative and in the imperial and the provincial legislative council, they were increased. Okay, system of election was introduced. ये आपको ध्यान में रखना है. Separate electorate for Muslims was introduced. Okay, now other than that, one Indian was nominated to be on the Viceroy's Executive Council. This provision you also need to know. So these were some of the major provisions that you need to know. Let us now straight away move to the questions, and अब questions से बाकी के explanation हम deal करेंगे. Okay, so let's start with the questions now. First question है हमारा, with reference to the 7th August 1905 in Indian history, which of the following statement is correct? The first one is, the former proclamation of the Swadeshi movement was made. Second is, Lord Curzon was sworn in as the Viceroy of India. The Bengal National College was founded as a part of Swadeshi movement. Next is, partition of Bengal was formally annulled. Now, ये तो हमें पता है कि 1905 में partition of Bengal हुआ था and it came into force in October. Other than that, announce कब हुआ था? ये जुलाई में announce हुआ था. So, annul तो हो नहीं सकता वो 7th अगस्त को. Annul कब हुआ था? 1911 में. 1911 में this partition of Bengal was annulled. So, this is out of the question. Okay. Now, if I talk about Lord Curzon was sworn in as the Viceroy, no. He became the Viceroy of India in the year 1899. ठीक है, 1905 में he took the most controversial decision of partition of Bengal. ठीक है, so this one is also not true. Now next statement है हमारा 7th अगस्त को क्या हुआ था? तो 7th अगस्त को the formal proclamation of Swadeshi movement was made, and this announcement was made from the Calcutta Town Hall. ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. This announcement was made for the Calcutta Town Hall against the partition of Bengal that was announced on 16th October 1905. Okay, so the A is the correct answer. If I talk about this Bengal National College, so this was formed as a part of Swadeshi movement. This was done on 15th August 1906. Okay, and this was done under the leadership of Aurobindo Ghosh. Okay, I hope you have understood this. Partition of Swadeshi movement announcement was made on 7th August 1905. So A is the correct answer to this question. Let us now move to the next question. That is question number 2. Again, this question is on the partition of Bengal. Consider the following statement regarding the Bengal partition. Development of Assam was one of the reasons given by the Britishers for the government this partition. Hitabdi and Sajibni were some of the popular newspaper at that time. Rabindranath Tagore renounced his knighthood as a result of this partition. Now, अगर आपको यहाँ पे एक फैक्ट पता होगा, अगर आपने पढ़ा होगा इंडियन हिस्ट्री पहले, तो रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर announced his title of knighthood after the जालियांवाला बाग मैसेकर, and ये जालियांवाला बाग मैसेकर it happened in the year 1990. ठीक है, so 3 is not correct, तो यहाँ से हमने straight away eliminate कर दिया. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट है हमारा, हिताब्दी एंड संजीवनी वेयर सम ऑफ द पॉपुलर न्यूज़पेपर, बिल्कुल करेक्ट है ये. दीज वेयर सम ऑफ द पॉपुलर न्यूज़पेपर ऑफ दैट टाइम एंड दीज वेयर सम ऑफ द एंटी पार्टीशन न्यूज़पेपर. ठीक है, सो द सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज ट्रू. अब हमें देखना है फर्स्ट करेक्ट है कि नहीं है. नाउ इन द एक्सप्लेनेशन पार्ट आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू कि पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल वाज मेड फॉर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कन्वीनियंस. एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कन्वीनियंस का मतलब ये था कि डेवलपमेंट ऑफ असम को एक रीजन दिया गया by the British government for this partition, but the main motive behind this partition was to suppress the nationalistic activities that were taking place in the Bengal. Okay, so 1 and 2 here is the absolutely correct answer to this question. ठीक है, let's now move to the next question. Now, पहला स्टेटमेंट क्या हमारा, द फाइनल प्रोक्लेमेशन ऑफ पार्टीशन वाज मेड इन जुलाई 1905 बाय वाइसरॉय लॉर्ड कर्जन. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट है. फॉर्मल प्रपोजल जुलाई में आया 1905 में एंड एक्चुअल पार्टीशन वाज डन ऑन अक्टूबर 1905. नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट हमारा क्या है, नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट है द ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट upheld the partition of Bengal as legitimate on the grounds that it would help the government to check the rising militant nationalism in Bengal. Now, just right now, I have told you this कि गवर्नमेंट का ऑफिशियल स्टैंड वाज एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कन्वीनियंस. ठीक है, बट मैंने आपको ये भी बताया है कि हिडन मोटिव क्या था गवर्नमेंट का. हिडन मोटिव था राइजिंग मिलिटेंट नेशनलिज्म को कर्टेल करना. अब मुझे बताओ, क्या ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ये पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल को लेजिटिमेट डायरेक्टली राइजिंग मिलिटेंट के नाम पे वो मानेगी? कभी भी नहीं मानेगी. दो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट हमारा इनकरेक्ट है. व्हाई? बिकॉज द गवर्नमेंट upheld the partition of Bengal as legitimate on the grounds of administrative convenience. ये यहाँ पे जो राइजिंग मिलिटेंट नेशनलिज्म है, दिस इज अ हिडन मोटिव. ठीक है, सो हमारा फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट है बट द सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज नॉट करेक्ट. तो सी हमारा यहाँ पे करेक्ट आंसर होगा. ठीक है, लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. नाउ नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन क्या हमारा, अरेंज द फॉलोइंग इवेंट्स इन द करेक्ट क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर. नो, अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ लॉर्ड लिटन एज द वाइसरॉय. नो, जो इसके पहले वाला चैप्टर था मैंने आपको बताया था 1878 में देयर वाज अ वर्नाकुलर प्रेस एक्ट. ठीक है, दिस वर्नाकुलर प्रेस एक्ट केम ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ लिटन. सो अगर आपको अपॉइंटमेंट का नहीं भी पता है तो आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि लिटन का जो टेन्योर होगा वो अराउंड 1878 होगा. नेक्स्ट इज डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल. सो इट वाज डिक्लेयर्ड इन जुलाई 1905. सो बाय ऑल मीन्स जो हमारा सेकंड है वो फर्स्ट के बाद आएगा. सेकंड फर्स्ट के बाद आएगा, सेकंड फर्स्ट के बाद आएगा, सेकंड फर्स्ट के बाद. ठीक है, यहाँ पे सारे ऑप्शन हमें मिल रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट इज Congress session as Surat split between moderate and extremists. Now this Surat split happened in the year 1907. तो हमें पता है 2 के बाद ही 3 आएगा, 2 के बाद ही 3, 2 के बाद ही 3, 2 के बाद 3. अब देखो इसमें 3 इज बिफोर 2, सो ये स्टेटमेंट हमारे यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो गया. ठीक है, नो, इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ वर्नाकुलर प्रेस एक्ट. अब आप मुझे बताओ, लिटन, अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ लिटन, अब जब ही लिटन वॉज अपॉइंटेड एज द वाइसरॉय उसके बाद ही तो वो उसने कोई एक्ट पास किया होगा ना. सो ऑब्वियसली पहले 1 आएगा देन ही 5 आएगा ना. तो पहले 5 है यहाँ पे, ये तो हमने पहले एलिमिनेट कर दिया. यहाँ पे भी पहले 5 है तो ये भी गलत हो गया. 1 के बाद ही 5 आना चाहिए, 1 के बाद ही 5 आना चाहिए. 1 के बाद ही 5 आ रहा है। ऑप्शन हमारा सी ऑप्शन यहाँ पे करेक्ट है। ठीक है, तो लॉजिकली क्वेश्चंस को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं, सारा कुछ याद करने की जरूरत नहीं होती हिस्ट्री में। Now, अगर मैं अभी प्रॉपर्ली टेन्योर बताऊं तो लॉर्ड लिटन वाज अपॉइंटेड एज अ वाइसरॉय ऑफ इंडिया इन द ईयर 1876, पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल 1905, सूरत स्प्लिट 1907, रिटर्न ऑफ महात्मा गांधी फ्रॉम साउथ अफ्रीका, ये नहीं भी पता तो चलेगा, 1915 में ये आए थे, एंड वर्नाकुलर प्रेस एक्ट 1878 में। ठीक है, सो अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस हमारा सी बिल्कुल करेक्ट आंसर है। आई होप कि आपने ये क्वेश्चन करेक्टली बनाया होगा एंड जिस अप्रोच से मैंने सॉल्व किया है आपको उस अप्रोच से हेल्प मिली होगी। चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखते हैं। अब आ गया क्वेश्चन हमारा, विथ रेफरेंस टू द सूरत सेशन ऑफ द इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट। द सेशन वाज प्रिसाइडेड बाय रास बिहारी घोष, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है। सूरत सेशन हमारा रास बिहारी घोष ने प्रिसाइड किया था। एंड इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द लखनऊ सेशन 1916 का फेमस है। एंड मैं लखनऊ सेशन आपको यहाँ पे क्यों बता रहा हूँ, क्योंकि सूरत सेशन में स्प्लिट हुआ था बिटवीन मॉडरेट एंड एक्सट्रीमिस्ट, बट लखनऊ सेशन में मॉडरेट एंड एक्सट्रीमिस्ट वापस साथ में आ गए थे। ठीक है, सो जो लखनऊ सेशन था वो एसी मजूमदार ने प्रिसाइड किया था, बट सूरत सेशन रास बिहारी घोष ने प्रिसाइड किया था। फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट है। A major split occurred in the Congress, divided it into extremist and moderate. हमें क्या बताना है यहाँ पे, इनकरेक्ट स्टेटमेंट बताना है। तो पहला स्टेटमेंट तो हमारा बिल्कुल ही करेक्ट है, तो ये तो इनकरेक्ट हो नहीं सकता। स्प्लिट भी हुआ था बिटवीन एक्सट्रीमिस्ट एंड मॉडरेट, ये भी सही है। मॉडरेट अपोज द अडॉप्शन ऑफ स्वदेशी मूवमेंट एंड यूज ऑफ बॉयकॉट व्हिच वाज डिमांडेड बाय एक्सट्रीमिस्ट, बिल्कुल सही है। आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू कि मॉडरेट्स वेयर ऑफ द व्यू कि बॉयकॉट मूवमेंट जो है इट शुड बी कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड ओनली टू बंगाल। एंड इनका अदर डिमांड ये था कि जो बॉयकॉट होना चाहिए वो लिकर का होना चाहिए एंड फॉरेन गुड्स का होना चाहिए, बट एक्सट्रीमिस्ट वेयर अगेंस्ट इट। एक्सट्रीमिस्ट का ये मानना था कि ये बॉयकॉट मूवमेंट जो है इट शुड एक्सटेंड टू होल ऑफ इंडिया। ठीक है, एंड बॉयकॉट में सिर्फ लिकर का बॉयकॉट नहीं होना चाहिए, द बॉयकॉट शुड एक्सटेंड टू बॉयकॉटिंग द स्कूल, कॉलेजेस, कोर्ट्स एंड लॉज एक्सेट्रा आल्सो। ओके, सो द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट। हमें पता है सेकंड भी हमारा करेक्ट है, हमारा थर्ड स्टेटमेंट भी करेक्ट है, तो ऑब्वियसली एक ही ऑप्शन बचा ना, फोर्थ ऑप्शन। ठीक है, फोर्थ ही बचा हमारा, क्या है देख लेते हैं। द स्वदेशी रिजोल्यूशन कॉल्ड फॉर बॉयकॉटिंग ऑफ ब्रिटिश गुड्स was passed during the session. Now, this is incorrect. Why? Because it was not passed in the Surat session. किस सेशन में पास हुआ था ये? It was passed in the Banaras session. The boycott movement was passed in the Banaras session of 1905. ठीक है, so fourth statement हमारा incorrect है, 5 का C is the correct answer. Let us now move to the next question. अभी क्वेश्चंस आपको बड़े दिख सकते हैं, मैंने इतने ज़्यादा इलेबोरेटेड क्वेश्चंस इसीलिए बनाए हैं क्योंकि कम क्वेश्चंस में आपका बहुत इफेक्टिवली एफिशिएंटली कवर हो जाए ये सारा टॉपिक। नाउ व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट करेक्टली डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन द मॉडरेट्स एंड द एक्सट्रीमिस्ट ड्यूरिंग द इंडियन नेशनल मूवमेंट। अब इसके पहले वाले लेक्चर, दैट इज इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस का जो मैंने लेक्चर अपलोड किया है, उसमें आई हैव एक्सप्लेन द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द मॉडरेट्स एंड द एक्सट्रीमिस्ट। तो अगर आपने वो वीडियो देखी है तो ये क्वेश्चन आप बना लोगे। Moderate leaders led by Dadabhai Naoroji, Gopal Krishna Gokhale believed in the constitutional method to secure reforms. Correct है, मैंने बताया था आपको। एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर के बारे में मैंने इस वीडियो में बताया, these were led by बाल गंगाधर तिलक, विपिन चंद्र पाल। They rejected the idea of mass participation and focused only on elite education. अभी ये स्टेटमेंट गलत नहीं लग रहा है क्या? ये स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल गलत है। Why? Because these extremists emphasized on the idea of mass participation. रिजेक्ट तो नहीं किया था, ठीक है, यहाँ पे रिजेक्टेड लिखा है, इन्होंने रिजेक्ट नहीं किया था। दे ऑन दी अदर हैंड सपोर्टेड मास पार्टिसिपेशन। ठीक है, सो सेकंड तो हमारा यहाँ पे करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट हो नहीं सकता, तो हमारा करेक्ट यहाँ पे या 1-3 होगा या 1-3 एंड 4 होगा। सो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट भी देखते हैं। मॉडरेट व्यूड पॉलिटिकल कनेक्शंस विद ब्रिटेन एज बेनिफिशियल व्हाइल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट सॉ them as exploitive and call for Swaraj. Absolutely correct statement है। फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं। extremists distance themselves from cultural symbols while moderates actively use traditional symbols like Shivaji and Ganpati to inspire nationalism. Now, just right now, I explained you in the explanation part कि partition of Bengal के time में when this movement was led in Maharashtra by Bal Gangadhar Tilak, he used the cultural symbols. Cultural symbols, he celebrated the Shivaji festival, he also celebrated the Ganpati festival. Okay, so BG Tilak, these extremists, they did not distance themselves, but they took the help from the cultural symbols. Moderates on the other hand, they did not use traditional symbols. So fourth जो हमारा ऑप्शन है यहाँ पे एब्सोल्युटली इनकरेक्ट है. ठीक है, सो वी आर गोइंग टू एलिमिनेट दिस फोर्थ. हमारे पास दो ऑप्शंस बचे थे, बी एंड सी. सो करेक्ट ऑप्शन क्या होगा यहाँ पे? सी हमारा करेक्ट आंसर होगा. आई होप कि आपको ये समझ आ गया होगा. ठीक है, लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Which of the following statement are correct regarding the Parliamentary reforms? No, it opened the entry of Indians into the executive branch of government. Absolutely correct है. Viceroy की executive council में a Indian was to be nominated. ये हमने देखा था. तो the first one is absolutely correct. Second है हमारा, it provided for separate representation of presidency corporation, chambers of commerce, universities and zamindar. This is also correct. Also, this act provided for separate electorate. Separate electorate from whom? For Muslims. ठीक है, सो सेकेंड वन भी हमारा बिल्कुल करेक्ट है. नेक्स्ट इज इट इंट्रोड्यूस द फर्स्ट टाइम द डायरेक्ट इलेक्शंस. सो क्या डायरेक्ट इलेक्शंस वेर इंट्रोड्यूस फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम? नो, डायरेक्ट इलेक्शंस इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं हुए थे. दीज डायरेक्ट इलेक्शंस वेर इंट्रोड्यूस्ड इन द ईयर 1919. ठीक है, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ पेमेंट ऑफ टैक्स वगैरह प्रॉपर्टी, वो 1919 के एक्ट में देखेंगे, मॉन्टेग्यू क्लेमेंट एक्ट में. इनडायरेक्ट इलेक्शंस वेर फर्स्ट टाइम इंट्रोड्यूस्ड. ठीक है, इनडायरेक्ट इलेक्शंस थे, ये डायरेक्ट इलेक्शंस नहीं थे. थर्ड वन हम एलिमिनेट कर देंगे. करेक्ट आंसर हमारा हो जाएगा 1 and 2. सो बी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखते हैं, दैट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 8. The next question is, those statement given as statement 1 and statement 2. We have to tell which of the following is correct in respect of the above statement. Now, the first statement is Rabindranath Tagore gave up his knighthood in 1919. Yes, this is absolutely correct. मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया था. Rabindranath Tagore gave up his knighthood after the जालियांवाला बाग मैसेकर. ठीक है, जालियांवाला बाग के इंसिडेंट के बाद he gave up his knighthood. Now, he returned his knighthood in protest against the Revolt Act. Absolutely correct. So, ये भी हमारा statement जो है वो सही है. So, both statement 1 and statement 2 is absolutely correct. Let's now move to question number 9. During the era of militant nationalism, that is 1905 to 1909, consider the following statement. The 1905 INC session under Gokhale condemned the partition of Bengal and supported the Swadeshi movement. Absolutely correct. Now, 1905 में partition of Bengal was done by Lord Curzon. And आपको ये भी पता होगा कि 1903 जब से इसकी बात चल रही है about the partition to 1905, इस tenure पे moderate led the protest against the partition of Bengal. नेक्स्ट हमारा क्या स्टेटमेंट है? द एक्सट्रीमिस्ट वांटेड द मूवमेंट टू एक्सपैंड नेशन वाइड एंड फोकस ऑन स्वराज. सेकंड स्टेटमेंट भी हमारा एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है. वाई इट इज करेक्ट? बिकॉज एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर्स सच एज बिपिन चंद्र पाल, देन बाल गंगाधर तिलक एटसेट्रा, दीज ऑल वांटेड टू कैरी दिस मूवमेंट नेशन वाइड. Now, 1907 session declared self-government और स्वराज as the goal of the INC. Now, अगर आपने स्पेक्ट्रम अच्छे से पढ़ी होगी तो you will get to know that ये 1907 में self-government और स्वराज as an official goal नहीं डिक्लेयर किया गया था. This was declared in the INC session of 1906 and ये 1906 का सेशन हुआ था कलकत्ता में. ठीक है, सो 1907 के सेशन में क्या हुआ था? इसमें सूरत स्प्लिट हुआ था. स्प्लिट बिटवीन हुम? तो स्प्लिट बिटवीन मॉडरेट्स एंड एक्सट्रीमिस्ट, इन दोनों के बीच में स्प्लिट हुआ था. ठीक है। सो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट हम एलिमिनेट कर देंगे, हमें पता है द फर्स्ट एंड द सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट, तो आंसर हमारा 1 and 2 ही होगा। बट लेट अस सी द फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट एज वेल। Now, the moderate and extremist reconciled their differences at the 1907 Surat session. So, this statement is absolutely false. The moderate and the extremist did not reconcile their differences, but उनके differences reconcile या वो लोग साथ में कब आए थे? वो साथ में आए थे लखनऊ सेशन में, ठीक है, लखनऊ सेशन ऑफ 1960. So that is why the fourth statement here is also incorrect. So 1 and 2 हमारा करेक्ट आंसर हो जाएगा इस क्वेश्चन का, ठीक है। यहाँ तक समझ आ गया? देखो, समझ अगर आ रहा है और अगर इस सीरीज से हेल्प हो रही है तो डू गिव दिस सीरीज अ लाइक एंड कमेंट सेक्शन में बताना कि ये सीरीज आपको कैसी लगी, ठीक है। लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। Which of the following were the key tenets of the militant nationalist school of thought in India? सबसे पहला, believe the capacity of the masses to challenge the colonial authority. ये स्टेटमेंट हमारा बिल्कुल करेक्ट है। Why it is correct? क्योंकि जो मॉडरेट लीडर्स थे ना, वो एडुकेटेड मिडिल क्लास के लोग थे। सो दे फोकस्ड कि ये उनका फोकस था कि जो नेशनलिस्ट मूवमेंट है वो एक पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन में जाए, एंड मासेस जो थी, मासेस मतलब द जनरल पॉपुलेशन इज नॉट रेडी। उनका ये मानना था कि अभी हमारी इंडिया की मासेस रेडी नहीं है टू फाइट अगेंस्ट दिस कॉमन कॉज। बट द मिलिटेंट नेशनलिस्ट स्कूल दे बिलीव दैट मासेस जो थी वो बिल्कुल तैयार है, वो चैलेंज कर सकती हैं टू द कॉलोनियल अथॉरिटी, ठीक है। फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज ट्रू। Second, the hatred of foreign rule and advocacy of Swaraj as an ultimate goal. Absolutely correct. Swaraj as an ultimate goal 1906 के कलकत्ता सेशन में प्रोक्लेम किया गया था. So this statement is also correct. तो ये स्वराज और सेल्फ रिलायंस, आत्मशक्ति, ये सारा कुछ जो था वो मिलिटेंट स्कूल ऑफ नेशनलिज्म, boycott of the goods, boycotting the school, boycotting the colleges, etc. This all was done during the militant school of nationalism. Next is reliance on British goodwill to achieve political reforms. See, political reforms, मैंने जब आपको explanation part बताया था, I mentioned a term that is political mediancy. Now this term political mediancy was used by the nationalist leaders. Nationalist leader कौन से? Moderate nationalist leaders, ठीक है। इनको पॉलिटिकल मीडियंसी किसने बोला था? एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर ने बोला था कि ये जो हमारा मॉडरेट्स का जो तरीका है ऑफ द 3 P's, दैट इज प्रेयर, पिटिशन एंड प्रोटेस्ट, दिस इज अ पॉलिटिकल मीडियंसी एंड इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क फॉर द अटेनमेंट ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस। सो ये थर्ड जो स्टेटमेंट है, इट इज नॉट रिलेटेड टू द मिलिटेंट नेशनलिस्ट स्कूल बट इट इज रिलेटेड टू द एक्सट्रीमिस्ट स्कूल, ठीक है। सॉरी, नॉट एक्सट्रीमिस्ट स्कूल बट मॉडरेट स्कूल, ठीक है। सो द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज नॉट करेक्ट, हमने एलिमिनेट कर दिया। 1, 2 and 4 हमारा एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट आंसर है, बिकॉज सेकेंड हमने देखा था कि ड्रो था। एम्फेसिस ऑन डायरेक्ट पॉलिटिकल एक्शन एंड पर्सनल सैक्रिफाइसेस, यस दिस वाज आल्सो अ नेम। सो ये अभी हमारा 1, 2 and 4 यहाँ पे एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट है। ओके, लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, दैट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 145। अब देखो क्वेश्चन आ गया, द कंसेप्ट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल मीडियंसी ऑफन क्रिटिसाइज्ड बाय द यंगर नेशनलिस्ट रेफर टू व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्ट्रेटजीज ऑफ द मॉडरेट्स? और सीकिंग कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस, नहीं। रिलाइंग ऑन प्रेयर, पिटिशन एंड प्रोटेस्ट, अभी बताया मैंने। द पॉलिटिकल मीडियंसी का जो था, दिस इज एन आइडिया ऑफ 3 P's एंड दिस वाज, ये टर्म किन्होंने प्रोपाउंड किया था? तो दिस टर्म वाज प्रोपाउंडेड बाय एक्सट्रीमिस्ट, ठीक है। सो बी हमारा यहाँ पे करेक्ट आंसर होगा इसका। लेट्स नाउ सी द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, दैट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 12। और क्वेश्चन नंबर 12 है हमारा, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग करेक्टली डिस्क्राइब्स द इंटेलेक्चुअल कंट्रीब्यूशंस ऑफ स्वामी विवेकानंद, दयानंद सरस्वती एंड बंकिम चंद्र चटर्जी टू मिलिटेंट नेशनलिज्म, emphasizing on the spiritual superiority of the Western civilization, advocating the British model of governance for India's progress। देखो ये तो कभी भी नहीं हो सकता, जेनेरिक स्टेटमेंट है, लॉजिकल स्टेटमेंट है। प्रमोटिंग कंप्लीट वेस्टर्नाइजेशन, ये भी बिल्कुल गलत है। Next है highlighting India's rich culture and intellect heritage to inspire nationalism. So C is the most logical explanation. मैंने आपको ये बताया भी था कि दयानंद सरस्वती ने एक स्लोगन भी दिया था, that is India for Indians. ठीक है, सो इंडिया के रिच कल्चर एंड इंटेलेक्चुअल हेरिटेज को इंस्पायर करके नेशनलिज्म इंट्रोड्यूस करना इन द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, दिस वाज द अल्टीमेट गोल. सी हमारे यहाँ पे करेक्ट आंसर है. ओके, सो विद दिस वी आर डन विद दिस चैप्टर. आई होप कि आपको ये चैप्टर पसंद आया होगा, यू हैव अंडरस्टूड दिस चैप्टर एंड आपके क्वेश्चंस भी सही हुए होंगे. आपका कितना स्कोर है यू कैन मेंशन दैट इन द कमेंट सेक्शन. एंड अगर आपकी कोई सजेशंस हैं तो आप बिल्कुल उसे कमेंट सेक्शन में मेंशन कर सकते हैं. थैंक यू फॉर वाचिंग, कीप स्टडीइंग. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our chapter 10 of the series Spectrum Revision through MCQs, and ये हमारा 10th chapter है, that is the first phase of revolutionary activities from 1907 to 1917. Now before starting the chapter, let me give you some idea and explanation about some of the facts of the chapter, important facts, and then straight away we will move to the MCQs of this chapter. Now, if I talk about a survey of the revolutionary activities, now first of all let us start with the Bengal. बंगाल में कौन कौन सी revolutionary activities हुई थी from 1907 to 1970. First of all, the first revolutionary organization to be formed was Anushilan Samiti. Now this Anushilan Samiti was firstly formed in the year 1902. मिदनापुर में फॉर्म हुई थी, एंड मिदनापुर के अलावा इट वॉज फॉर्म्ड इन कैलकाटा. ठीक है. नाउ नेक्स्ट, संध्या वॉज अ न्यूज़पेपर और जर्नल थ्रू विच द रिवॉल्यूशनरी आइडियाज वेयर स्प्रेड अक्रॉस द मासेस. 1906 में ये स्टार्ट हुआ था एंड इट वॉज अ वीकली जर्नल और न्यूज़पेपर. ठीक है, ये आप ध्यान रखेंगे. ठीक है. नाउ नेक्स्ट इज एक अलीपुर कॉन्स्पिरेसी केस इज वेरी फेमस, which is also related to Manik Talla, which is in Calcutta. Now, Manik Talla bomb case is also associated with the Alipur conspiracy case. Other than this, let me tell you who were the participant or who all participated in the Manik Talla bomb case. These were the Ghosh brothers, Aurobindo Ghosh and Barindra Kumar Ghosh. These all participated in the Alipur conspiracy case. इसके बाद द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग यू शुड नो वॉज 1908. नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड इन 1908 वॉज प्रफुल्ल चाकी एंड खुदीराम बोस. दीज वेयर द जजेस, दीज वेयर द रिवॉल्यूशनरीज ऑफ बिहार. नाउ दीज बोथ पर्सन दे अटेम्प्टेड टू मर्डर मुजफ्फरपुर मजिस्ट्रेट हुज नेम वॉज किंग्सफोर्ड. ठीक है. सो 1908 में ये इंपॉर्टेंट है आपका. ऑल्सो 1912 में अ बॉम्ब वॉज थ्रोन एट वाइसरॉय हार्डिंग. नाउ हु थ्रू दिस बॉम्ब? दिस बॉम्ब वॉज थ्रूड बाय रास बिहारी बोस एंड सचिंद्रनाथ सयल. ओके. Now this संध्या का मैंने बताया, युगंतर and कल, these were also some of the newspaper that advocated the revolutionary activities. ठीक है. Now Zimmerman plan, this is related to रास बिहारी बोस, जिसमें कि वर्ल्ड वॉर 1 के टाइम पे जर्मन फायर आर्म्स को इंडिया में इंपोर्ट करना था टू वेज वॉर अगेंस्ट द ब्रिटिश. ठीक है. सो ये जिमरमैन प्लान, ये आप ध्यान रखना, ये भी एग्जाम में आ सकता है. नाउ द नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज द रिवॉल्यूशनरी एक्टिविटीज ऑफ महाराष्ट्र. नाउ रामोजी पीजेंट फोर्स, दिस वाज फॉर्म्ड इन द ईयर 1879 बाय whom? तो बाय वासुदेव बलवंत फडके. सो इनका नाम आपको याद रखना है, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. नेक्स्ट, तिलक यूज्ड हिज पेपर केसरी एंड महारत. This Kesari was in Marathi and this Marat was a newspaper in English through which the revolutionary ideas were spread in France. Also, Tilak also used various cultural festivals such as Shivaji festival and Ganesh festival to propagate the ideas of revolutionary activities. Other than that, V.D. Savarkar, he had an organization Mitra Mela, and then Abhinav Bharat was also an organization of V.D. Savarkar. एक फैक्ट यहाँ पे और ध्यान रखना कि मित्र मेला वाज मर्ज विद द अभिनव भारत सोसाइटी इन विच ईयर, तो इन 1904 दिस बोथ सोसाइटीज वेयर मर्ज्ड. नाउ इफ आई टॉक अबाउट पंजाब, तो लाला लाजपत राय इन हिज जर्नल पंजाबी was the name of journal in which he propagated the ideas of revolutionary activities. Other than that, his brother Ajit Singh, he launched the newspaper Anjuman e Mohsi bin Watan. This was also launched by him. If I talk about the revolutionary activities in abroad, सबसे पहला तो श्यामजी कृष्ण वर्मन in the year 1905 in London he found the India House. Okay, and also he bought a journal which name was Indian Sociologist. So this Indian Sociologist was a name of journal that was brought by Shyamji Krishna Varman. Next in the line was Madam Bikaji Kama. She was in Parsi, and the name of her journal was Bande Matram, through which the revolutionary ideas were spread. Now, Madam Bikaji Kama is known to have unfurled the Indian tricolor at where? तो स्टगर्ट जर्मनी में इन्होंने झंडा फहराया था. नेक्स्ट was the Ghadar party was very important. It was founded in the year 1913. Headquarter of the Ghadar party was at San Francisco, and it was formed by Lala Hardayal and Kartar Singh Saraba. These were some of the prominent members who were the members of this revolutionary activities under the name the Ghadar. Okay. Now, other than that, कोमागाता मारू इंसिडेंट इज ऑल्सो रिलेटेड टू द गदर पार्टी. तो आपके एग्जाम में ऐसे आ सकता है कि कोमागाता मारू इज इंसिडेंट विच इज रिलेटेड टू, सो आप मार्क करोगे इट इज रिलेटेड टू रिवॉल्यूशनरी एक्टिविटीज. ठीक है, आई होप कि आपको ये समझ में आ गया होगा यहाँ तक. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वॉज द बर्लिन कमिटी फॉर इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंस. सो दिस वॉज एस्टैब्लिश्ड बाय वीरेंद्र नाथ चट्टोपाध्याय in the year 1915. So these were some of the very important revolutionary activities from the tenure 1907 to 1917. बाकी के जो questions है, let us study these questions in the MCQs only. ठीक है. So अगर आपको ये question solve करना है तो you can just first pause this video and then solve this question. So question हमारा, consider the following regarding the Berlin Committee for Indian Independence. Now the first statement is it was established in Germany before the World War II. अब आप मुझे ये बताओ कि जब मैंने आपको बताया अभी इस चैप्टर में कि ये रिवॉल्यूशनरी एक्टिविटीज आर फ्रॉम 1907 to 1970 and this Berlin Committee of Independence, it was not formed before the World War II, बल्कि ये फॉर्म हुई थी वर्ल्ड वॉर 1 के टाइम में. एंड व्हाट वाज द ईयर था हमारा 1915 का. एंड किन्होंने फॉर्म की थी? सो दिस वाज फॉर्म्ड बाय वीरेंद्र नाथ चट्टोपाध्याय. ठीक है. नाउ किस प्लान के अंदर? तो मैंने आपको बताया था द फायर आर्म्स वेयर टू बी इंपोर्टेड फ्रॉम द जर्मनी एंड दिस प्लान वाज नोन एज जिमरमन प्लान. ठीक है. So under this plan, this Berlin Committee for Independence was established in the year 1915. So यहाँ पे ये World War II नहीं होगा बल्कि it was established before World War I. So the first statement is absolutely incorrect. Let us see the second statement. Its aim was to promote the cause of Indian independence. No, this is absolutely true, as the aim was to promote the cause of Indian independence. Now, in the earlier days, this Berlin Committee for Indian Independence, it was known as the Berlin India Committee. ठीक है. लेटर स्टेज में इसका नाम चेंज कर दिया गया था. ठीक है. So the statement is right. Now it aimed to organize an armed invasion of British India. Now this statement is also true, as the arms were imported from the Germany directly. So ये आर्म्स जो थे वो ब्रिटिश ईस्ट इंडिया या ब्रिटिश इंडिया के अगेंस्ट वॉर वेज करने के लिए आर्म्स इंपोर्ट किए गए थे. सो हमारा ये भी स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे करेक्ट है. नेक्स्ट है हमारा, इट वर्क टू ऑर्गेनाइज अ प्रोविजनल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन काबुल. नाउ ये जो कमेटी थी, बर्लिन कमेटी ऑफ इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंस, इसका काम क्या था? इट वाज आल्सो नोन टू स्प्रेड मिशंस टू वेरियस कंट्रीज सच एज इस्तांबुल, पर्सिया, बगदाद। यहाँ पे इन्होंने वेरियस मिशंस जो था वो रन किया था। वाई? टू to arouse the feeling of nationalism among the Indian troops living abroad in these countries and Indian prisoners of war, इन सब के लिए इन्होंने एक प्लान बनाया था। ओके, सो दिस इज ऑल्सो एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। इट वर्क टू ऑर्गेनाइज अ प्रोविजनल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन काबुल। सो ये स्टेटमेंट भी हमारा बिल्कुल करेक्ट है। सो करेक्ट आंसर हमारा क्या होगा? सेकेंड, थर्ड एंड फोर्थ, ये तीनों स्टेटमेंट हमारे करेक्ट है। फर्स्ट वन इज रॉन्ग, सो द करेक्ट आंसर इज ओनली 3। ठीक है, लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अगर आपको ये क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करना है तो यू कैन जस्ट पॉज दिस वीडियो एंड ट्राई टू सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चन। नाउ द गदर पार्टी was revolutionary group organized around a weekly newspaper, The Gadar, published in Urdu, Hindi, Punjabi and other languages of India. Next है, the Gadar party restrained itself from aligning to any religious ideology in the stronger sense. Now, Ras Bihari Bose was associated with this movement. So, this statement is absolutely correct. As Gadar party, if I talk about the Gadar party, this was formed in the year 1912. इसका हेडक्वार्टर कहाँ था? हेडक्वार्टर था इसका सैन फ्रांसिस्को में। ठीक है, एंड इट वाज अ यूएसए बेस्ड पार्टी विच वाज द मेन वर्क ऑफ विच वाज टू वेज वॉर इन इंडिया अगेंस्ट द ब्रिटिश इंडिया। ठीक है, नाउ दिस गदर पार्टी इट इंक्लूडेड मेनली ऑफ रिवॉल्यूशनरीज दैट हैड द मेनली एक्स सोल्जर्स थे इसमें। नाउ एक्स सोल्जर्स के अलावा पीजेंट्स थे जो माइग्रेट करके गए थे पंजाब से टू द यूएस। सो द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट। नाउ द गदर पार्टी restrained itself from aligning to any religious ideology. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है। देयर वाज नो आइडियोलॉजी। इनके जो एक फाउंडर थे सोहन सिंह भकना, उन्होंने तो ये बोला था वी आर नॉट सिख और पंजाबीज, आवर रिलीजन वाज पैट्रियोटिज्म। ठीक है, सो दिस वाज सम ऑफ द वर्डिंग्स दैट वर सेड बाय हिम। सो ऑब्वियसली ये भी स्टेटमेंट हमारा करेक्ट है। थर्ड स्टेटमेंट है, राज बिहारी बोस वॉज एसोसिएटेड विद दिस मूवमेंट। एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। राज बिहारी बोस, करतार सिंह सराभा, गणेश पिंगाले एटसेट्रा वेर द मेन लीडर्स ऑफ दिस पार्टी। ऑल्दो दिस पार्टी वॉज एस्टैब्लिश, मेनली अगर आपको एग्जाम में आएगा तो लाला हरदयाल का नाम आपको रिमेंबर रखना है रिगार्डिंग दिस गदर पार्टी। ऑल्सो गदर पार्टी से रिलेटेड एक इंसिडेंट है दैट इज कोमागाता मारू इंसिडेंट। ठीक है, से ये आपको ये भी ध्यान में रखना है। ठीक है, लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। यू कैन जस्ट पॉज दिस एंड ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन अगर आपको आता है तो। नाउ इस क्वेश्चन में क्या किया है, कह रहा है हमसे कि वी हैव टू मैच द पेयर्स विद द रिवॉल्यूशनरी एक्टिविटीज अब्रॉड। नाउ रिवॉल्यूशनरी एक्टिविटीज देखते हैं। स्वदेश सेवक संघ, दिस वाज formed in Vancouver, not Seattle. It was formed in Vancouver and किन्होंने फॉर्म किया था? GD कुमार ने सेटअप किया था इसको। ठीक है, सो सियाटल में फॉर्म नहीं हुई थी। यूनाइटेड इंडिया हाउस, दिस वाज फॉर्म्ड एट सियाटल। ठीक है, हु फॉर्म्ड इट यूनाइटेड इंडिया हाउस? तो तारक नाथ दास एंड GD कुमार ने ये फॉर्म किया था। ठीक है, एंड इट्स मेन एम वाज टू वेज द रिवॉल्यूशनरी एक्टिविटीज। नो, इंडिया हाउस वाज फॉर्म्ड इन लंदन, ये एब्सोल्युटली हमारा करेक्ट है। इंडिया हाउस वाज फॉर्म्ड इन द ईयर 1905 बाय श्याम जी। इट वाज फॉर्म्ड बाय श्याम जी कृष्ण वर्मन, एंड श्याम जी कृष्ण वर्मन का एक जर्नल भी आता था विच नेम वाज इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिस्ट। तो ये भी आपको ध्यान में रखना है। ठीक है, तो इसका हमारा ओनली द वन पेयर इज करेक्ट है, जो हमारा थर्ड पेयर है। स्वदेश सेवक होम का वैंकूवर होगा एंड देन यूनाइटेड इंडिया हाउस का सियाटल होगा। ठीक है, सो इसका आंसर ओनली वन है। लेट अस नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। नाउ रामोसी पीजेंट फोर्स वाज ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय, अगर आपने एक्सप्लेनेशन पार्ट देखा होगा तो आपको ये चीज़ पता होगी कि इट वॉज फाउंड बाई वासुदेव बलवंत फडके। नो 1879 में ये फॉर्म हुआ था एंड एम क्या था इस पीजेंट फोर्स का? इसका एम था टू इंस्टिगेट एन आर्म्ड रिवॉल्ट। आर्म रिवॉल्ट को इंस्टिगेट करना है बाय डिसरप्टिंग द कम्युनिकेशन लाइंस। कम्युनिकेशन लाइंस जो थी उस टाइम पे, दैट इज टेलीफोन, टेलीग्राफ्स एटसेट्रा, उनको टैम्पर करके एंड देन आर्म रिवोल्ट को रेज करना। और सावरकर की अगर मैं बात करूं तो सावरकर के रिलेटेड 2 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मैंने आपको पहले बता दी हैं, दैट इज मित्र मेला एंड अभिनव भारत। दीज आर द 2 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मेड बाय वी.डी. सावरकर। ठीक है। चापेकर ब्रदर्स आर नोन फॉर assassination attempt इन मुंबई, तो ये भी आपको पता होना चाहिए। गोपाल हरि देशमुख इज नोन एज लोकहितवादी। आपको ये नाम पता होगा अगर आपने मेरी पहले की वीडियोस देखी होंगी या स्पेक्ट्रम सीरीज की सोशियो कल्चरल रिफॉर्म मूवमेंट की अगर आपने वीडियो देखी है तो वहाँ आपने ये नाम देखा होगा। ठीक है। तो इसका करेक्ट आंसर हमारा वासुदेव बलवंत फडके है। ठीक है। लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। ये हमारा संध्या, युगंतर एंड कल सीन इन द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ रिवॉल्यूशनरी एक्टिविटीज वेयर क्या? तो संध्या क्या था, युगंतर क्या था, कल क्या था? सो दीज वेयर सम ऑफ द जर्नल्स एंड न्यूज़पेपर्स दैट वेयर रिलेटेड टू द रिवॉल्यूशनरी आइडियाज। ठीक है। संध्या जो था इट वाज अ वीकली न्यूज़पेपर। ठीक है। रिवॉल्यूशनरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के बारे में मैंने आपको बता दिया है, ये तो नहीं हो सकता। इसका करेक्ट आंसर होगा क्या? जर्नल एंड न्यूज़पेपर। और नेक्स्ट देखते हैं। Now, Komagata-Maru incident was related to which revolutionary organization? Now, again, अगर आपने मेरा explanation का पार्ट सही से पढ़ा होगा तो आपको पता चला होगा कि what was this. Now, let me tell you this in a bit explanation कि ये Komagata-Maru incident क्या था. Now, it was mainly the name of a ship. Komagata-Maru was the name of a ship that was carrying 370 passengers. Mainly this 370 passengers में Sikhs थे एंड पंजाबी मुस्लिम्स थे। ठीक है, जो कि इमिग्रेंट्स थे। और ये जा कहाँ से रहे थे इस शिप में? ये शिप में सिंगापुर से वैनकूवर जा रहे थे। ठीक है। तो हुआ क्या था कि जब ये वैनकूवर हमारे कनाडा में है, तो जब जैसे ही वो शिप कनाडा पहुंची, मतलब ये कोमागाता-मारू, द नेम ऑफ द शिप वाज कोमागाता-मारू, व्हेन दिस शिप रीच द वैनकूवर, देन द कैनेडियन अथॉरिटीज वेयर इन्फ्लुएंस बाय द ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट एंड कैनेडियन अथॉरिटीज ने बोला कि हम इस शिप को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे। ठीक है। एंड इस शिप को वापस भेज दिया। फाइनली ब्रिटिश इंडिया ने बोला कि शिप को कलकत्ता भेज दो। कैनेडियन अथॉरिटीज मान गई एंड इस शिप को कलकत्ता भेज दिया गया। ठीक है ना। इसके बाद क्या हुआ कि इस शिप पे ओपन फायर ओपन कर दिया गया एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल डाइड। ठीक है। सो 22% यहाँ पे मर गए थे इस इंसिडेंट में। सो दिस कोमागाता-मारू इंसिडेंट इज रिलेटेड टू गदर पार्टी। एंड अगर आपको मोर स्पेसिफिक पूछे कि व्हाट वाज दिस कोमागाता-मारू, सो दिस वाज अ शिप। ये आपको ध्यान में रखना है। ठीक है। हाँ, ये चैप्टर ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं था, इतने ही क्वेश्चंस थे इसमें और यही सारे कंसेप्ट्स थे। आई होप कि आपको ये चैप्टर समझ में आया होगा। अगर समझ में आया है तो डू लाइक दिस वीडियो एंड कमेंट करके बताना वीडियो कैसी लगी। टिल देन कीप स्टडिंग एंड थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग।
Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our next chapter, that is chapter 11 of the chapter-wise Spectrum MCQ series. Now the title of the chapter is First World War and the Nationalist Response. But before starting the chapter मैं आपको बता देता हूँ कि इस वीडियो में हम क्या करने वाले हैं। सबसे पहले I will give you a short summary of this chapter from the Spectrum एंड देन वी विल सॉल्व दी MCQs। एंड जो MCQs मैं आपको सॉल्व करवाऊँगा वो मैं एक्सप्लेनेशन के साथ करवाऊँगा ताकि आपका रिवीजन बहुत अच्छे से हो जाए इस चैप्टर का। सो विदाउट वेस्टिंग द टाइम लेट अस स्टार्ट द चैप्टर। नाउ ये चैप्टर शुरू कहाँ से होता है? द फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर। एज द ब्रिटिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी कैरिड ऑन इट्स कमर्शियल एंड पॉलिटिकल एक्सपेंशन इन इंडिया, 1914 में फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर स्टार्ट हुआ। तो जब ये फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर स्टार्ट हुआ तो बेसिकली द वर्ल्ड दैट इज़ द अर्थ गॉट डिवाइडेड इनटू 2 फैक्शंस। ठीक है। नाउ दीज, एक साइड तो ब्रिटेन था, ब्रिटेन के साथ फ्रांस, रशिया, यूएसए, इटली एंड जापान था, वर्सेस द अदर फैक्शन वाज जर्मनी, ऑस्ट्रिया हंगरी एंड टर्की। ऑस्ट्रिया हंगरी मैंने साथ क्यों लिखा है, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे ये दोनों सेपरेट कंट्रीज नहीं थे, दे वेयर पार्ट ऑफ ईच अदर, ठीक है। सो ब्रिटेन वाज ऑन दी वन साइड एंड जर्मनी, ऑस्ट्रिया हंगरी, टर्की एंड ब्रिटेन के साथ इसकी अलाइड फोर्सेस थी। नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड इन द फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर वाज, जब भी वॉर होता है तो यू नीड मैन, यू नीड आर्मी, एंड ब्रिटिश नीडेड सपोर्ट ड्यूरिंग द फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर टाइम। देन ब्रिटेन आया इंडिया के पास कि भाई हमें आपका सपोर्ट चाहिए। सो व्हाट वाज द नेशनलिस्ट रिस्पॉन्स, नेशनलिस्ट रिस्पॉन्स का क्या मतलब है, मतलब कि इंडियंस का क्या रिस्पॉन्स था। अब मॉडरेट्स, ये मॉडरेट्स कौन थे, मॉडरेट मतलब मॉडरेट लीडर्स दैट वेयर देयर, इट मीन्स जे.के. गोखले, दादा भाई नरोजी, सुरेंद्रनाथ बनर्जी एटसेट्रा, दीज वेयर द मॉडरेट लीडर्स। इन्होंने क्या किया, इन्होंने अपराइटली सपोर्ट किया ब्रिटेन का। क्यों सपोर्ट किया, क्योंकि ये एज अ मैटर ऑफ ड्यूटी था इनके लिए, ठीक है। सेकेंड रिस्पॉन्स एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर्स का था। एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर्स कौन थे, वो लीडर्स थे दोज लीडर्स हु डिडंट एग्री विद द वे द मॉडरेट वर्क्स। मॉडरेट कैसे वर्क करते थे ये मैंने पहले की वीडियोस में बताया है आपको, एंड अगर नहीं तो ये वीडियोस आप देखोगे, साथ के साथ ऊपर आपको कार्ड्स के रूप में राइट हैंड साइड पे, अपर राइट हैंड साइड पे वो शो होगा, रिस्पेक्टिव वीडियोस के मैं लिंक डाल दूंगा, आप वहाँ क्लिक करके उस वीडियो को देख सकते हो। नाउ आई हैव टोल्ड यू द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द मॉडरेट लीडर्स एज वेल एज द एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर्स, ठीक है। सो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर्स वो थे हु वेयर नॉट एग्रीड विद द वे द मॉडरेट लीडर्स वेयर वर्किंग, दैट इज 3 P's का जो उनका प्रोसेस था, दैट इज प्रेयर, पिटिशन एंड प्रोटेस्ट। इनसे ये एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर्स बिल्कुल भी इतफाक नहीं रखते थे, ठीक है। सो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर क्या थे, तो उन्होंने भी सपोर्ट किया था, बट क्यों सपोर्ट किया था, उनको एक मिसकंसेप्शन था। क्या मिसकंसेप्शन था, कि अगर हम सपोर्ट करते हैं ब्रिटेन को एंड अगर ब्रिटेन वॉर जीत जाता है, देन जो है वो सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट का जो डिमांड थी, सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट की डिमांड थी इंडियंस की, वो उसको पूरा कर देंगे, ठीक है। सो दिस वाज द मिसकंसेप्शन जिसपे एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीडर्स ने सपोर्ट किया, जो कि बाद में नहीं हो पाया। नाउ अनदर टाइप ऑफ लीडर्स, अनदर टाइप ऑफ फैक्शंस कौन सा था, वो रिवॉल्यूशनरीज थे। रिवॉल्यूशनरीज का भी चैप्टर मैंने कराया है, अगर आपने वो चैप्टर नहीं किया है तो प्लेलिस्ट सेक्शन में जाओगे आप इस चैनल की, आपको सारे की सारी वीडियोस टाइटल्स एंड थंबनेल के साथ मिल जाएंगी। आप क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर में देखोगे, आपकी पूरी स्पेक्ट्रम बुक कंप्लीट हो जाएगी, ठीक है। नाउ ये जो रिवॉल्यूशनरीज थे, ये तो फिराक में थे कि अब हम वॉर वेज करेंगे अगेंस्ट द ब्रिटिश, क्योंकि ब्रिटिश का ध्यान जो है वो वर्ल्ड वॉर के साइड पे होगा, सो हम इंडिया में अपना वॉर वेज कर सकते हैं। एंड दैट इज़ द टाइम व्हेन गदर पार्टी विच वॉज बेस्ड ऑन सैन फ्रांसिस्को, इन्होंने काफ़ी ज़्यादा अटेम्प्ट किए थे, ठीक है। गदर पार्टी थी, बर्लिन कमेटी इन यूरोप थी, सो दिस वॉज द थिंग दैट वॉज हैपनिंग एट दैट टाइम। इसके साथ साथ ही फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर के रिस्पॉन्स में होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट जो है वो स्टार्ट हुआ था, ठीक है। नाउ हु वेयर द सम ऑफ द प्रोमिनेंट लीडर्स ऑफ दिस होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट, तो ये थे बाल गंगाधर तिलक, एनी बेसेंट, जे.एस. कारपाडे, एस. सुब्रमण्यम अय्यर, जोसेफ बप्टिस्टा एटसेट्रा, दीज वेयर सम ऑफ द लीडर्स दैट वेयर देयर इन द होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट। नाउ अगर मैं अब नेक्स्ट बात करूं कि एम क्या था इस होम रूल का, सो इसका एम था to convey to the common man, that is the common man of the India, the concept of home rule। होम रूल का क्या मतलब था, होम रूल का मतलब था सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट। एंड इसके बाद मैं आपको ये अभी बताऊंगा कि 2 लीग्स इस्टेब्लिश हुई थी, वन लीग वॉज इस्टेब्लिश बाय बाल गंगाधर तिलक एंड द अदर वन वॉज इस्टेब्लिश बाय एनी बेसेंट। नाउ इफ आई टॉक अबाउट तिलक्स लीग, तिलक्स होम रूल लीग, तो दिस स्टार्टेड इन अप्रैल 1916 and it operated in Maharashtra, it operated in Karnataka, it operated in the central provinces। मध्य प्रदेश का जो एरिया था वो सेंट्रल प्रोविंसेस में आता था, एंड इट ऑपरेटेड इन बेरार, ठीक है। एंड इट इन टोटलिटी हैड 6 ब्रांचेस। वेयर एज इफ आई टॉक अबाउट एनी बेसेंट लीग, तो ये आपको ध्यान में रखना है, बेसेंट लीग स्टार्टेड आफ्टर तिलक्स लीग, ठीक है। तो सितंबर 1916 में इट स्टार्टेड एनी बेसेंट की लीग, एंड इट ऑपरेटेड इन द रेस्ट ऑफ इंडिया, एंड इट हैड अराउंड 200 ब्रांचेस। तो अगर आपको होम रूल पे क्वेश्चन आता है कि बाल गंगाधर तिलक और एनी बेसेंट, इनमें से किन की लीग वॉज बिगर, सो एनी बेसेंट की लीग वॉज बिगर एंड इट ऑपरेटेड इन होल ऑफ इंडिया, वेयर तिलक्स लीग ऑपरेटेड इन द 6 प्रोविंसेस, इट हैड 6 ब्रांचेस, ठीक है। सो व्हाट वेयर द मेथड्स दैट वाज यूज्ड बाय दिस होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट, सो discussions were organized, reading rooms, journals, etc. This was all propaganda through which इसी propaganda के अंदर newspaper was launched by Annie Besant. So the name of newspaper that was launched by Annie Besant was, सबसे पहला तो न्यू इंडिया था, ये नाम आपको ध्यान रखना है, इस नाम को आप नोट कर लेंगे. कॉमनवेल was the other newspaper that was launched by Annie Besant. ठीक है. सो उसके बाद क्या हुआ, अल्टीमेटली क्या हुआ 1920 में. ठीक है, 1920, ये आपको ये याद रखना है. 1920 में महात्मा गांधी एक्सेप्टेड द प्रेसिडेंटशिप ऑफ द ऑल इंडिया होम रूल लीग. ठीक है, होम रूल लीग की प्रेसिडेंटशिप गांधी जी ने एक्सेप्ट करी एंड इमीडिएटली ही चेंज द नेम ऑफ द होम रूल लीग टू स्वराज्य सभा. एंड दिस क्वेश्चन हैज़ बीन आस्क्ड इन द यूपीएससी एग्जामिनेशन ऑल्सो. ठीक है, जो स्पेक्ट्रम में दिया है, सो ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. ठीक है. नाउ वन ऑफ द अचीवमेंट ऑफ द होम रूल लीग वाज, देखो 1917 में अगस्त ऑफर वाज मेड. ठीक है, अगस्त ऑफर वाज मेड इन द 1917. सो दिस अगस्त ऑफर विच वॉज लेटर मॉन्टेगू क्लेम्स फॉर रिफॉर्म आया इन द ईयर 1919, ये भी मोटिवेटेड था एंड इट हैड अ बियरिंग ऑन द वर्क्स दैट वेयर डन बाय द होम रूल लीग ओनली. ठीक है. नाउ नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज लखनऊ सेशन ऑफ 1916. आपको ये ध्यान में रखना है, द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द होम रूल लीग वॉज एट दैट टाइम AC मजूमदार. ठीक है, अंबिका चरण मजूमदार वॉज द प्रेसिडेंट. हुआ क्या था लखनऊ सेशन में, सबसे पहला द एक्सट्रीमिस्ट और मॉडरेट लीडर्स थे, वो वापस से एक फैक्शन में आ गए अंडर कांग्रेस, जो कि स्प्लिट हुए थे सूरत में. मैंने पहले की वीडियोस में बताया है, सूरत स्प्लिट हैपेंड इन द ईयर 1907. ठीक है, इसमें मॉडरेट एंड एक्सट्रीमिस्ट एक दूसरे के वे ऑफ वर्किंग से सेटिस्फाइड नहीं थे एंड देन दे डिसाइडेड टू पार्ट देयर वेज. बट इन द लखनऊ सेशन ऑफ 1916 बोथ एक्सट्रीमिस्ट एज वेल एज द मॉडरेट लीडर्स केम टुगेदर एंड ये इनका जो है रिफ्ट खत्म हो गया था. सेकेंड इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग दैट हैपेंड इन द लखनऊ सेशन वॉज मुस्लिम लीग एंड कांग्रेस केम टुगेदर. ठीक है, सो दिस हैपेंड इन द लखनऊ सेशन. इसके बाद में मॉन्टेगू डिक्लेरेशन वॉज मेड. मॉन्टेगू डिक्लेरेशन इन दी August declaration in the year 1917 was made. Now it said that the government policy is to motivate the increasing participation of Indians in every branch of administration, and that is why a system of diarchy was evolved in the year 1919 का जो Montagu Chelmsford reform आया था उसमें. ठीक है, so this is the basic idea behind this. एंड जो मॉन्टेगू क्लेम्सफोर्ड रिफॉर्म्स था या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1919 था, इसका जो एक्सप्लेनेशन है ना, मैं ये क्वेश्चंस में कवर कर दूंगा. ठीक है. नाउ लेट अस डील विद द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. यहाँ पे कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग कंट्रीब्यूशन टू द एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ होम रूल लीग. सो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन ही हमारा होम रूल लीग पे यहाँ पे आ गया है. पहला क्या था, इकोनॉमिक हार्डशिप एंड इंक्रीज टैक्सेस कंपेल्ड पीपल टू इंगेज इन असर्टिव मूवमेंट्स. हमें बताना है विच ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट्स हियर इज एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. ठीक है. सो ऑब्वियसली ये हमने देखा है कि इकोनॉमिक हार्डशिप तो लोगों के पास थी. क्यों? बिकॉज द रेवेन्यू दैट वाज इम्पोज्ड ऑन द पीपल वाज वेरी हाई. अब रेवेन्यू हाई कैसे था? सो वेरियस मेथड्स ऑफ एक्सट्रैक्शन, टैक्स एक्सट्रैक्शन वाज देयर. फॉर एग्जांपल परमानेंट सेटलमेंट सिस्टम, महलवारी सिस्टम, ये आगे इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स के चैप्टर में मैं ये सारा डील करूँगा. ठीक है, ड्योतवारी सिस्टम. सो इकोनॉमिक हार्डशिप तो बहुत ज़्यादा थी. इसके अलावा द इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चर्ड गुड्स, इंडियन हैंडीक्राफ्ट गुड्स, उनका जो है प्रमोशन नहीं किया जाता था. दैट इज़ वाई ट्रेड ऑल्सो डिक्लाइन. एंड ब्रिटिश ने जो गुड्स मैन्युफैक्चर्ड किए थे आफ्टर द इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन, ब्रिटिश मैन्युफैक्चर्ड गुड्स वेयर इम्पोज्ड ऑन द इंडियन मार्केट. सो इंडिया की इकोनॉमी वॉज वेरी मच डिस्टर्ब्ड एट दैट टाइम. ठीक है. सो इकोनॉमिक हार्डशिप तो बिल्कुल एक फैक्टर हो सकता है डेट कंट्रीब्यूटेड टू द एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ होम रूल लीग. सेकेंड इज द कांग्रेस एम टू एस्टैब्लिश एन ऑक्सिलरी एंटिटी फॉर अ प्रोएक्टिव स्ट्रगल मैनिफेस्टेड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ होम रूल लीग. ठीक है. थर्ड स्टेटमेंट क्या है? द नोशन ऑफ वाइट सुप्रीमेसी वॉज डीबंक्ड ड्यूरिंग द फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर. एब्सोल्युटली. ब्रिटेन के साथ जो अलाइड फोर्सेस थे, इनके अगेंस्ट जर्मनी आ गया था. एंड द नोशन ऑफ वाइट सुप्रीमेसी वॉज डिबंक्ड. क्यों? क्योंकि होम रूल का मैंने मतलब आपको क्या बताया था, इट एम्ड एट सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट। तो ऑब्वियसली फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर के टाइम पे ये इसीलिए ये मूवमेंट फॉर्म हुआ था कि हम सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट की डिमांड कर सकें। ठीक है। नाउ अगर मैं बात करूँ कांग्रेस एम टू एस्टैब्लिश एन ऑक्सिलरी एंटिटी, तो दिस द आंसर इज नो, बिकॉज द होम रूल लीग जो फॉर्म हुई थी वो दो लीडर्स ने फॉर्म की थी, तिलक ने फॉर्म की थी एंड देन एनी बेसेंट ने फॉर्म की थी। ठीक है। एंड कांग्रेस हैज़ नथिंग टू डू डायरेक्टली, ठीक है, विद दी होम रूल लीग। ऑल्सो जब होम रूल लीग एनी बेसेंट की जो होम रूल लीग थी विच ऑपरेटेड इन होल ऑफ इंडिया, शी केम टू कांग्रेस विथ सम ऑफ द प्रपोजल्स कि आप ये एक्सेप्ट करें, तो कांग्रेस ने अपराइटली रिजेक्ट कर दिया था। सो होम रूल लीग वॉज नॉट एन इंट्रिंसिक पार्ट ऑफ कांग्रेस। ठीक है। सो दिस स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग, अदर टू स्टेटमेंट आर ट्रू। सो हमारा आंसर यहाँ पे क्या हो जाएगा, ओनली टू यहाँ पे करेक्ट आंसर होगा। ठीक है। आई होप कि आपको ये क्वेश्चन समझ आ गया होगा। लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अगेन दिस क्वेश्चन इज ऑन होम रूल लीग। ठीक है। ये सारे ऑप्शंस है, 4 ऑप्शंस है, कंफ्यूज मत होना, एंड इसका आंसर्स नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में। ठीक है। सो लेट अस सी द स्टेटमेंट पढ़ लेते हैं, आंसर यहीं से निकाल लेंगे, हमें ऑप्शंस देखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। कैसे, तो देखते हैं। नाउ फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट क्या है हमारा, द होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट वॉज लॉन्च्ड एज अ रिस्पॉन्स टू वॉर टाइम मिजरीज एंड डिश इज इल्यूजनमेंट विद द मॉडले मिंटो रिफॉर्म्स। अब मॉडले मिंटो रिफॉर्म्स कब आए थे, ये तो आए थे 1909 में। एंड अगर आपने मेरी लेक्चर्स देखा होगा पहले का, तो यू विल नो दैट इट मेन रिफॉर्म क्या था मॉडले मिंटो रिफॉर्म में, द मेन रिफॉर्म वॉज अ सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट वॉज इंट्रोड्यूस फॉर हुम, फॉर मुस्लिम्स। ठीक है। सो डिसकंटेंटमेंट तो था ही, अदर देन दैट इकोनॉमिक हार्डशिप वेयर ऑल्सो अ रीजन विच वॉज कॉज्ड बाय द वर्ल्ड वॉर, फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर। ठीक है। राइजिंग टैक्सेस, राइजिंग इन्फ्लेशन, इंक्रीजिंग इकोनॉमिक बर्डन, सो दिस वॉज ऑब्वियसली अ स्टेटमेंट। ओके। सो वॉर टाइम मिजरीज वर देयर, तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट हमारा एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है। सेकेंड देखते हैं, तिलक्स होम रूल लीग वॉज हेडक्वार्टर्ड इन मद्रास एंड कवर्ड रीजन्स इंक्लूडिंग द बॉम्बे सिटी। अभी आपको ये चीज़ मैंने नहीं बताई है, बट इसीलिए मैंने क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे ऐड किए हैं कि जो भी अनटच्ड पार्ट है ड्यूरिंग द एक्सप्लेनेशन वो हमारा एमसीक्यू से कवर हो जाए। नाउ तिलक की जो होम रूल लीग थी वो आपको पता होगा, दैट वाज अ स्मॉलर लीग। ऑल्सो इसका जो हेडक्वार्टर था इट वाज इन पूना, मॉडर्न डे पुणे हम कह सकते हैं। ठीक है। नॉट मद्रास। मद्रास किसकी लीग का किसकी होम रूल लीग का हेडक्वार्टर था, तो एनी बेसेंट की जो लीग थी ना उसका हेडक्वार्टर था मद्रास, तिलक की लीग का नहीं था। ठीक है। सो फर्स्ट यहाँ पे ये स्टेटमेंट तो हमारा गलत हो गया, तो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज फॉल्स। थर्ड स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं, एनी बेसेंट लीग वॉज एस्टैब्लिश इन 1916, हैड 200 ब्रांचेज एंड प्रमोटेड सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट विद इन दी ब्रिटिश कॉमनवेल्थ। नाउ ये स्टेटमेंट तो एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है हमारा, हमने पहले ही देखा कि एनी बेसेंट की लीग कब इस्टेब्लिश हुई थी, ये इस्टेब्लिश हुई थी सितंबर 1916 में, एंड अप्रैल 1916 में तिलक की लीग इस्टेब्लिश हुई थी। तो आपको ये भी ध्यान रखना है कि द तिलक लीग वॉज इस्टेब्लिश बिफोर बेसेंट्स लीग। ठीक है। 200 ब्रांचेस थी एंड इट ऑपरेटेड इन द रेस्ट ऑफ इंडिया, एंड तिलक की लीग हैड ओनली 6 ब्रांचेस। ओके। सो ये थर्ड स्टेटमेंट भी हमारा करेक्ट है, सेकंड भी सही है, थर्ड भी करेक्ट है, सॉरी सेकंड इनकरेक्ट है, फर्स्ट एंड थर्ड हमारा करेक्ट है। Next is Besant's League relied heavily on leaders such as B.P. Wadia, C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer for organizational work, while Tilak League was confined to passive propaganda. ठीक है। सो ये स्टेटमेंट हमारा गलत है। वाई? बिकॉज एनी बेसेंट relied on the organizational leaders such as B.P. Wadia and C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer. बेसेंट की लीग रिलाई करती थी, बट तिलक वॉज नॉट पैसिव, डिड नॉट हैव पैसिव प्रोपागेंडा, बट ही वॉज हाईली प्रोएक्टिव फॉर द वर्क्स रिलेटेड टू हिज लीग। ठीक है। ही पर्सनली लेड हिज लीग। तो द फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे जो है हमारा इनकरेक्ट है, फोर्थ हम एलिमिनेट कर देंगे यहाँ पे, सेकेंड हमने एलिमिनेट कर दिया। करेक्ट आंसर हमारा क्या होगा, करेक्ट आंसर हमारा होगा 1 and 3 ओनली इज द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन। आई होप कि आपको ये समझ आ गया होगा। ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखते हैं, कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट विथ रेफरेंस टू द लखनऊ पैक्ट। अब ये क्वेश्चन हमारा लखनऊ पैक्ट पे है। नाउ डिमांड फॉर अ जॉइंट इलेक्टोरेट फॉर मेजोरिटी एंड माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटीज, अर्ली डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ अ डेट फॉर गिविंग अ डोमिनियन स्टेटस टू इंडिया, The term of the legislative council should be 5 years. Half of the members of the viceroy executive council should be Indians. So which of the following were the demands that were made in the Lucknow Pact? अब दो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो आपको दिमाग में रखनी है वो तो आपको मैंने बता दी हैं कि ये लखनऊ पैक्ट 1916 में हुआ. द लीडर्स, द प्रेसिडेंट ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ लखनऊ पैक्ट वाज AC मजूमदार. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट two important things that happened during this Lucknow Pact, that the moderate leaders and the extremist leader came together. Second, it was the unification of the Muslim League and the Congress. ठीक है. So these two were most important. ठीक है. पहला हमारा स्टेटमेंट क्या है? इट डिमांडेड फॉर अ जॉइंट इलेक्टोरेट फॉर मेजोरिटी एंड माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटीज़. सबसे पहले ये बात जान लेना कि जॉइंट इलेक्टोरेट पे एग्रीमेंट नहीं हुआ था. क्यों नहीं हुआ था? लॉजिकली सोचो. मैंने आपको बताया लखनऊ पैक्ट में मुस्लिम लीग एज वेल एज कांग्रेस, उनका यूनिफिकेशन हुआ, वो दोनों साथ आ गए फॉर देयर पॉलिटिकल मोटिव्स. बट साथ आने का की वजह क्या होगी? Muslims was in the support of the separate electorate that were provided for the Muslim. separate electorate कब प्रोवाइड हुए थे? 1909 के मॉडल मिंटो एक्ट में. कांग्रेस एंड मुस्लिम लीग साथ ही इसलिए आई थी क्योंकि कांग्रेस एग्रीड कि ठीक है भैया सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट हो सकता है, हम जॉइंट इलेक्टोरेट की डिमांड नहीं करेंगे. जॉइंट इलेक्टोरेट की डिमांड नहीं करेंगे. ठीक है. अ डिमांड फॉर जॉइंट इलेक्टोरेट वॉज नॉट मेड. ठीक है. Whereas सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट की डिमांड पे दोनों मुस्लिम लीग एज वेल एज द कांग्रेस केम टुगेदर. तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट हमारा इनकरेक्ट है. ओके. नाउ अर्ली डिक्लेरेशन फॉर अ डेट ऑफ डोमिनियन गिविंग डोमिनियन स्टेटस टू इंडिया. अब मुझे बताओ 1916 में होम रूल लीग स्टार्टेड. होम रूल लीग का डेरिवेशन क्या था? होम रूल. होम रूल मतलब क्या? होम रूल मतलब सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट. तो अब मुझे बताओ इंडिया शुड बी रूल्ड बाय इंडियंस ओनली. डोमिनियन स्टेटस वाज कि ब्रिटिश भाई हमारा हेड होगा, हम एक ब्रिटिश के छोटा सा पार्ट बन के रहेंगे. तो क्या इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस ये एक्सेप्ट करेगी डोमिनियन स्टेटस? कभी भी नहीं करेगी. एक बात मैं आपको यहाँ पे बता देता हूँ कि द डोमिनियन स्टेटस वाज ऑफर्ड एवरी टाइम बाय द ब्रिटिश. ठीक है. ब्रिटिश वाज ऑफ द व्यू दैट कि हम इंडिया को डोमिनियन स्टेटस देंगे. इवन द क्रिप्स मिशन ऑफ 1942 में इंडिया को डोमिनियन स्टेटस देने की बात की गई थी. ये तो 1916 की बात हो रही है. ठीक है. डोमिनियन स्टेटस की डिमांड तो लखनऊ पैक्ट इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस कभी एग्री ही नहीं करेगी. दे डिमांडेड फॉर सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट. ठीक है. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट में हमारा इनकरेक्ट है. थर्ड स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं. द टर्म ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल शुड बी 5 years. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. ये एक डिमांड थी, या इसको आप नोट कर सकते हो. मेनली ये दो स्टेटमेंट्स के लिए मैंने क्वेश्चन बनाया था क्योंकि ये आपको लॉजिकली मुझे समझाना था कि कैसे द थिंग्स आर वर्किंग. ठीक है. अगर वीडियो अच्छी लगी हो तो यू कैन लाइक दिस वीडियो. ठीक है. सब बहुत मोटिवेशन मिलता है फिर वीडियो बनाने का. नेक्स्ट देखते हैं. हाफ ऑफ द मेंबर्स ऑफ द वाइसरॉय एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल शुड बी इंडियंस. ओके. सो दिस वाज आल्सो एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. नाउ सबसे पहले 1909 में ये प्रोविजन आया था कि देयर शुड बी इंडियंस इन दी एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल. और 1909 में जब प्रोविजन आया था उसके पहले नॉट अ सिंगल इंडियन वाज अ मेंबर ऑफ वाइसरॉय एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल. फर्स्ट टाइम दैट एन इंडियन बिकेम अ मेंबर ऑफ द वाइसरॉय एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल वाज इन द मॉडल एक्ट ऑफ 1909. ओनली वन मेंबर ऑफ वाज नॉमिनेटेड एट दैट टाइम. ठीक है. सो द डिमांड इन लखनऊ पैक्ट वाज मेड कि हाफ ऑफ द मेंबर्स को जो है वो एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल में इंडियंस को प्लेस मिलनी चाहिए. सो this was also a demand that was made. So correct answer हमारा क्या हो जाएगा? correct answer हो जाएगा हमारा only 2. ठीक है. Let's now move to the next question. क्या है हमारा क्वेश्चन? Consider the following statement. Now महात्मा गांधी was the president of स्वराज्य सभा. Now I have already told you कि जो होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट था जो लॉन्च हुआ था 1920 में, when Gandhi ji became the president of this home rule league movement, then the name of this league was kept as Swarajya Sabha, and this question was also asked in the UPSC. First statement हमारा absolutely correct है. Second statement है Tilak set up his Indian home rule league in all parts of India except Karnataka, Central Province and Virar. क्या ये स्टेटमेंट सही है? बिल्कुल गलत है. क्यों? क्योंकि तिलक ने तो 6 प्रोविंसेस में इस्टेब्लिश की थी, 6 ब्रांचेस थी बस। कर्नाटका थी, महाराष्ट्र थी, एंड महाराष्ट्र में भी बॉम्बे सिटी नहीं थी, दैट वाज अंडर एनी बेसेंट। सेंट्रल प्रोविंसेस बिरार, इन सारी जगह पे लीग थी, महाराष्ट्र भी थी, ठीक है। एंड हेडक्वार्टर ऑफ द तिलक्स लीग वॉज पुणे, वेयर एज मद्रास हेडक्वार्टर किसका था? मद्रास हेडक्वार्टर था एनी बेसेंट की लीग का। सो द स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट। हमसे पूछा है कौन सा स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट है, कितने स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट हैं? ओनली वन, दैट इज द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट, ठीक है। ए हमारा करेक्ट आंसर हो जाएगा। लेट्स नाउ मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिगार्डिंग द मॉन्टेगू स्टेटमेंट। अब मॉन्टेगू स्टेटमेंट कब आया था? ये मॉन्टेगू स्टेटमेंट आया था 1918 में, ठीक है। दिस रिपोर्ट केम, अभी क्या बोल रहा है? इट वॉज इन रिस्पॉन्स टू दी जालियांवाला बाग में। अरे भाई, जालियांवाला बाग मैसेकर तो 1919 में हुआ था, ठीक है। कि किस दिन हुआ था? अप्रैल 13, ये हम आगे पढ़ेंगे आगे आने वाले वीडियोस में, ठीक है। मॉन्टेगू स्टेटमेंट वॉज ऑफिशियली रिलीज इन द ईयर 1918। सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट तो हमारा एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट क्या है? मॉन्टेगू स्टेटमेंट प्रपोज द एस्टेब्लिशमेंट ऑफ अ फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर इन इंडिया विथ इक्वल रिप्रेजेंटेशन एट ऑल प्रोविंसेस। अभी अगर मैं मॉन्टेगू क्लेम्सफोर्ड की रिफॉर्म्स की मैं बात करूँ तो सब मेन प्रोविजंस मैं आपको बता देता हूँ, इसीलिए क्वेश्चन ऐड किया है। सबसे पहला तो डायरकी वॉज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड, कहाँ पे? प्रोविंसेस में, ठीक है। प्रोविंसेस में डायरकी जो है वो इंट्रोड्यूस हुई थी। ये स्टेटमेंट क्या है? दिस वाज आल्सो वन ऑफ द प्रोविजंस, बट इक्वल रिप्रेजेंटेशन फॉर ऑल प्रोविंसेस नहीं था। द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज वेयर डिवाइडेड बिटवीन इंडियन मिनिस्टर्स एंड द ब्रिटिश अपॉइंटेड ऑफिशियल्स इन द प्रोविंस, ठीक है। द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट वॉज यूज टू हैव कंट्रोल ओवर की एरिया सच एज डिफेंस, फाइनेंस के एरिया में की रोल प्ले करना था सेंटर को, ठीक है। इक्वल रिप्रेजेंटेशन फॉर ऑल प्रोविंसेस की कोई बात नहीं थी, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज इट एम टू एस्टैब्लिश अबॉलिशिंग द डायरकी सिस्टम एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेड कंप्लीट प्रोविंशियल ऑटोनॉमी। सो द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट भी गलत है, क्योंकि मैंने आपको बताया कि प्रोविंसेस में डायरकी को एक्सेप्ट किया गया था, ना कि प्रोविंशियल ऑटोनॉमी। प्रोविंशियल ऑटोनॉमी कब दी गई थी? ये दी गई थी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935 में, ठीक है। ये एक्ट्स में हम कवर कर लेंगे सारा, डोंट वरी। सो अगर मैं करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट की यहाँ पे बात करूँ तो एक भी स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे करेक्ट नहीं है, डी हमारा करेक्ट आंसर है, ठीक है। चलो नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट देखें। मैंने एक और क्वेश्चन ऐड किया था गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, यस ये आ गया। कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिगार्डिंग द features of the Government of India Act. Now it introduced bicameral legislature at the center. Absolutely correct. Bicameralism was introduced for the first time. इसके अलावा डायरेक्ट इलेक्शंस भी फर्स्ट टाइम कंट्रीज में इंट्रोड्यूस्ड हुए थे, ठीक है। इसके अलावा इफ़ आई टॉक अबाउट, सो सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट वॉज ऑल्सो प्रोवाइडेड। 1909 के एक्ट में सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट वॉज प्रोवाइडेड टू मुस्लिम्स ओनली, बट अगर मैं बात करूं 1919 के एक्ट में तो सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट वॉज प्रोवाइडेड फॉर सिख्स, इंडियन क्रिश्चियंस, एंग्लो इंडियंस एंड यूरोपियंस, इन सब के लिए सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट अपॉइंट किया गया था। यहाँ पे क्या बोल रहा है? कम्युनल रिप्रेजेंटेशन। कम्युनल रिप्रेजेंटेशन वॉज नेवर अ फैक्ट अंडर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट, ठीक है। द कम्युनल रिप्रेजेंटेशन फॉर डिप्रेस्ड क्लास एंड वुमेन्स, इट वॉज इंक्लूडेड इन द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935, नॉट द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट, ठीक है। सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट हमारा इनकरेक्ट है, फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट हमारा करेक्ट है। नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं। इट इंट्रोड्यूस द सिस्टम ऑफ डायरकी एट सेंटर। ये मैं आपको 10 बार बता चुका हूँ, डायरकी एट सेंटर नहीं था, डायरकी एट प्रोविंसेस था। नाउ अगर आपको क्लियर नहीं हुआ होगा तो आप सोच रहे होगे हो सकता है कि डायरकी का क्या मतलब था। डायरकी वर्ड इज मेड बाय डाई, डाई मतलब टू होता है, ठीक है। टू मतलब क्या कि टू फोल्डेड रूल होता था, टू फोल्डेड रूल, दैट इज द सब्जेक्ट्स वेयर ट्रांसफर्ड इनटू टू कैटेगरीज, दैट इज ट्रांसफर्ड सब्जेक्ट एंड रिजर्व सब्जेक्ट। ट्रांसफर सब्जेक्ट के पास में प्रोविंसेस के लिए ऑटोनॉमी होती थी टू टेक की डिसीजंस, बट रिजर्व सब्जेक्ट जो थे वो वाइसरॉय हैड सोल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू टेक डिसीजंस। अभी मैंने जैसे आपको बताया कि डिफेंस एंड फाइनेंसेस वेयर इंक्लूडेड इन द रिजर्व सब्जेक्ट, इसमें प्रोविंसेस हैड नथिंग टू से, ओके, ऑल द अथॉरिटी लाइड विद द वाइसरॉय ओनली। तो डायरकी का मतलब होता था द सब्जेक्ट्स वेयर डिवाइडेड इनटू टू पार्ट, दैट इज ट्रांसफर सब्जेक्ट्स एंड रिजर्व सब्जेक्ट्स। ठीक है, इतना आपको समझ में आ गया होगा आई होप। नेक्स्ट इज इट प्रोवाइडेड फॉर इस्टेब्लिशमेंट ऑफ पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन, सो ये एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है। इट प्रोवाइडेड एंड फर्स्ट एग्ज़ाम जो हुआ था सर्विस कमीशन का वो इलाहाबाद में हुआ था इन द ईयर 1922। ठीक है, इफ़ आई टॉक अबाउट द कितने स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट थे, थर्ड एंड सेकेंड हमारा इनकरेक्ट था, फर्स्ट एंड फोर्थ करेक्ट था, तो करेक्ट आंसर क्या होगा, ओनली 2 ऑफ द गिवन स्टेटमेंट आर करेक्ट। नेक्स्ट देख लेते हैं, what was the primary significance of the August Declaration made by the British in the year 1917? क्या था, proposed a dominion status for India as an immediate goal, promised a gradual development of several governing institution in India. Yes, absolutely correct. August Declaration किन्होंने दिया था सबसे पहले, it was issued by Edwin Montagu, who was the Secretary of State at that time, and he said that the British government would work towards increasing the Indian participation in the governance of India. ठीक है, so gradual development of self governing institution जिसमें Indians का बहुत रोल होगा, this was the main motto of the August Declaration that was made in the year 1917. ठीक है, सो विद दिस वी आर डन विद दिस चैप्टर। आई होप कि आपको ये चैप्टर पसंद आया होगा। अगर आपने बाकी की वीडियोस नहीं देखी हैं तो आप प्लेलिस्ट सेक्शन में जाके देख सकते हैं, या मैंने कार्ड्स आपको, जब ये वीडियो आप देख रहे होंगे तो ऊपर आपके कार्ड्स चल रहे होंगे, उसमें सब्सीक्वेंट चैप्टर्स मैंने डाल रखे हैं, वहाँ से भी आप वीडियो देख सकते हो। सो थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग द वीडियो, कीप स्टडिंग।